going to have to give up something. You can't have it all.
Nope.
So when I look at these YouTubers, I'm like, I don't expect a VDX or the main man suite or whoever the fuck to be like the most fit person in the world. Even though they have more flexible skills than the other person, they have to damn near every day. Their job is literally to stay in people's face and sell them content. That's their entire job. They're censored OnlyFans. Like it's OnlyFans without the weird shit.
Sorry, just checking the audio.
I don't expect you to look like fucking Ronnie Coleman or a Tom Platz or some shit like that. But that's the expectation. And then on top of that, the narrative with all these fucking nerds now is they have to tell me that you're going to the gym. I'll be watching a random stream, like I'm chilling, having a good time. I'm legit enjoying the content. And somehow, some way, they have to mention that I don't care. If I want to watch fitness tutorials, if I can make that myself, I don't care about your fitness journey. I really don't. Hence why I stopped posting about it, because I realized I'm like, this is obnoxious. Nobody really cares.
Or they'll take the wrong lessons from it.
Like I look on Twitter and I like even with the FGC, I'm not a part of that anymore. You know that.
Yeah, of course.
But I still watch from the sidelines, and I'm like, it's an interesting dynamic. It's like nerds flexing about nerds about working out, but they don't know the first thing about working out, and I'm like, okay. I don't. It's like an epidemic. Like everybody, it's like you just have to work out. Like it's not like you can just be a regular person anymore. Like if you say, I want to do a poll where I say I don't work out, I want to see how people respond. And it kind of ties into what we're going through now, what we're about to talk about, the whole gaming platform. That's why I mentioned the FGC, and I'm like, I can't get mad at the direction of fighting games and like where they're going, especially story-wise. When you really think about it, the community has been asking they've been asking for this for years. And what I'm like I said last time, they asked for this with their wallets. They're not going to give you something you're not going to pay for. So once you pay for this, that means you accept the terms and conditions of which they're giving you. The whole essence of fighting games are competitive in nature, don't get me wrong, but it's mutated into something where people only buy the game for ranking match. That's it. You buy the game to get frustrated. I ask people in the FGC now that I'm not a part of it anymore, I'm like, why do you buy a game to get visibly frustrated, knowing that you didn't put the time in to get good at said game, and then get mad? And then when somebody else has another opinion, say, hey, maybe we should have more offline modes and a more detailed story if you want to bring casuals in, because the whole new meta right now is we want casuals to play our game. Since they're bringing Tifa to Street Fighter 6 and they're bringing Yujiro to Tekken 8, I'm like, the thing that you want is casuals. Yeah, it's a business model. Yeah, you want to give them a nice shiny trinket of why they would want to play said game, but at the end of the day, anybody who knows anything about business, especially the YouTuber, it's about retention. How are you going to keep them there once you get them? Okay, you got them, now what? Because once they get into this community and they see what it's actually about and how people actually are, more often than not, they're going to leave. And the reason why I say that is because I'm no longer a part of it. I'm like, why would I play this when I could play Batman, I could play Elden Ring, I could play
God of War,
I could play whatever the fuck. I don't have to play this shit. So what incentive do I have to play this game? And I'm speaking for a new player. I'm an old head. I've been playing Tekken forever, so of course there's an incentive for me to play it, because again, it's what I grew up with. For a person who's never played this franchise before, you're fighting for their attention when they can play a GTA, a Red Dead Redemption, they can play anything else. What makes them want to play your game? Because
what makes you stand out?
What makes you stand out? But once they play your game, it's inevitable they're going to go to online mode because you don't give them enough offline features. So if they're going to go online and you have these people on here that's been playing the game for 15, 20, 25, 30 years, and they get mud stomped, and you know the average attention span of people is terrible nowadays, and people are feel entitled to shit that they haven't earned, they're going to leave. I don't care
Hmm.
how much you dumb down the game. I don't care what kind of trinkets you throw in there. They are going to leave. And the thing about it is, what like a question that people don't ask, I'm like, why can't we have both? Why can't we have a great story mode and a good online mode? Why can't we have both? Why can't we have DLC for the story mode, but we have DLC for online content? Why can't we get both? If you're going to charge me $30, why can't 15 of that dollars go to the offline modes and 15 of that dollars go to the online mode?
It's a false dichotomy created by the fandoms where you can't have both.
But you can absolutely have both. Elden Ring does not miss with its DLC content. There are games that don't miss with their DLC content where I feel like, okay, I got what I paid for. You can easily expand on the story of each character. Okay, you have the base Mishima story. Now we can go into each other character's story and why we would want these people in the tournament. But that's impossible now because they've written themselves in a hole where it wouldn't make sense if they dive into each person. It just wouldn't make sense anymore. Remember, when we used to play Tekken in the earlier games, each person had their own individual
motivation, yep.
why they're in here. But now you kind of meshed everybody together versus this like Marvel versus
Well, just Avengers, just a really shitty version of Avengers.
Yes, it's Avenger-esque kind of thing, and it just doesn't work because now where do you go from here?
I mean, we say that, but it's like even with Avengers, all the characters still had their own personal drives that pushed them forward. So, for instance, Tony, once he learned about the threat of Thanos, he became afraid of what was to come, and that pushed him to make more drastic decisions, such as building Ultron. Steve, of course, stays true to himself. Thor wants to protect the Earth. Bruce Banner mastering both the Hulk and his human side of himself. Natasha finding family with the Avengers and wanting to maintain that, and which is ultimately why she sacrifices herself at the end of Endgame. So it's kind of disingenuous to call it the Avengers. It's just you want the spectacle of Avengers, but you don't understand why it works.
Not to mention everybody goes to their own separate universe towards the end of the day. They already built this rapport.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing with Tekken 8 is, I guess we're talking about it now.
Yeah.
And the reason why it just doesn't work, it just doesn't work no matter how you slice it, it's just the fact of even if you want to use the model of everyone has their own individual motives, most of the motives are just childish in the grand scheme of things. If we're fighting for the fate of the universe, Asuka and Lily just don't make sense. Law doesn't make sense.
Depending on how you write them.
Depending on what the way they written them, it just doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Like, why would I care about this petty squabble when my whole country is at stake? It just doesn't matter. Yes, it's a. I wouldn't say it's bad. The overall theme isn't bad. The execution is just god awful.
Yeah, because the idea was, of course, supposed to be Kazuya's taking advantage of Law's greed to get him to essentially tear himself and his friend apart. So in concept, it's a really good theme. But in execution, what we get is Law's mad at Paul for something they didn't agree to, because Paul never agreed to give Law money. What actually happened, and the actual dialogue in the story mode is, Paul, I expect you to keep your promise now that you beat me. And Paul says, oh yeah, I won't let him go unchecked. I'll give Kazuya a nice smack in the face. Nothing was mentioned about money. They pulled that out of their ass just to have a gag.
Leroy doesn't make sense. And ironically, I've been looking at the Tekken Netflix thing.
The Bloodline.
Yeah, that it was first. Okay, so where T4 is like god tier Tekken lore content, I'm surprised they didn't go back and look at how great that was and try to go from there. If you're trying to make something serious, because you got to think about it, Tekken 4, the stakes were definitely less serious than they are in Tekken 8.
Infinitely, but the tone and the writing quality of that game allowed it to feel large.
Like if you clicked Law, if you played Law, in the beginning you see him on like a alley drunk as shit, like
he had a beer belly.
Yeah, trying to get the fire and motivation to like get everything started again. Paul like going through like fucking essential crises because nobody believes him that he's won T3, which he's actually the legit winner.
Hmm.
Nobody he didn't know that he was gonna turn into true ogre. Nobody he didn't know
No
that.
one knew that. Not even Jin knew that.
And everybody like now he has a reason he has to prove himself as the true king of the Iron Fist because you gotta think about it, he beat Heihachi. People forget about that. He had to beat Heihachi to get there in the first place. But that's neither here or there. And that the rivalry between him and Kazuya that got threw away, that would have been a great rivalry. Again, America versus Japan, if you want to go that route. It's so many things that were good in the old writing from, and it's crazy that even numbers have the best writing. 2 had great writing.
Yep.
4 had great writing. 6 is mid. That's where it kind of fell off with the whole Azazel thing.
Yep.
But 2 and 4, immaculate writing. I'm surprised they didn't go back to that. If you're going to write a story about making things work and making it a serious tone, because people forget how serious 2 was. 2 was serious.
Mm.
And then you try to make 8 this spectacle and make it serious, but I'm like, it's comical. Harong was comical. Reina was like a Mary Sue character that was supposed to be evil, who we didn't take serious.
Yeah, this sinister
and
facade.
The person that's supposed to suppress, double powers by her own bloodline does not suppress double powers. The 2 people who should have the conversation does not have the conversation, was like the biggest elephant in the room, even though they was like right next to.
Yeah, they were literally sitting a few feet away from each other.
Conversation never had. We talked about it last time about like everybody just forgetting about his transgressions. I'm like, even 5 was very serious. Like, now that we think about it, no, 6 was serious because that's World War III. Literally, it's World War III.
It was World War III. Yeah.
So we went from World War III till, and people forget, and 6 people died.
Yeah.
Legit people died.
Yeah. Togo.
To 7, where 7 felt like a fever dream. To 8. Even 7 kind of ended on a serious note where we thought this was the final farewell to Heihachi, and Kazuya was going to be his true successor now. That didn't happen.
It's one of the few things I can give Tekken 7 credit for. The story, in the main story, there were no shitty joke scenes, unlike T8. So it actually gave you a reason to be invested, even though, you laughed at the story unintentionally because the narrator spoke like this the whole game.
The dude had the energy of my left nut after like 3 sessions of sex. There's nothing there left. I'm shooting dust.
Well, yeah, because he was and I think I showed the screen. I showed the screenshot of my Tekken 7 video. He was specifically instructed to speak that way. Stupid decision, but that is a good segue into the main topic of the stream, as I says in the title. Because all of this is relevant to part 2. We are going to be discussing Tekken 8 and its world building, power scaling, plot, so things such as plot holes, contrivances, things that work, things that don't. So I guess we can start off with we touched on a bit of the world building. But what do we and do we not know going into the world of T8? What do we know about the state of the world?
Well, if you look at the beginning, if we falling off of what happened with T7, which to this day I still call a fever dream. Jin was in a coma. He's just coming out of a coma. I think it was supposed to be like a 6 months time skip, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, there was a 6-month time skip in which Kazuya had essentially he started to overthrow every single government in the world. And because the Unforgotten Echoes DLC adds a bit more context because they waited a year to expand on the world building.
Yeah, you gotta tell me about that because I didn't play it. I'm not going to
so essentially what happened is that Lydia was at the busiest point of her career because she was publicly opposing Kazuya, so she was constantly going to meetings, speaking about G Corporation and ordering sanctions against them. She was also collaborating with the United Nations to form a resolution against G Corp. On top of that, in the background, Yggdrasil was creating Operation Lightning, which was their plan was just to throw Jin at Kazuya to take him down. But over the course of the 6-month time skip, Kazuya was still somehow at war with the Mishima Zaibatsu, and he was trying to take over the planet, which I find to be hilarious.
That doesn't make how. Okay, remember how we said we saw the great ending of T7, which I'm saying is very, very satirical.
Of course.
We see him repeat Tekken 2,
Yeah, him throwing
and
Heihachi in the lava.
yeah. So what competition do you have towards the Mishima Zaibatsu? The only thing that what you got to worry about Kuma, because
The
Kuma's
fucking
like
soldiers.
like the most loyalist thing to Heihachi since forever. Like, say what you want, he never left Heihachi's side ever. Period.
It's all good, Falcon. Have a good day. Good luck at work, bro. Be safe.
Talk Falcon. But what contention do? And, speaking of Lydia, I'm glad you brought that up. How are you going to sanction somebody who owns everything at this point?
A better question. You seriously mean to tell me over the course of the 6-month time skip, Kazuya never merged G Corporation with Mishima Zaibatsu? Like, are you
That's what I was
do you know how many resources he would have at that point?
Hostile takeover. The only thing that you can't take over right now, which is going to be a 2-3 loss for what, Violet Systems.
Even then, you could probably put them out of business. I mean, remember the Mishima Zaibatsu bulldozed over Lily's father's oil fields, and they put her out of business. They put him out of business. So you're telling me he can't take out Violet Systems?
Which is supposed to be a nod towards the Rockefellers, but that's a whole other thing. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's been a hostile takeover. Like, you could have literally just took over everything, and you didn't, because.
Yeah, because they want Kazuya to be like this all-knowing, ominous presence in both, his physically and on a larger scale, because he has access to literally everything. But again, doesn't take over the Mishima Zaibatsu. Nobody takes over the Mishima Zaibatsu. Now that I think about it, which is a huge huge issue. There's no character or plot-focused reason as to why he doesn't do it either. But go ahead.
Not to mention, like, everybody know who's going to stop you. There's nobody canonically in that universe that would give you a hard time. The only person that could have gave you a hard time, you threw him into lava.
Not to mention he kicked the shit out of Jin in the beginning of chapter 1 anyway, so.
I was going to bring that up because, like, they started off by like, oh yeah, Jin, remember him? The one that was in a coma from T7 the entire time? Yeah, he's back, and then he gets mud stomped. And then got called a hypocrite. Which was true.
Mm-hmm.
But my thing, the premise, if you're going to make Kazuya the ultimate villain, then make him the ultimate villain. Do what you did to Heihachi in T3.
Yeah.
In T3, we all knew that Heihachi was the purest of purest villains. We knew that. Going in, we knew that it wasn't Ancient Ogre that was the true villain. It was
Heihachi. It was him who orchestrated his revival, and that was the appeal of Heihachi and Kazuya's characters. They couldn't just bulldoze over problems. It's how they manipulated events in their favor. Heihachi was playing political games back in T3. He had the world eating out of his hand. It literally tells you in his bio.
Yeah. If you're talking about people that are in 2026 that use ChatGPT and Gemini AI to read. You're asking a lot here. But even if you look at the intro from T3, you can literally tell, like, you can see it.
Yeah, he had his own private military to do whatever that he wanted them to do.
His whole goal was to get a sample of the Ogre's blood. He wanted to compete with the Double Gene because he already knew it was there. At one point, he wanted it for himself, but then realized it doesn't work with him. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's why he was hunting Kazuya and Jin in T4.
But my whole thing is, like, the premise is when you want to make an absolute villain, you did Heihachi, and then y'all gave him a redemption arc. But I'm not going to go there yet. But
yeah, that bullshit ass. We'll burn that bridge. When you wanted
to make Kazuya a ultimate villain, you did that. In 2, there was no redeeming quality for Kazuya. He made his pact with the devil with 1, and 2, you accept the consequences of what you did.
Mm-hmm. And matter of fact, he throws away his chance at redeeming himself. That's why Angel and Jun didn't come back.
So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense because when you want to make a true villain, you do that. In 7, you threw away everything Heihachi stood for by trying to give him like some kind of like redemption. No, there is no
Or
redemption. These
like
are two
yeah,
assholes fighting each other.
yeah, to some deeper layers or whatever. Even then, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And setting that aside, another issue with the world building is, aside from it being a bit vague, just like the exact same issue that I had with Born Again when I was talking about it with Shonomaru. There are several interested parties who absolutely would have either spoken up against the tournament or would have participated in the tournament. The first thing that I'm thinking of, where the fuck was Lei Wulong throughout the course of Tekken 8? Why didn't he make a statement speaking out against Kazuya? Why wasn't Bob in the tournament? He has a burger joint, so where was he? Why wasn't Marduk in the tournament?
The same officer that was supposed to be like cracking down on Kazuya in Tekken 2. That same guy?
Yes.
That Lei. Okay, just making sure. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's a valid question. It's not like they never had officers to begin with or people with authority that are trying to crack down on the Mishimas in the first place. That's not like that never was there.
No, not to mention Julia should be in the tournament because the forest station is in danger. Wang Jinrei should absolutely be in the tournament.
People who can actually give him a actual fight, yes.
And not to mention, by not having these characters appear, you're essentially saying that they don't care about the tournament. So with everything we know about the characters, such as Julia and Lei, it is character assassination that they aren't doing anything.
Well, you gotta think about it in Tekken 7. I'm not trying to be funny. They turned a person that was literally a serious character and a serious researcher.
Into which thought.
A streamer.
Yeah.
That was character assassination right there. I know they're trying to appeal with the common interest of like new people, but at the same time, like she lost all her identity that made her actually like special in the first. Like,
but even then, you would expect her, like, even if it's not much, you would still expect her to use her platform in some way, shape, or form and speak out against G Corp, even if it won't draw attention to the things that they're doing. Because the alternate is to do nothing.
To do what she did in Tekken 4, she risked her life literally.
To,
sabotage G Corp. She risked her life for that.
Yeah, she nearly got shot by Abel.
Matter of fact, why didn't Yoshimitsu play a bigger part in Tekken 8? Considering, Manji Clan,
Yeah, that would have been useful. So the issue with Yoshi is that because of the DLC, we now have an answer. So apparently, while Yoshi was simultaneously in the finals of the tournament, he was also collaborating with Lydia and Eddie. So he was with the Tekken monks at the time of the war, which is a contradiction. Yes, which is a contradiction in and of itself. Because if you look at the credits of Tekken 8, you can see Yoshimitsu chilling with Hwoarang. So they literally retconned him. But even then, it made no sense in the base story that Yoshi wouldn't have stood out against G Corporation.
That's his whole thing. Like that's Yoshimitsu's whole thing. Like he's not on anybody's side. He's on the side of his side.
Yeah, but even then, he is a good person.
Yeah, he's a good person, but like he's like what's like chaotic evil, neutral evil, chaotic good, neutral. It's something like that, but. I would say he's like a neutral good, right?
Well, he has his own morals because in T4, when he sees a dying Brian, he goes to help him out without knowing that Brian's a bad person, right?
Exactly.
But it speaks to his character.
Matter of fact, didn't he save his life in 3 in the first place?
Yeah, it was T4. Abel, not Abel. What's that nigga name? Dr. Boskanovich was like, "Oh, you were dying on the floor because of your battery ran out, but Yoshimitsu saved you."
Now I'm talking about in 3, if I'm not mistaken, like he saves Brian to turn him into a cyborg in 4 because he was already dying.
No, not to my knowledge.
Could have sworn I played a lot of it, but I could. Hey, false memories. I could go back and see it for myself. But either way, the same thing. The point is, Yoshimitsu saved his life.
Yeah.
And then if you played 4 and you beat Yoshimitsu, he literally steals from the Mishima Zaibatsu. Corrupt organizations, but again, why doesn't he play a bigger part? Especially considering he's one of the strongest people in the verse.
Yeah, literally a cursed sword. That would have done something. That would have been useful in the fight against Kazuya when none of them can lay a hand on him.
A sword that's meant to vanquish evil.
It literally feeds off of evil energy. But the point is, there are several characters who would have spoken out against the tournament or would have been in the tournament, and you can't even say, well, the reason that they're not in the tournament is because they lost. Because this is a plot hole in the story. In the beginning of the game, Kazuya says, if you lose in my tournament, you get killed along with your country. But we know that's bullshit because Hwoarang loses to Jin at the end of Chapter 3, and he appears in the finals in Italy.
That is true. Another person that I don't, when going to this, what we're talking about now, that doesn't make sense is they made Claudio in Tekken 7 with this grandiose appearance, right?
Yep.
The literally counter to all double gene powers. He's a little exorcist.
Literally kryptonite.
And he's essentially cannon fodder in TA.
You don't even get to play as him either.
He's a direct opposition to Kazuya, even Jin, Azazel, no matter, direct opposition. Does nothing.
So I'm glad you met. So, did you read Claudio's bio at all?
No, I didn't.
So in the bio, it gives us a bit of world building and character. So apparently, in the 6 months between Tekken 7 and 8, they couldn't be bothered to show us this, of course, because Claudio collaborated with Heihachi, and his collaboration with Heihachi led to the stupid moment where Kazuya downed a satellite and it destroyed a city. Claudio's organization, the Serious Marksmen, went to shit. Every single member of the Serious Marksmen left, even though you would think that would be a pretty major thing, considering that Tekken 7 establishes that they've held influence throughout Europe historically. And because of that, Claudio was in a stress state, right? So because of Xiaoyu's love for Jin, it then compelled him to pull a complete 180 and was like, you know what, maybe Jin is a good person. Maybe Xiaoyu is worth fighting for. So Claudio, in response, he opens a seal on his arm that essentially now anytime he uses his power, it ends up killing him. And that's why in the scene where he shoots his arrow at Kazuya, yes, that's why he's so tired when his arrow misses Kazuya. Because his power kills him.
Why would you add a self-destruct button to your... That is stupid.
Yes, he became suicidal. And we don't get to see any of this. We don't get to see it. They don't mention it in the story at all. He became suicidal. He essentially committed suicide, and Xiaoyu just lets him.
Because I saw that Xiaoyu loves Jin on an obsessive level, I'm going to open up a mark that literally kills me my head hurts.
But even then, setting that aside, you would think that the Serious Marksmen going to shit, you would think that would be pretty major for Europe.
Yeah, because like you said, they have influence over the entirety of Europe. That is a big part. That's a lot of money going down the drain. When you think about it financially, that's a lot of money.
That's an entire plot in itself.
A lot. He could go and take over Europe if he wanted to with the influence he has in Japan.
What's good, Sand King?
Matter of fact, not only just Europe, but he could get invaded by America.
Russia.
Any other strong country could go over there and invade, and it's over. It's wraps.
Yeah, they don't have their protectors there. This is like if in Marvel, let's say that Doctor Strange just got killed, or no, the entire sorcerers in the Sanctum Sanctorum just got killed, and then nothing came of it, even though they're supposed to protect our dimension from mystical threats.
I'm just stuck on what you told me about that, Mark.
But yes, he committed suicide.
He literally did the Phineas and Ferb. He did the Dr. Doofenshmirtz, bro. Like, Dr. Doofenshmirtz would have won so many times if he just didn't add a self-destruct button to any machine that he made.
Well, the difference, of course, is that Phineas and Ferb is a comedy show, so therefore we allow for those moments of levity. And meanwhile, Tekken 8.
I'm glad you said that. That's the point I'm getting at. I'm like, this is fucking comical.
Because they want us to feel bad for Claudio. But how am I supposed to feel? First off, this is one of my biggest pet peeves with the story. How am I supposed to feel bad about a story I didn't even get to fucking witness?
Yeah, well, most of the events that you're giving us are off screen.
And that's one of the biggest issues as to why and we will get to this when we talk about the characters. This is one of the biggest issues with the bonds that Jin forms. A lot of these characters developed off screen, so I don't get to see or experience any of these relationships being formed.
My thing is, I pray to God what they're talking about with season 4 and Miguel gets introduced, because that's
Please
gonna
don't.
make
Please
because
don't.
Miguel has something to say to that man. And if he gets the treatment, let's say his special intros where like they dap each other up, I'm chucking my PS5 out the window.
I mean,
That
you might as well. You might as well give him that intro. I mean, there are several other characters like I mean, matter of fact, Claudio wanted to kill both Kazuya and Jin in T7. There's a literal patchy slot spin-off. I don't know if you know about this. There's an arcade machine where Xiaoyu and Claudio go on an adventure and they fight Devil Jin, and one of the endings, Claudio outright kills him.
as he should, because it makes sense. He's a threat.
And on top of that, he believes devils are curable. But it's like something that is
with the history that they have. That's not really hard to believe. I would be inclined to believe the same thing.
Now, something that is worth mentioning. Just because Claudio believes that devils are evil, we are not saying that it doesn't mean that his perspective can be shifted. You kind of just need to show us that, give a reason. Don't just tell me that it happened without actually writing it.
But that Miguel point I was making, though, the reason why, because in the intro of T6, you literally see him holding his sister in his arms as she just died because of fuck.
I mean, that's a bit of...
You see the atrocities that he has done in the intro of the game.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at T6, even the stages, they're hellish.
Yeah. As a result of the war. You know, something I'm curious, now that you mentioned that. So hold on. So the writers gave us this bit of information about this is how Claudio changed. This is why he changed. Whatever. Okay. Next question. Why does this change him? Why does Xiaoyu being invested in Jin suddenly mean that Claudio's perspective shifts?
I guess it's supposed to be like some kind of anime thing, but I'm like, let's look at this from a common sense perspective. If Claudio, again, being the eyes and ears of Europe, that means he's paying attention to the rest of the world as well, knows the events that's been happening. If you look, I don't care how much this bitch love this nigga. He has literally caused Armageddon. Goes into you look, the sins that you have committed, you cannot be atoned for just by that. You have committed great sins. And Kazuya was right, your sins are far worse than his.
I mean, yeah, public corruption, mass murder, war crimes, racketeering, terrorism, in a legal sense.
And even with T6, we didn't let Jin slide because we like all of this to draw us. That didn't make sense. But the thing about it is, I'm like, if we just look at it for what it is, I don't care about how much this girl loves this man. He needs to go. Because here's the thing. In T4, you made the declaration that I will not be like you. Just for 2 games later, for you to be worse than him. His sins are greater than Heihachi's. People forget about that. Jin's sins in T6 are way worse than anything that Heihachi has done. If you really think about Heihachi and Kazuya, they, for the most part, not every time, for the most part, they kept it in the family, in their own separate businesses and entities. That they get other people involved, yes, but for the most part, it stayed within the family. Jin, on the other hand, said, fuck everybody. How do you excuse that? You don't excuse stuff like that. Imagine I attach your family. I don't care about how much you think my girl loves me. I'm pretty sure you want my head. You don't care about none of that.
Of course. Well, even then, so, setting that aside, does this even make sense? Based off of everything we knew about Claudio's character in 7, does this even make sense for his character?
No, Claudio comes off as a very malevolent character. He comes off as it is what it is, and what I gotta do is what I gotta do.
Yeah, like he's not evil for the sake of it, but he's not a strict good guy either.
Yeah, he's neutral. He's not a feelings person. Well, that's the reason why I like Claudio in 7. Like, I was gonna pick him up as a character I played. I'm like, I like the way he moves. I like the way like he interacts, and then this shit happens.
And on top of that, the worst thing about this plotline is that, again, we didn't even get to fucking see it. You would think, though, that with the Claudio and Zafina having we're going to get to Zafina next, don't worry, because their issues overlap. with everything wrong with Claudio and Zafina and how they view Jin based off of everything that's been done to them, particularly with Zafina and her nearly dying in this game, you would think that from a writing standpoint, you would then use this as a way to give Xiaoyu a challenge. Okay, you tell me that you love Jin. This is what comes with loving Jin. You know, so you're gonna have your convictions challenged. What's good, Sky Slasher? But they don't even use that. Go ahead.
If I was Athena or Claudio, I would have posed the question: if you really love Jin, you would have to put him down. Your love for Jin is selfish. You can love him, but your selfishness is blinding you to the fact of the atrocities that this man has caused. The grievances of Tekken 6 is all caused by one individual.
I mean, this game and Tekken 7 were just escalations of the war he started anyway. Exactly. And something else to keep in mind about the war, it's not just the people that Jin killed, it's also the people who died as a result as a roll-on effect. So it's not just the people who Jin soldiers killed, it's the people who Brian is killing because he's profiting off of the chaos. It's the people that Kazuya is killing to manipulate events in his favor. It's the people who died fighting against Lars because he has to defend himself to save the world, etc.
It's the people, it's Lars' squad that got squad wiped because of fucking Jin.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what makes my head hurt when I look at, and we talked about it last time when I looked at the fucking ending scene and everybody's like holding their hands and they want to
singing Kumbaya.
And I'm like, there's just no fucking way with the grit of T6 and how like ugly it was. And you mean to tell me that y'all all just be like, there's just no fucking way. Remember, Xiaoyu in that fucking game is literally trying to save Jin while fighting off like hundreds of Jack 7s.
Which
I know
is
it's
a
going
fucking...
towards the power skeleton.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Don't worry. We'll get to it, but continue.
But like, it's insane. So during the chaos of T7, you're in a coma and like you are unaware of all the events that happened because of your doing. And when you were aware, you just kept on going and you gave everybody a pitiful excuse. And like I keep saying, and I'm supposed to forgive you for that. If I'm Lars, I'm not forgiving you. You got my whole crew squad wiped. If I'm Kazuya, like he actually did, I'm going to laugh at you because you're worse than I am. I thought I was bad. Jesus fucking Christ, man. At least I kept it in the family. If I'm Heihachi, I'm laughing at you. If I'm Claudio, I got to have you, man. I gotta have you. If I'm Xiaoyu, I'm feeding you to the wolves because, like, nigga, you caused all this. If I'm Jun, I'm staying the fuck out of it because you've been missing in action since Tekken 2.
Well, you do know why Jun is barely in the story, right?
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's because, of course, the writers would then have to address the elephant in the room, because then both Jin and Jun would give each other shit. Jin would be, why didn't you tell me the truth about my father, and why did you essentially abandon me? And then Jun, on the other hand, would be like, you started this fucking war, and you've abandoned my teachings.
It's just pointing fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Who else did Jin fuck over? If I'm Miguel, oh, I definitely got to have you if he comes back into the game.
He won't. He fucked over Eddie, but, you know, I'll give the DLC credit. That scene was, you know, that was the one good scene in that fucking expansion. Because they acknowledged that both characters were in the wrong.
If I'm the king, I got a bone to pick with you as well.
Oh yeah, that's another thing about I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, don't forget, King's Orphanage is being overflowing with children as a result of the war. I'm glad you mentioned that.
I have a bone to pick with you because like all this shit is because of you, and people be like, well, you know, no, fuck that, because in real world consequence you do not get away unless you're a fucking elite, but that's a whole conversation for a whole other day. But us regular people, if we do dumb shit, consequences follow, and nobody feels bad for us.
I mean, well, even setting that aside, from a writing standpoint, actions need to have consequences for your story to have meaning.
For us to take it seriously, and this is why I was saying from the jump, this is comical. If you want to make Kazuya this all-encompassing villain, right? Here's the crazy, I can't even really get mad at Kazuya. He does his job.
Well, we'll get to him. Don't worry. We'll get to him because he's a fucking idiot in this game.
When it comes to his interactions with Jin,
Yes.
he does his job. He makes Jin look and see. Kazuya accepts himself for who he is. The only reason why Jin has been having this dichotomy since he's been in the game since T3 is because he can't accept both sides of himself. He just can't do it. Even in Tekken 8, he had to come to the realization that no matter how much you try to fight this shit, it's part of you. They try to make it where, oh well, I'm just trying to protect you. It's part of you. I don't understand 5 and 6. I don't understand Jin's. Like I've been trying my hardest. Like I don't understand Jin's path to power. I understand how he got it because he's the strongest, but I don't understand his decision making after the fact. I just don't get it. Because if he makes smarter decisions, we don't really have a Tekken 7 or a Tekken 8. We might have it, but under different premises.
Then it would. I mean, it would be completely different games, or different stories, I should say.
Exactly, we will have it under a different pretext. But I don't understand his decision making because I'm like, now remember the evil shit he did to Alyssa. What was it like? Bloodline?
No, it was in T6. So what happened was Alyssa was serving as his eyes and ears, essentially a Trojan horse, and then he took over her programming and made her fight Lars. When the two of them had a connection, Alyssa liked Lars because he treated her like a human being, and then he made the two of them fight to the death, and then he taunted Alyssa on her deathbed, calling her a piece of junk just to make Lars mad. And then he later justified it by saying, the people who are in power have led to the current circumstances. We have to burn the world down.
These are the same two niggas that bumped fists in Tekken 8, by the way. Not only did he squat wipe your homeboys, like the piece of robot booty that you had, yeah, he said nah.
Not only that, remember, Lars got to go through the world in T6, so he literally saw firsthand the world being torn apart. And then Tekken 6 tried to pull some dumb false equivocal bullshit saying that Lars, you're no better than Jin because your actions also led to these events.
He was actively trying to stop the shit.
Not to mention Lars doesn't portray himself as morally righteous, like the game likes to tell you.
And then on top of that, I don't understand Lee in Tekken 7 or 8. If violent systems is inherently against the Mishima Zaibatsu, he hates all of the people. And G-Corp, he's against all of them. Why doesn't he play a bigger part in the story? Like, he's almost comical in Tekken 8.
I mean, he does. The issue is that, and this is another problem with the 6-month time skip, the characters didn't really take any precautions in fighting against devil powers. So, for instance, if Violet Systems can create a new battle suit, why don't they create some kind of device that maintains the energy from Kazuya's fucking forehead laser? Prevent him from bombing cities left and right.
Lee doesn't get that excuse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's been training and fighting against Kazuya since they were children.
Yeah, remember in T5 he got beat up by him too.
Exactly. People forget that Lee is Jin's uncle, metaphorically.
Mm-hmm.
You've been knowing about this devil shit since the beginning. You know what's up. You're not oblivious to this. And it's not like he's a pushover either. If Kazuya and Kazuya and fucking Lee are sparring partners, they've been sparring with each other since the beginning.
Put some relative to Paul, yeah.
Put some relative to Paul, and Paul put Ogre on a shirt. The same Ogre that absorbed Heihachi become true Ogre. Make it make sense. So you mean to tell me that you can't play a more pivotal part in the story, considering how strong you are and you are the owner of Violet Systems?
So, go ahead.
Some of the most strongest tech that we've seen since Tekken 7, which is ironically going on 10 years ago.
So Sky
People,
Slasher said in the chat, it feels like establishing that one character can create tech equivocal to the Devil Gene powers. It opens a can of worms. So I'm not saying that Lee has to make an Iron Man battlesuit. I'm saying that why not make some kind of device that prevents... So for instance, think of the scene from Avengers Age of Ultron when Hawkeye used an arrow that incapacitated Scarlet Witch that prevented her from using her powers. I'm saying why not create a device like that against Kazuya to prevent him? I mean, because we've seen what his laser does. It destroyed the majority of New York City.
not only that, I mean, you actively have people. They literally had the Avengers. You have people on your team that are anti-devil powers.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, we can say that, because I'm mainly talking about why didn't they do this over the course of the 6-month time skip, so we can throw the game a bone. Yeah, like a force field inhibitor of some kind, which wouldn't be out of the question. I mean, Jack 8 has a force field. And hell, fucking Gunjack in T3, remember, he had a force field and it protected him against the satellite weapon from Abel.
Exactly, but my thing is, not, you don't even need, like, to build some kind of magical tech fit. I'm like, look at the people on the roster.
Yeah, Claudio, Asuka.
You have anti-Mishima or anti-devil powers on your team. And with the advancement in technology, you mean to tell me you couldn't, like, sample some blood and do some blood testing and try to figure out, like, a kryptonite?
I mean, that literally happened in T4.
The nigga's literally the Batman of the universe.
Yeah, that literally happened in T4. Like, so it's not out of the question. If anything, they're the ones who opened this can of worms when you establish that you can use science to experiment on the devil. Yeah, I do agree. Claudio didn't join the crew until T8. That's why I said I'll throw the game a bone, because they didn't start working together.
Yeah, but I'm talking about specifically T8 when they truly assembled as the fucking Avengers. You have all this on your side, and the fuck. Yeah. Well, if we want to talk about T7, you still have fucking Asuka.
Yeah, so absolutely. So then what should have happened from there is that because literally Operation Lightning was the whole plan was just throw Jin at Kazuya and then hope for the best. That's literally Operation Lightning.
Even with fucking Jin, he's half Kazama.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because we're gonna talk about that again when we get to the plot holes. So
you could have sampled his shit.
Yeah, experiment. I agree. Yep, experiment on Jin, find some kind of weakness against the Devil Gene. Yep, I agree. Because over the course of the 6 months, literally Yggdrasil was doing nothing against Kazuya. Literally, it was Eddie and Lydia who were mainly putting in the work.
In the events of T7, the nigga's comatose. The nigga can't fuck. He's asleep. He's in a coma. You couldn't, like, run some testing, like, just get a blood sample. I'm not saying you gotta have this nigga, like, in some Orochimaru lab or some shit like that, but sample the blood.
Well, that does bring us to the next point of the world building. This is probably, you know, we'll bulldoze past this. Of course, we have the actual success of Kazuya's plan and what he hopes to achieve. So first off, we have the tournament, and we have him threatening to bomb majority of the world's population. So first major issue with the tournament, and this is the main thing that came to me. Majority of the world is not present during the tournament. So first question: who is representing Canada? Who's representing Jamaica?
No one.
Who's representing China? Yeah, like who? I don't think the writers appreciate this, and then I do show the screenshot in my upcoming video. There's nearly 200 countries in the world.
That means you would need 200 plus fighters.
Yes. Not to mention, and on top of that, there's only, I think, 8 countries in the finals. Even though they talk about the...
Smarter,
go ahead.
By continent, if they wanted to be smarter. Like, one representing the Americas, one Europe, Africa.
Yeah, because what they do instead in the actual game is North America A block, North America B block. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So first off, how do you even establish stakes for the tournament? Peru has 1 representative. America has 3. How's that fair?
You're automatically skewed. And Japan has 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, Japan has Yoshi and Jin participating in this tournament. So how is that even fair? So let's say if Paul loses... Or if Leroy loses, it doesn't matter. America's not going to get blown. New York's not going to get blown up because Paul's still there.
Wait,
so you've already damaged the stakes.
If you blow up any part of the U.S., that's a major dent.
Yeah.
Niggas literally nuking parts of the U.S. That's going to cause a major problem in the U.S. regardless.
Yeah, but you can't do that if Paul is still in the tournament.
Right.
So the stakes of the tournament don't make any sense. And even then, Kazuya doesn't kill anyone who loses. Law loses at the beginning of chapter 3. He's still alive.
Comical.
Hwoarang loses in chapter 3. He's still alive. Reina also loses in chapter 3. She's still alive. So how do you even what?
That's just a whole nother can of worms.
That they should not have opened, and of course they don't want to do this because logistically, how do you make a tournament? How do you create 200 new characters to beat up for a story mode? But of course, the obvious solution at that point: don't write this into your fucking plot if you don't want me to think about it.
Or just do what you've been doing primarily and use the main Tekken characters, create a tournament, and like the only reason why they're here is because they have to come here on their own volition, by their own premises. Like they've been doing for the last 30 fucking years.
Sky Slasher said maybe he was going to blow up the countries after the tournament was over. Nope, he didn't even do that. The most Kazuya does is that he destroys some unspecified nations off screen, but that's about it. But even then, setting that aside, and then of course we have the big issue is that if these are the stakes of the tournament, and if Kazuya's destroying shit, why are people supporting him?
Well, people they try to say it was mind control or whatever. I'm like, sure.
Well, okay, so I do address this in my video. So numerous people have commented this to me, and they're saying, well, Kazuya was mind controlling people because of the purple aura. So first question: when did Kazuya obtain this ability? What are the mechanics behind it? How does it work? Why is
never had that? He's had telekinesis, but he never had mind control.
And if he does have mind control, why is he not affecting any of the characters?
Somebody remember that people was in a revolt with Gizou once they found out he was a devil in T7.
But then they immediately forgot about it in the same game, which was stupid. But even then, that doesn't even work because at the beginning of Tekken 8, he's literally a devil on live television and he crippled the militaries of the planet.
Every time I talk to you, my head starts hurting.
Yeah, literally, the plot gets worse every time you think about it. But that's another...
Figure out, like, we have to go to Power Scaling at this point because now that I think about it,
well,
most of these fighters are, for the most part, comparable.
Well, hold on. Before we get to power scaling, there is one more thing about the world building I do want to mention. Aside from the fact that there are several, thanks to Mirizo, there are now apparently several ogres that exist throughout the planet. Second thing I want to mention is that Jin and Zafina are apparently distant relatives now, thanks to Unforgotten Echoes. Yes. So remember at the end of Tekken 8, Jin gets his angel form, and they never explain how he got it, right?
Yeah.
So in Unforgotten Echoes, there's a section called once you beat the story, there's a section called the Tekken Archives, and it gives you aspects of the Tekken's universe. And one of those facts is that Zafina and Jun share the same ancestral roots. As a result of that, they also and within the same story, they also give you a bit more insight as to Jun and Kazuya's relationship in Tekken 2. And Jun says, when the spirit of devil, after it had left Kazuya, tried to attack me and Jin. But my Kazama blood mixed with the devil gene within Jin's blood, and it therefore allowed me to transform into an angel. And you have and I show it in my Jin analysis, you have a picture of Angel Jun.
What?
Yes, so even though they've been telling us at this point that the Kazama blood is literally kryptonite, now it's telling us that in order to become a perfect Jinchuriki, essentially, you need Kazama blood and the devil gene.
What?
and the best part, they never explain this in the main story, despite the fact that it leads to the biggest payoff in the game.
Throughout the story, they naturally repel each other. What?
And that's a pretty major plot point because if Jin didn't get his angel form, Kazuya would have kicked his ass.
Not only.
So yeah, that's a pretty gaping plot hole.
Unknown.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck is unknown then?
I mean, she's non-canon, but originally Unknown was just Jun's sister in the early versions of Tag 1, but then in Tag 2 they just made it Jun because she got the devil gene somehow.
What? All right. Let's go back. So,
Matter of fact, I have the screenshot if you want me to read it from that section of the
I
Tekken
trust you.
archives.
I trust you.
All
So,
right.
Zafina is Kazama.
Yes, she's a distant relative of Jin now.
Azazel is supposed to be the main part of all the Devil Genes to begin with since
Yes.
T6, right? She has Azazel in her fucking arm.
Mm-hmm.
So she has the power of Azazel in the
Mm-hmm.
arm, but she's part Kazama. When Tekken 1 through forever has told us that they don't mix very well.
Kryptonite, literally kryptonite.
Yeah, and it shows with Zafina in Tekken 7 that they don't mix very well because she's fucking dying.
Mm-hmm.
Now you mean to tell me because of a certain character? How come Asuka don't get no devil shit then? What the fuck? No,
Because you need the devil. You have to have the devil gene and
she
Kazama
doesn't
blood.
naturally have the devil gene. She didn't naturally have it.
Yeah, so that's why Jin was able to become an angel. Because you need Kazama blood and the devil gene.
But she ends up getting the devil gene plus Kazama blood. Why did she repel Azazel in Tekken 6?
Better question, when did Zafina even learn this information? Why did she not tell Jin about it in Tekken 6? The stakes of that game are kind of fucked now.
In Tekken 6, why didn't she weaken Kazuya when the first time they saw him? He would have realized it. Every time Kazuya runs into a Kazama, he feels weird.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even in the scenario campaign, if you play as Devil Jin, when you go up against Asuka, he literally says in the dialogue, "Vile girl, your presence is causing me pain. Get away from me."
But when Zafina sees Kazuya in all his glory in that fabulous ass outfit, nothing.
Oh yeah. Also, did you know that Kazuya has the ability to sense Zafina's Azazel from Zafina?
Wait, what?
Yes, he can. He literally key control. Yeah, he can literally sense him.
This fucking game. This game has too many elements from other anime. So at one point it wants to be Naruto, then at other points it wants to be Dragon Ball Z, and then at other points it wants to be fucking One Piece. It wants to be Shonen Jump. That's what it wants to be.
And it wants to be Avengers.
Then it wants to be Avengers. No, that actually threw me for a loop. I did not know that. And I thought I was a historian. Well, I'm a historian when it comes to like 1 through 5. I don't know about 1, 6. I don't really care for 7 or 8. But so that it just doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't he actually just go after Hudden?
I mean, no, the Heihachi, it's actually worse. So some of this information was revealed in the DLC because the base game was so fucking vague. So
I gotta play this shit now.
Yeah, so in the DLC, we also learned that after Heihachi had killed Kazumi because he was sad and everything, after he threw Kazuya off the cliff, he somehow managed to kill the entire Hachicho clan by himself. Somehow, even though he barely beat Kazumi in Tekken 7.
But if they're supposed to be the origins of the devil gene, right? But then Azazel's supposed to be the origin.
Well, the DLC also adds on that one of Kazumi, the way that the Hachicho clan came into fruition is that one of Kazumi's ancestors abandoned Azazel during ancient times and they formed their own clan. So that's how the Hachicho started their own organization in taking out threats to the world. They tried to use the devil for good. And I showed the screenshot in my part 1 video when I talk about the Azazel explanation.
Wait, so a whole clan. Let's go back to the beginning of Tekken 7 real quick. So, Jinpachi Mishima, uberly strong, right? Like OD for he makes devils look weak.
Gets curb stomped.
Gets curb stomped by his. It's literally a Yujiro Baki situation. Okay, gets trapped under the Hanamaru forever, but teaches Kazumi and Heihachi, the arts of the Mishima Ryu, those two end up getting married, even though she knows what he did to Jinpachi.
Yep.
He sees that she has devil powers, still impregnate her, gets Kazuya, wakes
Well,
up in the middle of the night with seeing her have like a demonic possession fit thing, snaps her neck like a twig, then proceeds to throw his son off of a cliff.
mm-hmm.
Right? Am I missing anything right now?
Nope.
Okay.
Seems cogent.
Then he proceeds to go in on a warpath and destroy a whole clan that he doesn't know the origins of or where they're at. He only knows her. What?
On top of that, he let Reina live. Because he saw...
Not to mention in TH, you let Reina live and let her work under you and let her call you Papa, but your own son that is actually innocent, that don't know shit about nothing,
you throw him off a cliff, yeah. And then Twitter makes this all worse because according to Harada, there was some shit about, oh no, it wasn't actually Reina that Heihachi let live, it was her mother. And then Heihachi just impregnated the mother after she became of age. It's so fucking stupid. But setting that aside...
remember that Heihachi went on a generational orgy.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's how Lars is born.
Trying to see if it's him that has the double gene, even though he knows he doesn't have it because it was his wife that he, snapped her neck like a twig. So you know you don't have it because remember half of the Tekken 7 story is trying to give you backstory to T1.
On the devil gene, yeah, and Heihachi.
So with that being said, you knew damn well it wasn't you that had the shit. So what's the point of Lars shouldn't even fucking exist? Reina shouldn't fucking exist. But the question is, where the fuck did Reina get her shit from?
Yeah, because she's a Hachicho. She's not actually a Mishima. She's a Hachicho.
So what other Hachicho bitch did you fuck?
Yeah, we literally have no idea. But even setting that aside, this now creates a plot hole in Tekken 4, because remember the plot of that game? I want to steal the devil gene from Kazuya and Jin in order to achieve a new life form with Ogre's blood. So
done it from Kazumi.
Yeah, why didn't you just take it? Yeah, why didn't you just take it from Reina if Reina has the devil gene?
Or Kazumi, you literally sleep with the bitch.
Yeah, and like Kazumi's body, as far as we know, it hasn't faded out of existence or anything. So he could have taken the blood from her, or if there was this entire clan of devils, why not take it from one of them?
You had so many opportunities to do this blood testing that I'm going to keep bringing up because it just doesn't make sense because these people have billions of dollars, just blood testing them. These are the same individuals
and
that have blood tested on animals that make them have human-like features. People forget about that.
And cryostasis. Don't forget.
Oh, with Nina and them, yeah. Cryostasis and all these other things that you can do, but blood testing is out the window. We just can't do that. But you can blood test because you did it with Ogre's blood in one of the fucking games, and it just didn't mix well with you.
Not to mention, I mean, this is one of the main things I brought up in my Tekken 7 video. Why didn't he just do a blood test on Kazuya to see if he had the devil? Even if you can't find a cure for him. I mean, canonically, it would have taken him 2 decades to find a cure. But, like, again, cryostasis exists. And if you loved your son as much as you claim and you want to eradicate devils as much as you claim, just put Kazuya in cryostasis, do blood tests until you find a cure for the devil gene. Or for a way for him to control it.
It just doesn't make any sense because there was no actual devil gene in the origin of the story. In Tekken 1, there was the actual devil, and he took over your body and possessed you. And then there's that. But if you want to go by that logic, that makes fucking Jin only a quarter devil. He's not even half, he's a quarter. Kazuya's a true half-breed. If by default, Jin would be weaker than Kazuya. His blood is way more diluted than Kazuya's is. My head hurts.
Yep. So that's
because if you're going by the whole Gohan aspect,
yep, the hybrid.
Gohan is a true hybrid. He's a half. Goten, by default, which he actually is a lot weaker than fucking Gohan, but there's other, things that go along with it, by like not training and stuff like that.
And bad
He's a
writing.
quarter in bad writing. He's a quarter.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, no. No. Goten is another half breed. No.
No, he is a half. Because Goku, Chi-Chi.
Yeah. No, you're thinking about the doubles. Yeah, but you're correct.
But like Jin is a quarter. He's not a half. So the double gene should not be as pronounced in him at all. But the thing about it is it kind of kills T3 because the whole end of T3 is him looking up at the moon as he got branded by the devil.
Yeah, in the intro. Which makes no sense because if we're going by the devil gene plot, he would have already had the devil. So there was no point for branded. Yeah.
But even if you want to go by the devil gene, they would constantly negate each other.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly. Even in Naruto, they kind of did that. Like fucking Naruto's his natural genes for being an Uzumaki and them having great sealing jutsu and ultra chakra reserves and the seal that he got on his body, it naturally just kept the nigga in check. He didn't start leaking until they started weakening the shit.
Yeah, and Shippuden. But that is a perfect gateway into the power scaling. There were a few comments you wanted to make.
The power scaling in the Tekken universe doesn't make sense. Going by what I just said, because I never thought about it until we were talking about it right now. I'm like, without thinking, we all consider Jin a half, but he's not. He's a quarter. If you really want to be technical, he's a third. He's not a quarter, he's a third.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I said before, he's mixed with three things. The Mishima style, with the Mishima blood, the double gene, and Kazama blood. So those are thirds. So 33%, 33%, 33%, 33%, essentially 100, 99%. So with that being said, you have two things that already conflict, plus your Mishima blood. And we always thought the Mishima blood was evil, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
You have too many things that work against each other for it to work at all. Like, Jin is literally a fucking mutt. In T3, they did him justice, right? You can see his Mishima fighting style.
This is Kazama fighting style as well.
And you can see, well, when you see Double Jin in 5, you can see all three of them. You know, you still have 3-wing circus.
Yep.
He has the electric. He has all three of them blended.
And the parry, yeah.
And the parry. How could he ever beat Kazuya? It wouldn't make sense for him to ever beat Kazuya. You already have two bloodlines that conflict with each other by default. So the only thing you really got going for you is the Mishima blood that you reject by default.
Hey, we can throw that. I can actually throw Jin a bone. We can say he got a rage boost. He was bloodlusted at the time, so we can give him a pass.
But Kazuya's always bloodlusted. Well, no, he's not.
He wasn't in 4. No.
He's just evil. No, Kazuya was crazy. He won everything back and forth. The intro with Kazuya, he wanted Heihachi's head on a platter.
Yeah.
And he still got washed.
Yeah. One thing that was also retconned, thanks to Tekken 8, of course.
Because here's the thing, like, okay, so the rage boost works for Jin, but it doesn't work for Kazuya. But Kazuya's a true half-breed.
And not to mention, Tekken 5 makes this worse because thanks to T5, we see that Kazuya could have transformed into his double form at any point. On that topic of Kazuya and his double powers, oh my goodness, just...
We're still talking about power stone, so yeah. But let's just talk about base Kazuya for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
people forget about how strong base Kazuya is. He's still a Mishima, and in the Tekken universe, Mishimas are regarded as some of the strongest fighters there is, right?
I mean, we literally see it at the end of the T8. He was still putting up a good fight against Jin.
The only thing they really lose to is shit that are other like damn near deities and demigods.
Barely.
In Kazamas. But here's the thing though, they wouldn't really lose. I hate to use the movie because
two different. It's bad.
Would have washed June ass if they would have really got into it. Yeah. June would have got washed.
Are you talking about what's it? The motion picture?
Yeah, June would have got washed. It wouldn't have been a fair fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, like people were like, well, she can negate the devil power. He don't need that to beat her. The only person he needed that shit with was fucking Heihachi, but even in the first one, he didn't even use it.
Yeah, he was still in his base form.
People forget about how strong Kazuya is, and I'm going to the power scaling when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
If Paul and Kazuya fought to a draw, in Kazuya's base form, fuck the devil powers right now, in his base form, right? So that's two fighters that can beat Ogre.
Mm-hmm.
These are Ogre level fighters. And then you have people that are stronger than them, like Wang Jingwei, who else? Jinpachi, if you want to add him, but he's still a Mishima, so I really want to count him. But Jinpachi was on some other shit. And didn't Jinpachi only lose to Heihachi in a weakened state?
Yeah.
It wasn't a fair one. I'm like, no, like if that was like base Heihachi, we would have lost. Not base Jinpachi.
Yeah. Yeah, at the beginning of before Tekken 1, yeah.
Yeah. So why do people in the community downplay these fighters like Lee? Because Lee is up there with Kazuya and Paul. Law is up there because Law and fucking Paul spar all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, could you maybe say the argument could be made that Paul's holding back? He's not going all out against against Law?
Yes and no. Because here's the thing, though. Law would speed blitz Paul. Yeah, I'll give the edge to Paul and power.
Yes, and matter of fact, that's their intro in Tekken 8. Can you handle my speed? Can you handle my power?
But what's good is all that power if you can't hit him?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that Paul is slow by any means, but
Law is just faster. Naturally.
Fast as hell. Yes. Then you have people like Xiaoyu that's strong. People forget about how strong Xiaoyu is. Like she's really, really, really fucking strong.
Yeah, thanks to T8 now.
No, I'm talking about in T3 in her introduction. You gotta think about who she's trained by. These people are really strong, and they only get stronger as the years go by. And you mean to tell me in the storyline, like people just think that the only thing that Kazuya really has besides he's kind of OD because again Mishima blood
and double genes.
That's just broken. I'm trying to figure out how the hell does Heihachi beat Kazuya? Well, he was in a weakened state. I forgot about that. He was in a weakened state too.
Okay, yeah, in T2 we'll give him that, but in Tekken 7, yeah, Heihachi should have lost. No ifs, ands, or fucking buts.
Yeah, that's not a question. It shouldn't even been close. It shouldn't have been even if because that's our first time really seeing Warrior's Instinct was Tekken 7. People forget about that. That's
okay, hold on. I'm sorry. We have to address this in the chat. Tekken 8 has power scaling issues, but it wasn't Xiaoyu versus the Jacks. It was Reina versus True Devil Kazuya.
That was some bullshit.
Yes. I no ifs, ands, or but yeah, I don't care. Yeah, Xiaoyu should not have survived against the Jack 7s.
No, I was bringing it up earlier. I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no. Jack 4 nearly was beating the shit out of wasn't beating the shit out of Heihachi. Heihachi was getting visibly tired as that if you look at the T5 intro, he's visibly getting tired as that fight goes on.
He got fucking nuked and barely survived.
Yeah. And people like to bring up, well, the only reason that happened is because Kazuya threw him to the ground. It's like, okay, you understand, number one, he's getting winded. Second off, even if
their fight against each other. They just fought each other.
Even then, you would still understand though that the Jacks still need to be strong enough to incapacitate Heihachi to begin with, right?
Yes. In the beginning, he was throwing them around like rag dolls.
And even then, he was losing steam. Meanwhile, Kazuya looked no worse for wear.
They both was tired of shit.
Yeah. And even setting that aside, Jack 7 in his Tekken 7, in King's T7 ending, Jack 7 has the ability to adapt to his opponent's fighting style.
Shit. Oh,
So,
speaking of power scaling, we forgot about the Kings. Like they get overlooked all the fucking time.
Yeah, but it was like, we'll get to them, don't worry. But to focus on this Jack scene. If Jack 4 can do that to Heihachi, what do you think Jack 7... He's fucked against Jack 7. She's fucked against Jack 7. Xiaoyu's weaker than Heihachi.
Not just one Jack 7.
Yeah, there's no way, because Panda literally gets blipped out of existence just so they can contrive some bullshit where Xiaoyu's the only one to protect the man that she loves. The fight choreography for that scene was awful as well, because the Jacks don't use their numerical advantage.
And they nerfed Paul intentionally. For whatever the fuck reason. I'm like, you talking about a person that's an ogre level threat, so that means Kuma's an ogre level threat too now.
How many Jacks did Xiaoyu beat? They never specified a number, but it was in the double digits range because we see a bunch of them on the floor. But even then, that shouldn't have happened to begin with. And even setting that aside, why not equip Jack 7 with a tranquilizer dart? Remember when Jin got trank darted in T4? Why not use that against Xiaoyu? And even setting that aside, she was just coming off of a sparring session with Jin, mind you. And you seriously mean it? You seriously mean to look me in the eye? You know, jokes about my profile picture character being blind and all aside, you seriously mean to look me in the eye and tell me it's acceptable that Xiaoyu beat Jack 7? So let me ask you guys, is it acceptable in the Flash when he loses to normal men with guns who don't have super speed?
Hell no, not even that. What?
Why would they have trank darts? Because they're there to capture Jin, and it was proven to be effective against him in T4.
They're there to complete a mission. They're not there to fight. They're there to complete a mission. You're not going to overpower fucking Jin, the same Jin that took a bullet to the head of a fucking teenager.
And even then, how a character fights is important to telling you who they are as to why they fight. And the methods they use within the fight also speak to their intelligence. So by Kazuya under-equipping his soldiers, he's essentially, you're telling me that Kazuya is a fucking idiot. More than already has been documented. But even then, Xiaoyu shouldn't have, the main point is, Xiaoyu should not have been able to beat Jack 7.
Not multiple. One, sure. Two, maybe. But 10 plus? Absolutely not.
Didn't the Jacks have reduced health? What?
That's just for...
That's gameplay. That's gameplay. Yeah.
But a true Jack's, like 10 plus Jack 7s versus one Xiaoyu, that's an L.
Motherfucker, fucking Gunjack and Gunjack and T3 tanked a blast from a fucking satellite weapon.
She would have a hard enough time with just one or two of them damn things. Now imagine 10 plus.
Yes, there was multiple of them, and she beat them all. They were all, if you look at the cutscene, they were literally just standing there, doing nothing.
Now, if you would have said Alyssa...
then yeah, absolutely, it's fine. Or Lars.
A lot more sense. Or Lars, but this is Xiaoyu after sparring with Jin of all people. You talking about the same Jin that has 3 different fucking fighting styles.
Well, in fairness, he was only using his Kyokushin. So yes, that's so hold on. So yes, that's gameplay, but it could also be implied that these models were weaker in order to be mass produced. Jack 7 was perfected by the end of T7.
Why would they make them weaker to mass produce when these are multi-billion-dollar corporations? Money is not an issue.
Not to mention, we've seen how durable Jack is because they weren't tearing through all of them like paper. Yes, Kazuya and Heihachi punched through 2 of them in the beginning of T5, but they didn't do that to all of them. Sure is a shame that there weren't any other characters in the story they could have had. Yeah, it's like Xiaoyu, not even just Xiaoyu, what's her name? Like Asuka and Lily were supposed to be doing reconnaissance on G-Corp. Why not just have them help Xiaoyu to justify the scene?
That would make a lot more sense.
Why'd they
But
rush
even
to?
still, you have
Why would they rush
18-year-old
to create
children.
Jack 8 if he's perfected? Because Jack models are always they're always improving the model, literally. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
It would be different if it was Xiaoyu versus prototype Jacks.
Yeah.
This is Jack. This is a 7-generation gap. And you mean to tell me one 18-year-old girl, I don't care about how strong, Heihachi of all people, win it or not, still struggled against them damn things and got nuked.
Inferior models, mind you, by 3 generations. Jack 4 was giving Heihachi problems while he had a partner there to fight them.
The strongest partner you could possibly ask for at the time.
He's the cutscene. I'm so glad I'm so glad I'm on Tekken 7. Look at this cutscene. No, we're going to that fucking cutscene right here. Look at this shit. He's literally pissing himself. Look at this. He's literally getting tired. What are you talking about?
And then he gets nuked. This is what I mean by power scaling. It's 3 generations ago. These are stronger and faster models of Jack 7.
Of the Jack models. I just don't see it as Jack as a benchmark character for the bare minimum of power to establish strength.
You mean the same ones that are meant to assassinate niggas? They're literally made to assassinate people.
Literally. That's why Jack was in T1. He was there to kill. It was either Kazuya or Heihachi, I forget.
The Jack models are known to be strong as hell and have one of the most efficient fighting styles. They are literally the benchmark. They are the literal benchmark of how strong these people actually are. That's why we're saying for her to accomplish a feat, not just beat them.
Like, power through them. She did that from before the war even started. I mean, before that stupid-ass war in the fucking field.
So by that logic, she's Kazuya levels of strength.
Yes.
At minimum. Base Kazuya levels of strength at minimum.
Yeah, but they're mooks, plus you tear through them during the war scene too, so I hope you realize that's also a problem. That's also an issue, that the other characters were able to plow through Jack 7s. That's an issue.
That's what we're saying to them.
Not to mention, it wasn't just the Jacks they had to deal with, they also had to deal with soldiers.
Like regular Tekken 4 soldiers, I could see Xiaoyu, Asuka, and Lily,
I mean, of course.
running through them. Jack 7 models?
By herself.
One-on-one? Well, one-on, like, damn near 30?
She's at least on par with Jin, lacking his devil power.
No, she's not. Because by that statement, that means you're saying she's on par with Harong. And Harong would dog walk Xiaoyu. It wouldn't be a fair fight.
And somebody else brought up the Jacks are the Tekken Sentinels. Yeah, I agree. But even setting that aside, again, so if this isn't a problem, so there's no issue.
Wait. Let me make sure I got this right. Did he just say that Xiaoyu is on caliber with base Jin?
Yes.
Base Jin?
Yes.
You do realize that base Jin
who killed Ogre. True Ogre.
As a teenager.
So why the fuck hasn't Xiaoyu been winning tournaments? Are you shitting me?
Tell me you haven't seen the lore without telling me you ain't seen the lore.
Even setting that aside, so again, because one of the main things that people say against power scaling, and this was a whole thing on fucking Twitter, is like, oh, power scaling doesn't matter, or it's inconsequential when telling a story. The story has to come for, any one number of those things. So it's like, if this is the case, then it's acceptable in the Flash when he loses to a normal man with a gun. When he can't react to somebody throwing a punch at him, even though we see in episode 2 that he can slow down time around him.
Even his brain thinks that fucking fast.
On top of that, he's also meant to be a genius.
I'm just stuck at that. Jin beat fucking, I think he was like 18 at the time. I think it's like 3 years after the training when he was 18 to fight
Ogre. Yeah, he was 19 when he was 19 when he fought Ogre. Yeah.
So a teenage fucking Jin bodies a true ogre. Because even when you look after the fight, he's a little tired, but like not, oh my god, dying. He beat that, and then shortly after beating that, take a bullet to the head. And you saying a high school Xiaoyu, or just graduating high school Xiaoyu, don't get me wrong, being trained by Jin Wei is great, can beat that nigga.
So somebody just said, power scaling is a clown show when you're trying to compare verse versus verse. You need scaling in internal consistency within a verse. Yes. No, he's agreeing with you. He's agreeing with you. So he was saying that when it comes to versus debates, it can be a clown show, but he's saying that internally, you need to have consistent scaling within your universe. Yep, agree 100% because it builds the stakes. And then Sky Slasher has just said, what I'm saying is that Jack isn't as strong as you think, and Xiaoyu isn't anywhere near as weak as you think.
I just gave Xiaoyu credit that she's extremely strong. But the thing about it is, she's not no Jin caliber strong.
Yeah, we're not saying that she's weak. It's just that she should not be strong enough to just plow through fucking Jack 7s.
It's not like she's... I could understand her beating 1, maybe 2 Jack 7s, but 10 plus Jack 7s.
Before the war started, by herself, as she is visibly getting tired, Jack does not get tired. They would capitalize on that. They would rip her in half.
They would do what they did to Heihachi and Kazuya. We're going to just bum rush you. Not keep fighting one-on-one, we're going to bum rush you. Heihachi barely survived the events of T4. Barely. And even that, I played the cutscene, he's getting tired while Kazuya is helping him. How do you excuse that? This is a 2v30 situation, and then you got a 1v30 situation versus a person that's weaker than Heihachi and Kazuya and Jin. Not to mention, Panda got blipped out of existence just to facilitate that scene to begin with. Please tell me, how does that make sense? I want to understand this guy. I need to understand the train of thought. Just because it's in the story doesn't mean that it makes sense. That's the whole reason we're having this conversation to begin with. And not to mention, the biggest issue that this has is that it damages the stakes of the story. Because if she was the same tier as Jin, she could have just stopped Jin in T6. Mm-hmm. None of this shit should have ever happened. Xiaoyu was the true hero. I love you so much, I'm gonna beat your ass. Sure, he was getting tired, but that doesn't mean he was going to lose the fight. Reminder, he still survived them all self-destructing. That was also a problem. We literally just said that. Yeah, him surviving the explosion was also a problem. Literally in Tekken 4, he got knocked out by a force push by a weakened devil. So him surviving that explosion was an issue. He survived getting nuclear blast. So which one is it? She can beat up all these Jack 7s and that makes sense? And Heihachi surviving a nuke, considering that he's way more durable than Xiaoyu? That doesn't make... So which one is it? So hold on, Sky Slasher. If Heihachi was by himself, let's say that Kazuya wasn't in that, was not in that scene, and Heihachi had to fight the Jacks by himself, do you think Heihachi would have survived? He's dead. They're putting that nigga on a t-shirt. I don't care about how durable Heihachi is. He's dead. He's gonna give out. He would have been captured or killed by G Corporation. Hell, Sky Slasher thinks that Heihachi would have survived if Kazuya wasn't there. You think that Heihachi would have survived that situation with multiple Jacks and it's just him after literally happened to fight Jin and Kazuya? People forget about that. He had to fight Jin and Kazuya. Not to mention, thanks to the Tekken 8 retcon, he also lost to Kazuya. He had to fight. He fought Jin first and beat Jin. Captured Jin and then had to fight Kazuya right afterwards. And you don't think this nigga is tired? Then Jin wakes up out of his fucking coma of being fucking possessed and beats the living shit out of all of them. And leaves. So that's 2 fights back to back. Well, 3 fights actually for Heihachi. Back to back to back. And then now on top of that, Jax invade the Hanamaru in bulk, and now it's just not just you and Kazuya, it's just you. And you think that he's going to live through? What are you
Fuck
smoking?
no. Fuck no. He's not surviving.
He barely survived the only reason he didn't die was because he looked at a Buddha statue that reminded him of John. He said, "You know what? I'm not gonna be like you. I'm not gonna be like you." Fuck, weekend. He was beaten. He was beaten.
Laid the fuck out.
So you got your ass beat by Kazuya in the second round, and then you got beat up by Double Jin.
Heihachi is... Hold on. Heihachi... telling me that Heihachi is built different, that's not an argument. That's not an argument. Respectfully, that's not an argument.
Heihachi's built.
That's not an argument.
He got beat up by Kazuya in Tekken 1 base form. Base form. No double powers base form. And this is not old Heihachi from T3 on up. We talking about young Heihachi.
Also, something else we need to keep in mind, because, you know, I know some Trunklite is going to say this, we are not trying to dogpile Sky Slasher, we're just asking him to expand on his points. You know, I feel like that should be obvious, but being on the internet as long as we have, people are fucking stupid.
Again, when it comes to 1 through 6, I'm a historian. The fact that Heihachi struggled with Kazuya base form in Tekken 1. Maybe you could argue that he got a small amp from the devil. You can argue that. I'll give you that. But he still lost. Then we go all the way to the events of T4. And then you lose again. Not only did you lose once, you lost twice. You beat Jin the first time, he came back and whooped your ass. But you lost to Kazuya in the original King of Iron Fist fight. And then he said, as promised, take me to see Jin. And you can argue that Kazuya has another double amp, because he technically did.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't even full double Kazuya.
Yeah, literally, not even half. Yeah, it was half double Kazuya at that point.
So he lost twice. Well, no, that's twice. He won one. He lost to Kazuya. Then he loses again to Jin. Once Jin snaps out of it. And you mean to tell me, after those kind of fights, that he could survive, and not just the fighting from the Jack Force, a literal nuke from them.
From multiple.
Because it's not just one that exploded. There was a lot of them. And it's not like he had the time to brace himself for the explosion. He couldn't brace himself.
He took more damage from the explosion than fucking Nina did in C7, which was also a problem.
And we're going back to now. 2 years ago, when we first played the game and we saw that Xiaoyu, of all people, not saying that she's weak, she's formidable, she's up there with them, survived a fight after being tired sparring with Jin. She survived multiple Jack 7s with intent to kill.
Mm-hmm.
And you really believe that, and your argument is that Heihachi is built different.
Heihachi has consistently been portrayed as the peak human in the series. Few games later, he survived raging demon. He survived the raging demon, knocked out of Kazuya out of devil form.
You do realize
that's a problem.
You know, it's not. I got this. The same peak human you talking about lost to Paul. He lost to Paul.
Also, something else to keep in mind, and again, in Tekken 4, half Devil Kazuya, not even transformed, used a force push against Heihachi, and it knocked him out.
As he proceeded to operate on Jin, trying to get the other half of him.
Gets knocked out by a force push, but can survive a fucking nuke. Like, are you kidding me? Not only can he survive a nuke, he can then survive the fucking multiple laser devil from Devil Kazuya. Are you shitting me?
Peak human. No, remember his argument is that he's peak human.
I mean, he's not even wrong in that, but I'm just saying his durability is not I mean, it's not
His
consistent.
durability is great, but he lost to fucking Paul. And I'm not saying Paul's weak. I just praised Paul earlier.
Sky Slasher just asked, when did Heihachi lose to Paul?
He lost to Paul in Tekken 3.
Was that in the manual or
Yes,
bio?
yes. He lost to Paul in T3. That's the only way he got the ogre in the first place, to be ancient ogre. Remember, the whole point is to fight true ogre. He has to absorb Heihachi.
Hang on, I'm looking at the manual right now.
It should say it right there. He lost to fucking Paul.
Hang on.
And even if he, let's say he didn't. He fucking tied with Kazuya, the same Kazuya that beat Heihachi in base form.
Hang on, I'm looking at it right now. Having won the King of Iron Fist Tournament 3, even defeating Ogre, Paul Phoenix returned home in a triumphant mood. However, the media announced Jin Kazama as the champion after its defeat at Paul's hands. The Ogre had morphed into its second form, and the fight had continued in his absence. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about Heihachi in the manual.
It should have, but essentially, in order for him to get there in the first place, he would have had to go through Heihachi. Heihachi is the organizer of the tournament.
So hold on.
Run up on fucking Ogre.
So can we say, for the sake of argument, even if that is the case gameplay-wise, that's not what happened canonically?
You can say that. But okay, I could just say this then. He's ancient ogre level.
Yeah, even then, Paul is still incredibly strong. Even if he didn't beat Heihachi, that's still an impressive feat. You can think it's bullshit for its canon, and that's what I'm working with. But
that's the whole point of this entire video.
Yeah, the point.
Its canon doesn't make it make sense.
So again, the Flash losing to Captain Cold is canon. That doesn't make it well written, because in order for that scene to happen, Barry's speed gets nerfed. He can stop time around him, but he can't react to a gun.
That's literally been the whole premise of this whole conversation. It's canon, but it doesn't make sense, because remember, the Devil Gene was not. It retcon. There's too many retcons in Tekken to make it make sense.
I mean, another example is Golden Frieza being canon, but even then, that's a fucking problem. Frieza went from below Super Saiyan Goku Namek level to fucking God Goku level in 4 months.
Super Saiyan infused with God Ki.
Yeah.
In months. I think it was what, 4 months?
Yes, 4 months. Even though he apparently never trained a day in his life. Get the fuck out of here.
This the same Frieza in Namek arc that couldn't sense Ki, by the way. And even when he arrived in Earth on his Mecha
yeah, Mecha Frieza, he got one shot by Trunks, who is still weaker than Goku.
The nigga dodged his blade with one. He fucking parried his blade with one finger.
Hold on, Flash can lose to Captain Cold. Flash can lose to Captain Cold. He is lost in the comics. The CW just fucked up the method to how he usually. Yeah, okay, that's the point. But even then, the fact that you mentioned that, and I do show this in my part 2 video, the fact that you mentioned the fact that Captain Cold has precautions to take down Flash, that is power scaling. That is the writers acknowledging under normal circumstances, Barry would beat the shit out of Captain Cold. That's why he has the precautions in place, because Flash is overpowered. It wasn't just the Captain Cold got a random power boost and beat the shit out of Flash.
It's almost like the Batman argument where people say with prep time he can beat anybody. It's stupid. But in this context, going back to originally Tekken, because we're talking about power scaling, and this is what you're saying is actually making our point a lot stronger. It just doesn't make sense. We didn't say it didn't happen. We are saying it doesn't make sense
based off of what we know about the universe.
There's no way if Paul, Jin, and I'll say Jin is stronger than Paul, Kazuya, Heihachi, Jin are around the same caliber. Paul beat Ancient Ogre. Kazuya beats Heihachi. Jin has beat all of them at one point. And you mean to tell me she sparred with that nigga?
And then beat up an exponentially more powerful version of Jack.
And after them niggas fighting, they struggled with Jack 4s.
But she can somehow solo Jack 7.
But she can solo not one. Again, if it was 1 or 2, maybe even 3, I'll concede. That was definitely more than 3.
Yes, it was literally in the double digits.
But was struggle fighting Nina.
I'm working off of Heihachi's feats, including his survival. Knowing what I know about him, he can beat up some tin cans. Those tin again, he was getting tired.
We didn't say that he can't, but the context is damn near the same. They both got through fighting. They're both tired. Under normal circumstances, yes, Heihachi will probably body all of them.
But even then, he would have still he still would have needed help.
He would have needed help. You're talking about fighting something that is inhuman that does not get tired.
It does not feel pain and has multiple versions there to kill you.
And that is supposed to be as efficient as humanly possible, as efficiently as artificially humanly possible.
And again, Gunjack had a fucking force field. So like, why doesn't Jack 7 have a force field? Fucking Jack 8 in Tekken 8, he has a force field. He used it against Alyssa and it damaged her systems.
And Alyssa would body Jack 7s.
Yes. I would accept that.
This is Xiaoyu here. Not saying that she is weak. Nobody's saying. It's just like the kings. Kings get fucking hold.
Even that.
If you want to talk about peak human, them niggas are peak human.
And even then, I'm glad you mentioned that because in Tekken 7, King fights against Jack 7 and he's literally struggling against one of them.
Now add several.
And again, this also brings in an issue. If Jack 7 has the ability to adapt to his enemy's fighting style as showcased in King's ending, why doesn't he use that against, why don't the Jacks use that against Xiaoyu? Because and then at that point what you're telling me is that you contrived this ability out of existence.
Wait a minute, so that means you must think that Xiaoyu can beat King.
Alyssa should have beat Jack. Should have been able to beat Jack 8. The fact that Asuka and Lily took it down was BS. Yeah, I agree. So hold on. So why is it BS there, but it's okay that Xiaoyu did it? How was that not BS? I don't get it.
Sounds like favoritism. I just want to know, does he think that Xiaoyu can beat King? The same King that can tank Steve punches.
I agree there's power scaling issues in T8, just not for Xiaoyu.
Why?
Why is that not an issue? For all the reasons we just went over. Because Alyssa greater than Xiaoyu. Yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree Alyssa's stronger than Xiaoyu. Okay. But why is it acceptable that Xiaoyu beaten multiple Jack 7s?
Is Xiaoyu stronger than King?
It's up in the air, but I doubt Xiaoyu could beat him. So he doesn't think that Xiaoyu could beat Jack 7.
If they are around the same tier and King struggled against one of them motherfuckers, now imagine several that are all adapting to you as y'all keep going on. This is Alyssa is stronger than Xiaoyu by default because not only is she not fucking human, she doesn't get tired and have better technology than the Jacks.
On the same par now, thanks to Jack 8.
So they have this on the same par of technology, and she doesn't get tired. Of course, she's going to be stronger than fucking Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is made of flesh and bone.
Jack just isn't that strong.
Wait, so Jack isn't that strong, but he fought King to a standstill, and King is one of the strongest fighters throughout the Iron Fist tournament since they began.
Even then, Jack has only fought against Kazuya and fucking Heihachi, so it's like, are you gonna call Jack weak for getting beat up by Kazuya and Heihachi?
That should happen. But people do know that King, the original King, taught Armor King. Armor King taught.
Plus, Jack isn't that smart. Unlike an AI, unlike Alyssa, who has a human personality.
Jacks aren't that smart. So
you do realize that in Tekken 7, we literally see that Kazuya or whoever at G Corporation is watching the fight as it goes on, so they can literally direct Jack as to what to and what not to do.
So first, Jack isn't that strong, and now Jack isn't that smart.
Even then the people watching. So you're telling me G Corporation is just filled with idiots? Is that the argument?
Didn't one of the Jacks damn near become sentient?
T2.
Oh, so I'm not mistaken, right? Like Jack 2 was damn near sentient. Before we go any further, are you arguing out of your own emotions or actual facts?
Bear in mind, this is one of the smaller issues in this. I mean, it's still a major issue. This is just one issue with the power scaling. We haven't even talked about fucking Kazuya yet. He said half and half.
Before we go any, do you know the history of Tekken? Cause like I think a lot of people that are newcomers, they didn't go back and play the older story mode, so they don't know. And you're fresh on this. I haven't like went back through this in a while, so like a lot of stuff I'm a little dodgy on. So you have to remind me of certain things. But I played all of these thoroughly too. Besides 7 and 8, that shit was trash. I played Tekken 7 story mode one time, and I was like, this is the worst shit ever. But when it comes to power scaling, and we're looking at this, and like we're making the credence that it doesn't make sense because. Again, with the whole King versus Jack 7, and it's just one of them, and King is struggling, and King is no weakling. He gives Marduk a hard time, he gives Armor King a hard time. This is still King Jr., by the way. For most people that don't know, this is King Jr., this is not the OG King. OG King will watch Armor King and King Jr. That's that guy. Alright? Known for his strength. The thing about it is King is known for how strong he is.
Literally. I mean, they draw attention to it in the special intro with Steve.
That's what I mentioned earlier. Like, he can eat Steve's punches. This is the same nigga that's genetically modified with Mishima blood. And he struggles with that. And again, Xiaoyu can beat up 10 plus.
By herself before the war starts with no rest periods.
And this is why I asked, do you think that Xiaoyu is stronger than people like King and Paul?
The remote control control thing kind of proves my point. Jack is just a weapon, not really a fighter. Plus, it's not like Kazuya was controlling him directly. So something worth mentioning.
So hold on, that doesn't make it. He's a weapon. Weapon. When you learn a martial art, do you understand once you learn a martial art, you are by definition a fucking weapon?
You keep referencing it, but the canonicity of the Jack versus King fight is doubtable. Is dubious. Sorry. Not only did it never happen because there was no tournament. So, next question then. From a writing standpoint, why would you introduce that ability to Jack 7? If it's not going to be canon. Because then call me a conspiracy crazy. I can't help but think the reason you didn't include this into your story is because you knew it would ruin the payoff.
Wait, so what he's saying is one can be canon and the other one can't.
He's saying that it's doubtable if the Jack versus King fight is canon.
Did it not happen?
Well, there was no tournament in Tekken 7 because it got canceled because remember Heihachi got jumped by Akuma. What I'm saying
is that they not get into it. Did they not mix it up?
Well, here's the thing. Some of the endings in Tekken 7 are canon. So, for instance, Hwoarang versus Jin, because Hwoarang ends up fighting Jin in the Middle East.
It ends up winning.
Yeah.
I get that.
So, you know what? I'll throw you a bone. I'll say that fine. We don't know if it's canon for sure because it doesn't get mentioned in King's bio. Okay, fine. But then I have to ask, why would you even introduce that ability to begin with? That opens up a can of worms. Because then I'm just going to say, okay, well, the reason that this ability isn't in the story is because then Xiaoyu would have lost. Therefore, the writing...
Our original premises did happen, though. Our premise was that the Mishimas in Tekken 4, or any of Tekken 4,
T5.
Tekken 5,
Intro, yeah.
couldn't stand up, or barely stood up to Jack 4s. That happened. And you want me to believe, we saw what we saw, it happened, but you want me to believe that makes sense, that she is capable enough of fighting off several Jack 7s. That means, by definition, she was solo Heihachi, and she was solo Kazuya, even with double power.
So, in response to me asking why would Namco even introduce this ability, he replied by saying, "Cause Namco isn't that smart and didn't think about the implications, so they decided to drop it." That's not an answer. Yeah, telling me the writers are stupid, that's why they didn't... That's essentially your answer, that the writers are stupid. I mean, I get you're technically correct. Doesn't do much to shift our perspective, but you're technically right.
So they're stupid with them, but they're not stupid with Xiaoyu. My brain hurts. Again, I have no personal vendetta towards Xiaoyu. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
But that just doesn't make sense because, again, if that is the case, Tekken 8, T6 should have never happened. T5 should have never happened.
Mm-hmm.
T4 should have never happened because if that is the case, Xiaoyu is a Kazuya,
a fucking beast, yeah.
Heihachi Mishima level threat, and none of that shit would have happened. Xiaoyu would have beat fucking Ogre.
Mm-hmm.
Not even just Ogre, true Ogre. But that didn't happen. She would have stopped all the events of Tekken 6 from... So if you really want to be like that, I'm being a dick by right now.
Yep.
But if that's the case, Xiaoyu was the truest villain of the show because she had the power to stop it and didn't. Because she loves Jin that much, but she chose not to stop it. And she could have.
Literally, all the writers had to do was have other characters help. It was that simple. Just have Asuka and Lily help her. In gameplay, that's technically possible. Okay, but this is the canon. I get you're trying to play semantics, great. The canon, in the canon story, cutscenes, she bulldozed over Jack 7.
And if she's that strong, then canonically she should be able to stop Jin at any time that she wants.
Again, Heihachi was literally pissing himself against Jack Force with a partner. You can't be serious.
Arguably one of the strongest partners in the Tekken universe.
Okay, so setting that aside, because we've been talking about this scene for like the past 30 minutes, now we can get to Kazuya, because almost every single scene with him is a fucking plot hole.
Kazuya is a planetary threat, but not a planetary threat. I don't understand it.
Yep. So for one, at the beginning of the game, oh my god, his laser goes to space in 2 seconds. Not only does it go to space in 2 seconds, he's able to move his head in a horizontal direction and destroy every single satellite in orbit.
Do people understand that's past the speed of light? That's Goku levels of speed.
That's literally faster than when Piccolo blew up the moon in fucking Dragon Ball Z.
You know it takes like 8 seconds from light from the sun to hit the earth? Like 8, no, I'm serious. Like
yeah.
It's about 8 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Went in there in 2.
Yeah. So
not only that.
He's 4 times. Wait, no, I can't say that. That's not fair because you got the satellites. They're like a little bit over like the stratosphere, low orbit.
It depends on which satellite. Some of them are below, and some of them are.
And then there's some in other planets.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, so he's essentially either maybe a little bit faster than the speed of light, or on the par of speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
Which means he's a fucking planetary level threat. which doesn't make sense to power scaling because people are actively dodging these things.
Not only
For you to
that,
be able to dodge something in two, it's like because you got to think about the distance.
yeah. Not only that,
So
I'm glad you mentioned that because when he fires a laser at Raven, not Raven, what's that nigga name? Lee and Victor. The laser that he shot at them was faster than the lasers he shot in New York. So it's potentially beyond the speed of light. And
so
they
the
dodged
thing,
it at point blank.
the thing about you would be having to move at milliseconds
Yes.
to not get fucking roasted. Going back to the scaling of how strong these characters are, so you have Lee with the ability to make feats like that. I don't understand it. So is he planetary? If that's the case, Lee is fucking planetary, man.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me started on Heihachi either. The nigga stopped the asteroid with his fucking hands.
And we can say not only that, thanks to the fucking Tekken 7 story, he tanked 3 of those lasers. The one from his chest, the one from his forehead, and the ones from his wings. But nearly gets killed by an explosion. Are you fucking kidding me?
So we have two characters off top that are planetary. Heihachi and Kazuya.
On top of that, don't forget, he nearly destroyed most of New York. With a single laser blast. The one that he hit Jin with.
This is old man Heihachi, by the way, that's planetary.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine young Heihachi.
If anything, he's underpowered. But hold on, that doesn't even make any sense. So if that's the case, if Heihachi can tank that, how the fuck did he lose to Kazuya in Tekken 1?
Your guess is as good as mine.
How the fuck did, and if Kazuya's laser can travel at the speed of light, how the fuck did Heihachi dodge the laser that Kazumi shot at him?
How the fuck did Heihachi tank all those lasers from Devil in the Tekken 2?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because in T2, the laser didn't destroy fucking satellites. All it did was destroy a building. At most.
That still should rip through flesh like nothing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then on top of that, fucking Lars tanks a fucking double laser in Tekken 8. Oh my god, it's so bad.
So again, so most of the Tekken cast, like the power creep is so bad that most of these fighters are planetary level. I don't think people understand the feat. These niggas are flying in asteroids and fighting and coming down and all this other shit.
At the speed of light.
And not dying. And not dying, by the way.
This is literally as bad as DBZ.
One of the stages in Tekken 8, it literally looks like destroyed Namek, where there's tornadoes and typhoons all over the fucking place and water spouts, and niggas are fighting in between that.
Lars' power scaling is a nightmare because alone he's beaten every character on the roster. Yeah, Tekken 6.
Can we go back to the thing I was talking about that stage?
Oh yeah.
If I just transported you right into that stage right now with all that going on, tsunami, well, I won't say tsunami, but high waves and fucking water spouts and tornadoes
and fucking lava.
You're shitting yourself. Why am I here? You're shitting yourself. These are natural disasters and they can fight through that and not be unaffected. If you look at the tornadoes, they're not that far away from you.
But if that's the case, why did they still use normal bullets?
Yeah, well, your guess is as good as mine. They should have stopped using normal bullets in T3.
Yeah, you need some fucking laser guns at that point.
Because if you want to add gameplay to argue semantics, Mina's fucking rage drive or just some of her moves in general use actual fucking bullets and
yeah,
like,
that's fucking useless. I mean, Reina literally, they literally just wiped them away. They're like,
Heihachi has slapped rockets with his hand and grabbed bullets with his teeth.
Mm-hmm.
This is base Heihachi, by the way, not warriors, anything, just regular ass Heihachi. Grabs bullets with teeth.
And not to mention, base Heihachi somehow survived the fucking raging demon.
Bullets move past the speed of sound. By the time you hear, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to react to that in milliseconds, which gives the feat to dodging lasers at point blank range that hit a satellite in 2 seconds. That's you would have to preemptively move. You have to know it's coming. There's no way you can react to that. The
But
human mind
even then, Kazuya can still move his head with the laser, so you shouldn't be able to. You're dead.
exactly, because like, let's look at the hell sweep just for a point of reference. The hell sweep is 16 frames. The human eye cannot recognize that. That's way slower than milliseconds. That doesn't make any sense.
No, not to mention again, we talk about Heihachi being durable, but again in T4, he got knocked out by a force push from half Devil Kazuya. So if that's the case,
and almost got killed by Jack.
Yeah. So if that's the case, how the fuck is anyone able to stand up against Kazuya in a fight? Kazuya has the same exact issue that fucking Kronika has in MK11. He's too strong for his own good. And because of that, they have to contrive every single scene that he's in to bullshit a way as to how the characters can survive.
It's the same thing with Heihachi.
Yeah. Now, I was going to say, under no logical metric should Kazuya lose a fight in Tekken 8. No ifs, ands, or buts. He should have won.
The only person he should have lost to was Heihachi, but Heihachi came after the fact.
And even then, that's still a fucking problem.
Because Heihachi literally fucking... Do you understand how many nukes or how much damage or the caliber of explosion a fucking asteroid would have on this planet? It would be like at least all the nukes we have and some, just hitting all at once. Now you take that and one individual beats it. He didn't just beat it. He didn't beat it with his hands. He headbutted the damn thing.
He held it back with his hands and fucking
headbutted it. You held back an asteroid that's moving past the speed of light, and you had enough time to grab the damn thing and then headbutt it. People forget that's molten rock, by the way. So Heihachi saved the Earth in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
That asteroid was extinction level threat. That's what it was. And you mean to tell me he grabbed it and headbutted it?
I think Kronika was worse. Kronika is worse because while Kazuya is strong, Kronika has way too many hacks. Yeah, I agree. I agree that she's way stronger, you know, because she has control over time. But even then, the point still stands. With everything we've seen Kazuya do in Tekken 8 and in Tekken 7, there is no reason as to why he should have lost in this game.
And Tekken
at all.
6.
Yeah, Tekken 6 also opens a plot hole because if Kazuya had control over his devil power and his devil power is his LP as we see, then why the fuck didn't he just transform into a devil, beat up Lars, and then take Azazel's power for himself?
The nigga laughed at Lars in T6.
No, they fought to a standstill.
Mm-hmm. It was the reincarnation of fucking Tekken 1 Paul versus Kazuya.
Yeah, and even then that's a problem because Kazuya could have just gone devil mode. Why didn't he?
He done had full control since T4.
Yeah, exactly. So why didn't he just go devil and kill Lars? Matter of fact, he has telekinesis. Why not just use telekinesis and throw him to the side?
Matter of fact, he can use the telekinesis in his base form.
Mm-hmm. And even setting that aside, thanks to Tekken 8, Kazuya gets the fucking spirit bomb once he takes control of Azazel. So if he can create a death ball at any point in time, why doesn't he just do that against his enemies? Why didn't he do it at Yakushima?
Why is Heihachi still alive?
Exactly.
And why did they give Heihachi another buff where the nigga can literally? I'm sorry I keep bringing it up, but I'm just so. I'm enamored by it because I don't think people can grasp the concept of grabbing a fucking meteor.
Yeah, I agree.
And headbutting it.
Because if anything, based off everything we're seeing,
if that's the case and he can do that, he should have bodied Kazuya in T7.
Exactly. If anything, the characters are underpowered from what we're seeing.
And now Heihachi is back. The thing about it is, that's what I was saying earlier, nobody can really compete with the Mishimas, but at the same time, they can compete with the Mishimas.
Yeah, it's this weird thing.
It got stupid after Tekken 2. Well, Tekken 3 actually. Because I keep saying base Kazuya because that was true base Kazuya with no amps when he fought Paul in T1.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a standstill. If they fought them today, that wouldn't be fair. There would be no point in having a tournament. Who the fuck gonna beat this nigga?
And then, again, it's worse once he obtains Azazel because he's essentially a god.
Hence the God of Destruction rank that we have in T8 now. But
yeah, literally. And even then, Reina surviving that scene was complete fucking bullshit.
Reina showing her devil form at the end of the shit was stupid.
Yeah, because
and it was trying to lead on that it was stronger than Kazuya's. I'm like, oh boy.
You know, it's like even then, how, because Kazuya shoots a laser at Reina, right, while they're inside the stupid barrier thing, mind you. Somehow, Victor from outside the barrier is able to react right the millisecond before it hits her and annihilates her, and he teleports her out of the barrier. If he can teleport people, why didn't they teleport Claudio when he was committing suicide?
This story mode is not meant for people who think.
It's really not. It's really not.
It's meant for, you know, I'm gonna make somebody mad by saying this. This shit is made for Dragon Ball Z fans. That's what the story mode is made for. Explosions,
but Dragon Ball Z was good.
It's made for Dragon Ball, but like when you think about people that like Dragon Ball Z, they not are real fans.
I know.
They just like the fights.
This
shit is made for Dragon Ball Z fans. Explosions, fights, power-ups, random shit. That's what it's made for. Nobody, when you talk about Dragon Ball Z, you talk about the genius part about the Majin Saga, about how Vegeta had to truly overcome his old self. Nobody talks about that shit. They talk about the fucking fights. The guy we just talked to, he's talking about feats. Not the logic behind the feats, just the feat itself.
Somebody said, Claudio looking down from heaven would be like, why didn't you guys save me? So, this is where the issue with the power scaling comes in. So, on Twitter, and somebody sent me the screenshot and I posted in my video. Somebody said, hey, Harada, does Claudio survive Tekken 8 story mode? I'm really sad that he's dead. Harada, in all of his wisdom, said, you should take a look at the credits at the end of the playthrough. Because if you look at the credits, it somehow showcases that after getting hit by Kazuya's super maximum devil laser, Claudio, who was on the verge of death, somehow survived. Somehow. I don't
like it here. Cause it, like here don't make sense.
Oh god.
And this is why we don't play Tekken 8 for the story mode. If you want to play some story mode shit, play Elden Ring.
No, but what do you mean, Scrub? This is a well-structured, well-constructed character narrative.
Whoever
it's
said
so
that,
made.
I'll fight them. Like for real.
I'm being serious. Yes, people actually think that. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a little bit. Don't worry. Oh my god. That's enough contrivance to make me rage. You know what? Let's go on a little tangent about contrivances. Let's talk about the Claudio death scene. First major contrivance. Why did Kazuya let Jin leave the stadium? If he wants to kill him, why didn't you create a barrier and stop Jin? Why didn't you use your telekinesis? Why didn't you use your spirit bomb?
If the whole point of Jin is to fight, why did they go through the whole rigmarole of the tournament in the first place? Just have Jin fight Kazuya.
Well, the whole thing was that Kazuya just wanted to steal Azazel from Zafina, but this is where the issue comes in. Kazuya learns...
Kazuya could do it. He don't need a tournament to do that.
Yeah, I know. So Kazuya learns in Chapter 4 that Zafina is hiding with the serious marksman. Nina knows the location because she went there in the last game. Knows the location from Nina. Why doesn't he fly to Italy, bum rush Zafina like he does in the current game, and take Azazel's power? The story is over. And don't forget, in Chapter 6, we see that Kazuya has the ability to sense Azazel from Zafina. There's no hiding from him, and your organization went to shit. There's no hiding from it. You're dead. You're dead.
I'm on Reddit right now,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm looking at a thread that I just made, and we're talking about this, and I realized the offline and online worlds of the Tekken players, they mesh very well. They have the same thought process. We don't think about what should be. We just accept things as they are. Before, it was a pretense that I used when we first started talking. I said the whole reason why the stuff is shit in the first place is because we do not force people with our wallets to actually think and make something that has creative value or integrity.
Mm-hmm.
They really believe that we want slop, and then people get mad that they want slop, and it goes in this circular logic that will never break. Looking at Tekken's 8 story mode, if you're not insulted by that, if you think it's a good story, I'm not going to change your mind. Kudos to you. But for people who have more than 2 brain cells, if you think that's a good story mode, and you cannot, I want to say convince me, but at least give me a compelling argument of why it's a good story mode, you are part of the problem. It's like, how often, you could tell that the people who was writing that story, they was writing that shit on autopilot.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you could have, because here's the thing, most people when they do a storyboard and they're writing, even like
you go through multiple drafts.
Not only do you go through multiple drafts, when you get to your final draft, you see the whole thing out, play the whole thing through.
Yep.
And it's just like when people make shit music, I'm like, you ain't got no friends, because you read
no,
through that
you seriously mean to tell me that no one sat you down and say, hey, this really doesn't make any sense?
Or you sat there and edit this entire video, didn't rewatch it, and say, you know what? There's a lot of holes in my argument. It's one thing if you're doing a Vincent session on YouTube, that's one thing, but this is supposed to be a AAA title. And here's the thing, most people would think I would be blaming the devs. It's not the devs' fault. It's really the shareholders' fault, and it's our fault. And people get mad at me when I say it's our fault. I'm like, no, you get what you pay for.
How much does power scaling? How much does bad power scaling bother you for a story? Is there any time it's acceptable to put it aside for the spectacle? No, because it starts off small. Okay, so let me ask you, Sky Slasher, because you take issue with the character writing of Tekken 8. It starts off small. It starts off with Jin and Alyssa not talking about Tekken 6. Jin not apologizing to Alyssa in Chapter 2, even though he absolutely should have. Right? But then it transitions to Hwoarang and Jin having their dynamic regress to Tekken 4. It then transitions to Leo immediately forgiving Jin in Chapter 4. It then transitions to the public cheering for Jin in Chapter 5, and Leroy supporting Jin in Chapter 5, even though it doesn't make any sense.
Jin put them in World War III to begin with, all this
exactly
because of him.
You should not sacrifice your story for the spectacle. And the reason why
that
writers...
comment right there is exactly what I just said.
Literally.
It's literally what I just said.
That's the problem.
You're talking about fights.
That's literally the issue with the story mode.
I hate being right. I hate being right. I literally just said that niggas who like this story mode probably are Dragon Ball Z fans. You don't give a fuck about shit else but the spectacle in the fights. If I asked you, if from a Dragon Ball fan base, who the fuck is Nam, you do not know who the fuck that nigga is.
Because you didn't, because the fight wasn't flashy enough.
If I did said, who the fuck is Muck Jr., you would not know who the fuck that is. If I said, who is Master Mutaito, you would not know who that is. Oh my fucking god, I hate being right. I'm telling you, this is why we are in the socioeconomic state that we are in right now, because people do not fucking think they use their emotions with everything.
Yep.
It doesn't have to make sense, long as it makes me feel good.
I
Oh
mean,
my fucking god!
but the thing is, that's why Tekken is in the current state it is story-wise.
And I
You
literally
niggas
just
told
said
them
you get what you paid for.
you get exactly. The TA story is shit. I mean, is it any wonder why the DLC was this bad?
They gave you this. Tekken 7 was a test subject. They gave you a shit story with shit DLC, and it still profited. And then they upped. I said it not just in online,
And yep,
but in every aspect. If you don't like Tekken 7,
you're not gonna like
hate
Tekken 8. That's why I didn't buy it. Okay, so hold on.
I hate being right.
But again, okay, so let me ask again. Is it acceptable in a story, in like the CW Flash show, is it acceptable in that show when Barry doesn't just knock out his enemies because the show has a lesson it wants to give him about how he's not invincible? Because it led to good character moments, in theory. Is it acceptable when the Flash loses to normal men with guns and knives?
With no planning, no nothing.
Was it acceptable in Dragon Ball when Frieza managed to eclipse Super Saiyan Goku with 4 months and he's on par?
I'm gonna say something worse that will make it worse. Is it acceptable that the fact that Goku, after getting his ass beat for 20 fucking episodes, randomly gets a power boost because of fucking rage and turns into a Super Saiyan when he could have done that at any given time when his friends have been in danger, but chose not to for whatever the fuck reason? For fucking God. And here's the thing, that's my favorite transformation with my favorite moment, but I still have to call it bullshit. I have to.
Wait. I mean, kinda. The don't stop to talk criticism I can get behind, because Flash is supposed to run his mouth as much as his... Oh my fucking god. So you're saying that it's acceptable for Flash to lose to his enemies, even though it makes no sense, and as a result of him losing to his enemies, innocent people are then put in danger, even though he's supposed to be a competent hero. He is a super genius who can freeze time around. Really think about that. He can freeze time around him. And he's smart, supposed to be smart. And you're telling me it's acceptable that he loses to man with gun.
You gotta think about it. He thinks past milliseconds, bro. Like, that bullet is moving in slow motion to him. Everything looks slow to him.
Everything is slow to him. And the dude, it's worse in the show. They literally show that everything is frozen around him. And yet he still can't react to a punch being thrown at him. And this issue continues all the way till the end of the show. Hang on, Sky Slasher, did you think it was acceptable in DBZ when Super Saiyan God Goku got shot by a laser? By a laser gun? Even though he tanked a death beam on Namek?
The nigga tanked a death beam. The nigga...
He tanked a death beam from Final Form Frieza when First Form Frieza was able to destroy planet Vegeta, which has 10 times the gravity of Earth. Meanwhile, the ultra-powerful, with decades of experience and wisdom, Super Saiyan God Goku gets shot by a fucking laser, and he nearly dies. I didn't see Resurrection F. Okay, so, but does that premise sound acceptable to you? Because it did lead to a contrived lesson about how Goku needs to not always spare his enemies, even though he already learned that in Namek, but let's ignore that for now.
The nigga learned it in Dragon Ball.
Was it acceptable that Goku got shot by that laser? So why is it unacceptable there, but all the power scaling issues with the Flash is acceptable? They're bad for the same reasons. In a good story, the writer...
You're arguing with a person soul edge. That is rules for thee,
but not for me.
Not for me. It's cool when they do it. It's cool when I like it. It's a problem when I don't. Fuck consistency. If I like, it's like talking to fucking Tenez about gen nerfs. Like it's
or Snake Fang.
Or Snake Fang. Because I like said thing, It does no wrong in my eyes, even though it's inherently stupid. I just told you. Goku turning Super Saiyan for the first time is one of the most iconic things in Dragon Ball Z history, and it's one of my favorite moments for several different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But as I got older and I keep looking at that scene and looking at all the surrounding factors, it doesn't make sense. Frieza is infinitely stronger than Goku. It's not even close. He
It
was
wasn't
toying with
even.
him the entire
He
fight.
wasn't even at 50%.
The nigga tanked a super spirit bomb. That was the first super spirit bomb, by the way.
Yep, and the Kamehameha for the Kaioken times 20.
The nigga just got his hand burnt after that. He said that actually hurt. He tanked both of those things, right? And Goku has substantial battle damage from the entire fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you mean to tell me, out of all the situations where Goku has been in, where his friends have been in dire need, he doesn't turn Super Saiyan? Even in the Namek arc, people forget about that. His friends have been in dire need a lot of times.
The whole time.
No Super Saiyan. But Krillin blowing up for the upteenth time, dying for the upteenth time now. That's what did it. Not
to mention, there was also the bullshit with the fucking, the healing chamber. Because I don't know if you know, he went from like a power level, like some odd 100,000. Yeah, to like fucking 9 million. Yeah, like to like 9 fucking million if you read the Zenshu.
He was at 180,000 when he fought with Ginyu for the first time.
Yeah, and I'm like, excuse me, what? And you wouldn't even know that if you didn't read the damn Daizenshu. It's not in the show.
You already know what time it is over here. But my thing is, that's what did it. And what bothers me is not so much the transformation, him getting it himself.
It's how easily he dog walks Frieza, yeah.
Not only that, he dogs walked. I'm like, so we just gonna forget about all the battle damage you accumulated over the fucking fight? We just gonna forget about that shit.
The problem with these power scalers is that they don't understand how to suspend their disbelief when you're in a world of fiction.
Just because something is fictional doesn't mean it doesn't need to be consistent.
It needs to make sense in the universe. That's literally all we're advocating for.
This is
now,
why I say
I don't disagree that there are people who appeal to reality. I don't disagree on that. But in universe, things need to make sense. If you tell me the Flash can freeze time, but you want a scenario where he loses to Mirror Master or Captain Cold or Captain Boomerang, you better come up with a damn good excuse as to why he loses. It's not impossible, but it's hard to write for. But the thing is, to certain writers, like the Tekken team, they don't want to think about that because it's fucking hard.
It's the same way with Goku beating Frieza. Yes, people were enamored by the spectacle, but if you look at the fight on all counts, he should have lost. It's just like when you see the first fight, Goku versus fucking Vegeta. People will often say Goku won that fight. No, he did not. He lost. Even he himself said he lost. I want to fight him again. He lost. But people get caught up in the spectacle in the hype moments, like the Gallic Gun versus, or at times 4 Kamehameha Wave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vegeta still tanked it, yeah.
And he still fucking tanked the damn thing.
Well, hold on.
He was just pissed off.
Somebody just said, when you're in a world of fiction, damn near everything doesn't make sense. That's not even true. That's not even true because there's established universe. There's an established universe and universal mechanics. Whether it's the Omnitrix, the Dragon Balls, Ki, the Blade of Olympus, Pandora's Box, whatever the fuck, Kryptonite, whatever, the Force, Rasengan, Chakra, they all have explanations that make it make sense to the audience who's viewing it.
Within the universe, but when
that's all we're advocating for.
When it starts to contradict itself and it no longer makes sense, that's when people like me get upset because it shouldn't happen this way. Not saying that it didn't happen,
but it shouldn't.
It is what it is, but it shouldn't.
And it puts every single scene into question.
This is why I bring up when I talk about Dragon Ball Z, and it's the best thing to talk about because they're so correlated right now. When you look at the first fight, and this is why I always ask when I have any debate with a Dragon Ball Z fan, I'm like, did Goku win the first fight, Goku versus Vegeta? If they say yes, I automatically no longer want to have a conversation with you because that means you clearly did not watch it. And if you did watch it, you weren't paying attention.
I mean, both of them considered it a loss on their part.
Vegeta by every metric won that fucking fight. If you're talking about one-on-one, yes, but did he lose to several people? Sure.
Hmm.
One-on-one, Goku lost. He would have died if nobody intervened. He would have died.
Hmm.
Matter of fact, the same thing Goku versus Frieza. Goku would have died yet if nobody intervened.
Literally, that's the only reason he was able to hit Frieza with the spear bomb.
The only fight that Goku got in where no one intervened, he still fucking lost, was Cell.
Yeah, he literally wasn't strong enough.
He wasn't strong enough for Frieza either. Matter of fact, most of the people Goku has fought in his universe, he's not stronger for. He's not ready for. Hence, what going back to the topic at hand, they showed you clearly in the beginning that Jin is not ready for Kazuya. The whole point of it is supposed to be getting him ready to fight Kazuya. But the way they handled his progression throughout the Tekken 8 story, it doesn't make sense.
Matter of fact, they didn't even explain the biggest payoff, that being his fucking angel form. We had to wait a year to get that fucking information. Which is bad writing. Why isn't this information in the game? Why do I have to wait for a substitute story to tell me some shit for the current story that I'm watching, that I paid for?
They didn't try to give a tactical reason on, like, are we going to try to nerf this nigga? We're going to try to debuff him? Or, like, is there a weakness that the Double Gene have? Are we going to try to use any testing on Jin or Kazama's or whatever have you to see if there's any weaknesses we can exploit? Even on Kazuya's side, it's just megalomania. I just want more power, but that's Kazuya's thing in the first place, so cool, whatever. It still doesn't make sense because he couldn't, like what we said earlier, he doesn't need a tournament for this. He could have just literally just went up to the bitch and say, give me your shit, and there's not shit she could really do about it besides
literally nothing. Literally nothing. I mean, even then, they show us quite the opposite, that the only person who could stand against Kazuya, aside from Jin, for one, he stupidly decided to commit suicide. And even then, the arrow didn't do shit against Kazuya when Claudio hit him with it. It just pierced his shoulder. He walked that shit off 2 chapters later.
Not only that, Asuka should have played a bigger role, but did not, because she literally has the same blood that nullifies the Double Gene in the fucking first place, but didn't get used at all for whatever the fuck reason. This is what I'm saying. This is what he's saying. When things have established rules within said universe, and you contradict it for spectacle, it loses its fucking integrity.
And loses its meaning, because the audience at that point, anything can happen. Nothing has meaning within the planet. Literally the thing, literally the thing we complained about when we talked about the public supporting Kazuya in the last stream. Based off everything we know about the universe, this should be impossible, because they fucking hated him and Jin back in T7 and T6, and yet the writers wanted it to happen that way, because they wanted the audience, they wanted the spectacle of the audience cheering on Kazuya and Jin with thunderous applause, because it looks cool.
And you just made my point by saying what you said. Sacrifice common sense for fucking spectacle. You are the person I will give warm milk and graham crackers to. I don't care about being nice anymore. What the absolute fuck, bro? Like, are you, like, I know you're not an adult. Do you have a driver's license? Children, please, God, please tell me no, you don't have these things. Like, you are allowed to actually breathe air. It doesn't make sense. This is not so let's just me talking. My fucking God, my head hurts. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's like Goku getting bodied by Krillin. As established as the universe is, there is no fucking way that Krillin would ever beat fucking Goku.
Or I'll do you one better. Krillin matching a Kamehameha wave with a Super Saiyan Blue Goku.
I was going to mention that. That should never happen under any circumstance. Don't care if he's holding back or not.
So I know you're taking the piss, but Sky Slasher did say he's 23, so.
How are you? You're 23 years old, and this is why they say Gen Alpha and Gen Z are gaming. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God.
I mean, of course you're taking the piss, but the point is, you should not, in a good story, sacrifice logical consistency for a payoff. They are not counterbalances to each other. But with all that in mind, because I think we touched on pretty much everything with the power scaling and the fucking world building, now we can get to the actual plot and the characters.
Oh my God. My head's gonna start hurting again.
Yep. So what character you want to start off with first?
I want to start off with Asuka.
Alright, cook.
Asuka and Teeth. If she was supposed to be a substitute for Jin in the first place, correct?
Yes.
Keeping Jin in check.
Yes.
Making sure it doesn't go overboard.
The next Kazama.
How come in T5 they don't see each other? T6 they don't see each other. T7 they don't see each other, and now T8 they're right across from each other, and nothing fucking happens.
Not only is it wasted potential, this also damages the quote-unquote bonds that Jin forms in Tekken 8. Because
and you know why they did that? They did it for our favorite friend here, for the hentai.
Yep. But the thing is, one of the most common defenses you see, or responses that you see as to why Asuka and Jun and Jin don't interact is that, well, they don't know each other, and Asuka has no reason to be invested in the Mishima drama. But these same people will then say that the bonds Jin forms throughout Tekken 8 were totally acceptable, in spite of everything that we've gone over with his war crimes. So you're okay with Asuka and Jin having a bond, as the game tells you, they have an unbreakable bond despite the fact that they never talk to each other, and despite the fact that Asuka has every reason to hate his guts. But you aren't okay with Asuka being integrated into the story naturally through a set of events that would have made sense.
And that would have been so easy if Lily, Xiaoyu, and fucking Asuka all know each other, and Xiaoyu is in love with Jin. They both got. It's so easy to make it where they can form a relationship.
Why wasn't Asuka at Yakushima? Genuinely, what was the purpose?
She's one of the few people that can get in there with no issues.
Yeah. But even then, setting this back to the whole bonds of camaraderie that Jin forms, what am I supposed to take away from this relationship? How do the two of them have a bond if they don't talk to each other? Where is the bond? Where is the mutual respect? Where is any of that? What am I supposed to take away from this?
But they got the same last name.
Like, genuinely. Lily, I'm going to talk about endlessly in part 2, but in simple terms, she was character assassinated in order to facilitate that bond between her and Jin. Yeah, I don't care what anybody says.
Lily was on the grind to get her family's reputation and money back. That was her original plan, and then it went for the hentai. I'm going to say this right now, and I pray that you forgive me. I hate you niggas. I hate you horny ass niggas. I really do. Because y'all complain about not getting strong female characters or whatever the fuck, and women complain about it, but the moment y'all do get a female character that has remote way of being somewhat popular, y'all fucking do weird shit.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck about Lily and Asuka's little fucking playdate drama thing. They both had actual interesting concepts. Jin was supposed to be kept in check by Asuka. Lily was supposed to be gaining respect back to her company and her family after being totally destroyed by you know who. That was their whole thing. And if they would have never crossed paths, I wouldn't bother at all, because it doesn't really make sense for them to besides school.
But even then,
but she didn't even go to the same school, and she transferred over there.
Yeah, but even then, even if we say that Lily barely had that much of a character, she still had a character to begin with. And you so let's look at this from a writing standpoint. My characters,
she had a foundation to be built off of.
Yeah, so like this is my thing. Our characters barely had that much to work off of, and for the sake of this game, I want every character to revolve around Jin or to support Jin in some type of way. So I'm going to remove the few traits that my character already has, and I'm going to relegate their entire personality and motivation to I want to support Jin.
Dragon Ball Z. It's literally Dragon Ball Z. It's Goku and friends. They had their own identity, now they're Goku and friends.
But even then, at the very least with Dragon Ball Z, at the very least, that was a natural evolution of where the story came from. Because Dragon Ball had set the foundation for that change. With Tekken, however, you want the bonds of camaraderie that Naruto and Dragon Ball had, that they actually managed to earn, but you didn't put the work in.
Yeah, I mean, Goku made most of his enemies in the friends anyway. Because remember, Tien Shinhan was enemies.
Yeah, Tien, Yamcha, even Krillin was a rival to him at one point.
Rivals,
of course, Piccolo and Vegeta. Even with Frieza, he has a begrudging respect for Frieza because of his power.
But no, Asuka, Lily, it got turned to... Every character has got turned into a caricature.
Caricature, yes.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah, it's just the good guys and the bad guys. But
Even
again,
like the Kings, like I keep bringing up Kings, so I like them. Like when I started like really looking at their storyline, the shit is fucking fire.
yeah,
And then they make that shit a fucking joke.
yeah,
Eddie was actually compelling as a character. If you really look at him from T3, he was a compelling character
yeah.
that had obvious motivations and things of that. And
Then
he got
Tekken
turned
7
into a joke.
happened, but luckily the DLC did do him justice.
And then he became part of Jin and Friends.
But I'd actually argue for Eddie, it actually made sense.
Well, of course, this beef is with Kazuya, not Jin.
I mean, not even that, because Eddie, similarly, even if he was manipulated by Jin or whatever, he was still ultimately responsible because it was his weakness that led to him compromising his moral values. Yeah, and that's what inspires Jin to change as well. So what the scene manages to accomplish is that it acknowledges the fact that Jin put him in that scenario, but it also acknowledges that both characters are ultimately still wrong. That's why they choose to work together.
But all these characters, they're memes. Every character in Tekken 8 is a fucking meme now. Like, fucking Hwoarang went from being a cool person that's trying to find his own way to being
now
a
he's just
fucking
Jin's
Korean
boyfriend.
edgelord.
Not to mention that his relationship with Jin also doesn't even make any fucking sense because in T5 he nearly got killed by Devil Jin, and then in T6 he was opposing Jin in resistance groups. But then in Tekken 8, and I suspect that this was influenced by Tekken Bloodline, the anime that you watched, because that show reminded us of their T3 and T4 dynamic. The writers of Tekken 8 then ignored Tekken 5 and 6, and they regressed them back to T4.
Yeah, pretty much.
Except in the Tekken Bloodline anime, it made sense why Hwoarang and Jin respected each other because Jin wasn't a fucking war criminal and he didn't know about his devil powers. It made sense.
Jin, that was T3 Jin.
Exactly.
But like it's just like it's so sad because like the thing about it is most people that are younger, like in their 20s, they don't know how great these characters used to be story-wise and how they got trampled.
Mm-hmm.
Law was a great character. Like Law was inspirational for anybody. We all liked Law at one point. Now we
And
might
then
have
they made him a
digressed to
fucking
different
joke.
character, but we all liked Law at one point. You know, he's a struggling martial artist trying to start his own dojo and start his own business.
And a father.
Respectable. And be a father. That's respectable. I can get behind that. And then they turn him into a fucking weird communist.
Literally.
You had Paul, who had ideations of being the strongest fighter. We all, as men growing up, or kids
Wanted to be the
growing up,
greatest.
wanted to be the greatest. I can get behind that. And the hardships of T3 and T4, I really could get behind it.
And
we
then
all
his
done been there
T4 ending.
where we feel like we done something, and we don't get the proper acknowledgement that we deserve, and it makes us fucking bitter. I can get behind that.
And then his T4 ending where he learns in the end that he doesn't need anyone's praise, he stays true to himself.
Exactly.
Stay humble in the face of success. That's a really great message.
Even with Nina and Anna, they were always different, but niggas made them fucking weird.
There used to be a mutual respect they had because of Nina's T2 ending. The two of them put aside their differences to pay respects at their father's grave.
Anna went into cryo sleep just for her.
Mm-hmm. And she even tried to help him. She even tried to help her regain her memories in T3. And in T5, if you look at Anna's arcade story, she was going to help Nina because she had received a call saying, "Hey Anna, I need your help." And Anna would have went to help Nina, but then of course she got her memories back, and then T5 made everyone a flanderized version of themselves, so they had a stupid 3-day fight that adds nothing to their characters.
When it comes down to King, I'm not even a King main, but the King is probably one of my favorite characters in the series right now because I'm like, when you think about his story and his origin, he went from one of the greatest wrestlers in Tekken 1, right, starting an orphanage, helping kids, training Armor King. People forget that they were partners. He trained Armor King.
Yep.
To dying into to Tekken 2, still trying to help the orphanage because it's losing money.
Yep.
Going out there grinding, dying in Tekken in the events
in T3,
dying.
Inspiring one of your children to become your successor.
To take on to be a luchador. I could get behind that. That's real. I could get behind that. Who wouldn't be behind a noble cause like that? Most of you niggas don't even know why King is King. This is why people like me are so upset about the story. I can't take it seriously, and like it's character assassination. Just flat out, it's just character assassination.
Well, the
Kazuya
thing
used
is,
to be interesting.
yeah.
Now he's just a megalomaniac.
And, well, I mean, we talk about that, but it's like the problem with Kazuya isn't even that they made him that. It's just that there aren't any scenes that give us. If Kazuya's character is a meal, there's no seasoning. There's nothing on top of that. Because I think
Let
of.
me expound on that. Let me expound.
Yeah, go cook.
That's great. Though what made Kazuya so a loving character in the beginning is not because of who he is. It's the people surrounding him that challenge his ideas in the first place. That's what made him great. Everybody used to challenge him, whether it be good or bad. They used to challenge him. Hey, devil, hey, you know I still own you. I will always own you. You have the angel on his side, which is still his true self. Like, hey, you don't need to do this. You had Jun, you don't need to do this. Heihachi, you need to do this. You need to follow the bloodline. I will not raise a weak son.
And even then, I won't let you take my throne.
Lee, bitter rival.
Paul,
a neutral rival.
Jinpachi.
He had Jinpachi, his beloved grandfather. Grandfather. He had compelling things about him that made him special. He wasn't just a megalomaniac. There were still some character to him. Now he's just a megalomaniac with nobody to really challenge this nigga. Nobody gives a fuck. But people be like, yo, yeah, Kazuya was not always like that.
On the strong female character point, they sound like the critical drinker or nerdotic or geeks and gamers.
You say what now?
Somebody's comparing you to critical drinker. You know, just a fucking right-wing nut job.
It's not that I'm a right-wing nut job. It's just that things have a time and a place, bro. I don't want to see horny shit all the fucking time. If you're going to give me a strong female character, then give me that. You know my favorite female character in all the gaming is, right?
Chun-Li.
No, the boss.
Oh.
From Metal Gear Solid 3. That is my favorite female character. But if you want a character that is strong, intelligent, powerful, that does all these things, look no further than her.
But even then, you also like Chun-Li. You also like,
I love Chun-Li.
Yeah, you love like who else? What's her name? Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I like Wonder Woman before that godforsaken movie. But
yeah, Gal Gadot. Yeah. But from like Justice League Unlimited, the cartoon, you liked Wonder Woman.
She was amazing.
Yeah.
Still feminine, not
hot girl,
fucking like a steroid bitch.
Hot girl, vixen.
They were still strong and powerful, but still women at the end of the day. I don't want no fucking manly bitch either. But like, what I'm saying is, for a lot of the people who watch this shit, they tend to go under a certain archetype. Asuka could have been written to be something great. She could have been truly Jun's successor.
But she's gooner bait. I fucking hate that word.
Lily could have been a great successor to, or a great new entry with a whole new dialogue, but no. She gets relegated to, God, I know I'm going to get backlash for this, for homosexuals, when there's nothing wrong with being that way, and fucking gooners.
Yep. So that was a mistake on my part. Moon just said, "Oh no, I'm not referring to you." He wasn't referring to you. He was referring to the people who like those kinds of characters. Okay.
Oh. No, we could have great characters, even with Jax. Like, people be like, "Oh, it's just a brain dead robot." No, it wasn't.
Jack had layers in T3. I mean, he had his relationship with Jane.
Jack used to repair itself. Jack had a relationship with Jane. Prototype Jack, like if you look at Tag 1, the relationship between Prototype Jack and
the regular Jack, yeah. Even setting that aside, to go back to the Kazuya thing, I mean, we talk about him being a bland villain. It's again, if Kazuya's character is the meat, there's no seasoning. Because I think about Norman Osborn in Spider-Man 1, right? He has a similar motivation to Kazuya, to where he just wants ultimate power, and he believes that him and Spider-Man are exceptional, and that the people beneath them exist for the sole purpose of putting them onto their shoulders. But the thing is, you get multiple scenes with Norman that flesh out his character and his ideology, and we see how the world reacts to him.
Yeah, we see that at the end of the day, mentally he's just weak.
Yeah, exactly, because he refuses to take accountability. He doesn't get help when he gets infected with the Goblin formula. And, in contrast to Peter, whose entire character is founded off of taking accountability and being the best of yourself.
Even
Right.
through like we all know that Peter's situation is fucking dire. Like this is why everybody likes Spider-Man. Like we
Yeah.
can all he's the most relatable Marvel character in all of existence.
Him and Daredevil. Yeah.
But that being said, I'm like the characters in Tekken 8, they are a shell of them for themselves, and it's sad. And
Yeah. They're
they're only there
caricatures.
to market people, and they just nostalgia bait. That's all they do.
The thing is, they exist solely for the fact of pushing Jin and Kazuya's um conflict forward. So it's like if the series long issue has been that the characters get sidelined for the Mishimas, now the characters are losing what little character they had for the sake of the Mishimas.
The Mishima arc should have been done by T3 and T4. It should have been done there. And they have so many fleshed out characters. Somebody else could have took the mantle. And what I mean by take the mantle, I don't mean be the strongest character.
Be the
It
next
just
main
doesn't have to be
protagonist,
all
yeah.
about the fucking Mishimas.
Hmm.
Lee could have been a contender to do that since he has Violet Systems. I wouldn't say Lars because Lars is technically half Mishima, so that doesn't. Even though he kind of did in T6.
Yeah, I mean Lars was a part of the problem, but yeah, because he's another. Instead of giving focus to other characters, they instead made a new Mishima just to be the protagonist. After you made Jin evil for no fucking reason.
You could have used Kings. You could have used so many other characters.
Or just not have a main character in general. Let us see the different perspectives of all the characters.
Exactly.
I mean, they're in the middle of a war. Why not show us their perspectives and how their lives have changed?
And that would have been great DLC content if you gave us an in-depth perspective of each character and what they're going through the war. I would actually pay for that. I would have paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't do that.
Or in an ideal world, just write it into your fucking narrative without
Another
DLC.
character that, as far as plot-wise, that Paul has been the most shitted on character since T4. He is the most shitted on character. And it's if people that are younger, they're going to look at it, he's always no, he wasn't.
He had layers. It was not one or the other. There was a balance. He had goofy elements, but when it was time to get serious, he locked the fuck in and got serious.
Brian is another character that just got turned into a fucking joke. He just got turned into a fucking psychopath. People forget that he wasn't always like that. Brian was actually sick in T3 and T4. People don't know that Brian was a fucking cop.
Yeah, next cop who got revived on some Blade Runner shit. The replicants.
People don't know that that's why I keep saying there's multiple cops in law enforcement in the Tekken universe, but they don't know that. Even with Yoshimitsu done got turned into a fucking joke. Yoshimitsu was literally about that life. And he was a good person. We was talking about it earlier. He was a good person, but they done made him into a fucking joke. We got characters like Bob, but Bob is
Well, he's not even in the fucking. Well, he's DLC, but he wasn't even in the fucking story, which again is character assassination.
No, I'm talking about like characters like Bob and T6. Like that's why
Yeah.
like the characters they make. It's just what is this? Bruce
Disappeared off the face of the earth.
Off the face of the fucking earth.
I mean, I can throw them a bone. Lydia was well characterized until they made her randomly stupid in the DLC. She was well characterized.
How the fuck do you not know he?
What?
When it comes down to Lydia, that's something.
Oh yes. The DLC.
How
yes,
the
yes.
fuck do you not realize what the fuck is going on? Like they made her so innocent, they made her stupid.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, remember, she literally, along with the other Tekken monks, she was literally talking about Heihachi's missing memories in front of Heihachi, which ran the risk of him getting them back and fucking everybody over. And then they all acted surprised when Heihachi got his memories back.
Not only did he get his memory back, so now he's stronger than ever.
Yep.
Heihachi used to be a great character. Now he's a joke.
Yeah, to
I
Tekken
liked
7
Heihachi when he was
over.
a true villain.
Yep. Yeah, then Tekken 7 happened. Literally the game I'm on.
Heihachi at one point was the character that you love to hate, but you respect his strength. That was Heihachi. You hated Heihachi, but you respect the character because he's strong. Don't have that anymore.
Let's talk about Leo. Let's talk about the Leo scene because the Leo and Leroy scene because they're
Leroy just
both
makes
really
me
bad.
cringe. He just
They're
makes me
both really
cringe.
bad.
One, they can't even determine what the fuck Leo gonna be as far as male or female.
I mean,
And
setting that aside, Leo goes by. I talk about this in part 2. Leo goes by they them. It's fine. Um,
gotta add that in there now. Awesome.
yeah, because the Leo scene, it obviously, of course, it's bad. But I mean, you heard me on the last stream. You heard me read out that Twitter comment that tried to explain it and tried to explain. No, the scene is actually really good for this, and this reason. If you remember.
I remember, and it was an exercise in futility, but
Because I do want to revisit that comment because I didn't go through the issues I had with it last time. If I can even find the fucking screenshot. It's in my downloads. Hold on. Because I agree that the argument it's not good, but it's not good for reasons people don't bring up. They usually just focus on I don't like the story or whatever, or it's not Metal Gear, this, that, and the third. I mean, we talked about it last time.
hmm
I promise you guys the story is well written.
Leroy
Here we go, I found it.
and fucking
Here we go. In a fighting game, the fighting is meant to be this kind of expression, not a hurdle for you to bypass to see the next cutscene. Hence why Leo's like, "Hey dumbass, you tried to ruin the world. Then you fight Leo and you lack devil powers," and Leo's like, "Oh hey, you've changed," as a basic example. Okay. First question. During chapter 4, when Leo and Jin fought each other, when the fuck did Leo ever mention Jin having or lacking the devil powers?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you wanna know why you don't remember that? Because it didn't happen. That was never a part of their conversation. At all. Leo was doubting Jin, as the argument itself says, is because Jin, 6 months ago, or a year ago in universe, Jin had started World War III and killed a bunch of people. And even then, the argument that's being made is similar to the whole fist revealing the heart of the fighter thing, similar to what we see between
The fuck is
Naruto and
this,
Sasuke.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, similar to what we see between Naruto and Sasuke in the Final Valley, but...
No, that's some Yu-Gi-Oh shit, bro. That was definitely Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, okay, well, even setting that aside, even if we accept that as the argument, logistically, how does this work? Okay, Jin has changed. How does that absolve him of his crimes in Tekken 6?
It doesn't. I've been saying that since day one.
How does that... Yeah, okay, you've changed. Yeah, okay, great. You still... You were dropping bodies left and right, so... How is Jin absolved of it? How and why is Jin absolved of his crimes in that scene?
You changing doesn't bring back dead people.
Exactly. It doesn't bring back Miguel's sister. Doesn't bring back Togo. Doesn't bring back Eddie's master. Doesn't bring back the narrator's family. So naturally, I'm going to ask the question again, why would they change? Why does Jin changing suddenly make Leo forgive him? And even if the story isn't saying that Jin is absolved of his crimes in that scene, what it is telling us, and by virtue of them saying that Jin and Leo have a bond now, what they are saying is that it does absolve him in the eyes of Leo. Why?
Because it just drives the story forward.
And there we go.
That's it.
That's literally it.
Fuck actually getting into the meat and potatoes that actually make the story good by actually making him confront this shit. But no, we need to push the story forward.
And even setting that aside, this argument doesn't even work because if you look at chapter 3, as I said previously, Hwoarang hated Devil Jin back in Tekken 5. Meanwhile, when Jin fights Hwoarang in chapter 3 and he beats him with his devil powers, what does Hwoarang say? "Wow, Jin, you've got some freaky power, but I guess that's just a part of who you are." So Jin
fought him in Tekken. Oh, okay.
So Jin having that power, that was never a factor. It literally doesn't matter.
This stuff since T3 about him happening.
So even then, that argument doesn't even make any fucking sense. And even then, because the crux of this argument is that it's the gameplay that will allow for character development. But even then, the scenes that the characters are written into still needs to make sense. And their development still need to make sense. The fight happening doesn't suddenly stop the characters from being assassinated. The story revolves around... The story revolves around Jin, not Kazuya. Most of the time, the other characters are in service to Jin's evolution, which is a romanticist way of writing the story. So, do you know what he is saying based off of that statement? Do you know what he's essentially admitting?
Say it one more time for me.
The story revolves around Jin, not Kazuya. Most of the time, the characters act in service to Jin's evolution. Do you know what he is saying with that statement, even if he's not intending to?
He's saying some stupid shit.
By saying that the characters in the world revolve around Jin, and from a writing standpoint, from an execution standpoint, every single facet of logic bends and breaks to revolve around Jin in Tekken 8's story.
Yeah, he's a Gary Sue.
Yes, he is a Mary Sue. Not just Jin, but Kazuya as well. He is also a Mary Sue in Tekken 8.
Yeah, they do whatever they want when they want, despite whatever consequences may follow because of their own actions, and everybody else, including the people watching, will forgive them.
They all love them universally, even though it makes no fucking sense. And even then, again, from another standpoint, you're essentially saying that the characters are plot devices instead of characters.
Again, only ways to move things forward. We're not going to sit there and hunker down on things because that requires work. Even though for a person that's supposed to be a storyteller, this is supposed to be your bread and butter. This is the thing that you want to do. Explain why these people are doing what they're doing, their reasons for doing it. But we ain't going to do that. We're going to just say, well, it evolves around Jin. I'm like, well, even so, your own character should have their own motives outside of him too. That's what makes them fucking boring.
Mm-hmm. But even then, I wanted to do a comparison.
Let me say this.
Cook.
By a person saying that, they're saying without Jin there is no Tekken, even though Jin is not the origin of Tekken at all. You can, if Jin is that way, you can insert any other character and give them that power, and then that person will be, without said person, Tekken doesn't exist.
But even then, how does this enhance Leo's character? How did the scene enhance Leo's character? What is the takeaway that we're supposed to take from this?
What in a Greek way, it's like fucking Jin breathes life into fucking Leo. Like, we fought? I guess you're not that bad after all.
Because the thing is with that scene, it starts off fine. It starts off in a way that makes sense. Leo doesn't trust Jin because a year ago he was bombing cities left and right. So they want to see, okay, why should I work with you, Jin? That's fine. During the fight, Leo says, I still don't trust you yet. Okay, that's fine. Then the fight ends. You're still unsure about him. Again, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Makes sense. But then after that, because I felt the warmth in your fists, I'm no longer going to hold you accountable for T6. I hope you can hold on to your own desires, Jin. Where's the cause and effect?
There is that, and that's the problem. But if you're not paying attention, you're just going to gloss over it.
But the thing is, I can't help but remember back in Naruto, when we had entire scenes with Neji that fleshed out his ideology and why he believed that people couldn't change.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. You know how I feel about Neji now.
Yeah, I know, but even then, you would agree with me, because even though you take a few issues with Talk No Jutsu, even if you recognize why it makes sense within the context of the story, you would ultimately say that the Naruto and Neji scene makes a million times more sense and is better executed than the Jin and Leo scene.
Of course. Even though I try to debunk, I have debunked that several times. I'm like, bro, well, first of all, like, number one, these are child soldiers, and they are destined by fucking fate. Most of the times out of 10, I'm like, just because you are that one outlier in the situation, that doesn't account for the millions of other people that are around you that they are a victim of fate every fucking day.
Well, the thing is about that scene, Naruto never once said that destiny doesn't exist. He just said, don't use it as an excuse to sell yourself short.
No, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I can definitely agree with that logic.
Yeah, so that's what makes it earned. The bug's right there. That's what makes it earned when we get to the final valley, and Neji tells Naruto that your eyes are fundamentally better than mine. That's why it makes sense when Neji says, I'm trusting you to save Sasuke from darkness. I'm trusting you to open his eyes.
But the thing is, they've been building that since the beginning of the Naruto arc, even when they was doing the Tazuki Bridge?
Yeah, the Great Naruto Bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, when it gets Zabuza and all that, it's the same thing. So they've been building this up for a while. So.
Exactly. So let's put this in simple terms. If Naruto was in Tekken 8, and he fought Jin, and he forgave him, it would make sense. And the reason it would make sense is because we've seen several scenes of Naruto and how he reacts in similar situations that would facilitate the payoff. Let me go even further. If Sasuke was in Tekken 8 and he fought Jin, he would want Jin to redeem himself. As a matter of fact, he would help Jin redeem himself because he would recognize that the two of them are similar.
And you know the crazy thing about it is you just made me realize something that was actually genius in the writing of Naruto. The reason why he lost to Sasuke in the first place is because the same thing that helped him always win actually caused him to lose, because he could never see it from another person's. He couldn't see it from that person's perspective. He couldn't see it from Sasuke's perspective.
Exactly, because he didn't understand him. Exactly. And they built this up since the ending of the first fucking show. So aside from Naruto being ridiculously OP from a power scaling perspective, from a character and thematic standpoint, it made sense.
Yeah, those two have always been diametrically opposed to each other. They might not be enemies or anything, but they couldn't be any more different.
They're the same. They're two sides of the same coin.
Yeah. But like if you look at it from an outside perspective, just outside, like the way, even from the way they fight, the way they move, one is very efficient.
From the colors that they wear.
They're just diametrically opposing. But yeah, that's the reason why he lost, and it makes sense why he lost when you look at it that way. I'm like, yeah, you just didn't understand the dude. The talk no jutsu doesn't work there because you can't get into a psychology. And the thing about it is, it's been noted throughout the entire series, he never really tried to. He put into his own head of what he thinks Sasuke is instead of what he actually is. And even though Sasuke has told him who he was, he did not listen.
Yep. Because he talked at him, not to him. Which is why when he loses Jiraiya after the pain fight, his words start affecting Sasuke.
Because now now I understand the pain of loss.
And now Sasuke is in a similar position Naruto was at the beginning of the series, to where he has nothing. He's lost everything. I still personally like Sasuke's character more in Part 1 versus Shippuden. Yeah, fair enough.
Come on now, like that's everybody likes that. Like Sasuke in Part 2 is a brat.
By design, of course.
Yeah. But no, it's like the comparison for somebody who tried to steal the ideas of Naruto, you did it in such a
you didn't understand it. You want the payoffs.
Ironically, from what we just said.
Shit. You want the payoffs of Naruto, but you don't want to put in the work that Naruto did in order to facilitate his character payoffs. Even in Dragon Ball Super, like I said earlier, when they during the Tournament of Power and Ultra Instinct and everything, and and Piccolo and Tien and Roshi are talking about how Goku has built this community around him, and those are the people he's fighting for. It was earned because of how we've seen Goku interact with these people up until that point. What they mean to each other, how they inspire each other. It made sense.
Throw that away.
Are you saying that Jin talk no jutsu Leo? Yes, the fist revealing the heart of the fighter. So it's happening, and the argument that that Gizou used is that it's happening on a, I want to say, philosophical and metaphorical level. You know, that's why and you do understand why his argument is structured that way, right? Because it's meant to be a counter argument to people like you and me who say that the main problem with this game is that they never sit down and talk about Jin's war crimes. His argument is that it is happening. It's just on a deeper level. It's essentially they're changing through the Force.
The fists are having a silent conversation that we just don't understand as people.
Oh, clearly.
But no, even in Naruto, they address things like that. Like if you look at if you take the final Valley fight, the first one, right? The fight is talking to us. One is being extremely defensive, one is being extremely offensive. And then once Naruto realized I can't reason with this nigga anymore, all that defense and talking shit go out the window.
Yeah, so he stopped trying, and that's why he lost. Somebody just said, no way Gizou said that. Yes, he said, dude, it's on his, he is of the belief that Tekken 8, and I'm not knocking him for it, you know, you can think whatever you want. He believes Tekken 8 story was well written, and matter of fact, on Twitter, when Season 3 came out, he said, Tekken 8 story deserves defending, I just can't do it.
Why does it need defending? I would have asked, like, why do you think it needs defending?
Yeah, not only need, he said it deserves defending.
So, he believes that Tekken 8 story is above scrutiny?
He said, no, he didn't say that, because he has said on Twitter that...
Is he implying?
No, I know that's what the argument is implying, but no, he just said it deserves defending from a lot of the criticisms that we give it.
Criticisms as in?
There's no conversations about Jin's war crimes, or something he said on stream was that there are people out there who say that Jin isn't allowed to make mistakes. I've never seen anyone say that, but apparently people have said that.
There's World War III.
Yeah, apparently people have said that. I don't know who's ever said that, but apparently people have said that.
Like, nobody's forgiving Hitler. I don't care who you are. Nobody's forgiving Hitler if you have a brain.
Yeah, I mean in universe anyway. Because that's mainly what I focus on, in universe. It doesn't make any sense. But even then, there are ways to defend this story. It's just you have shit material to work with. So for instance, think about my part 1 video. When I got to the Jin and Alyssa scene where the two of them talk to each other, my defense is that Alyssa is behaving within character, and that the positives mostly outweigh the negatives. That's why the scene is ultimately good, even if there are still major negatives that continue throughout the story.
But the thing is, like you just said, Alyssa's in character. This is something she would do anyway.
Yes. But however, with Lily, you know, that's the easiest example we go to, she is not behaving within character, therefore the scenes with her are bad. Because if she was behaving within character, the logical endpoint would be she is going to hate Jin. And if you do want Lily to work with Jin, you're going to need to put the work in to justify it. Now this is another interesting comparison, because on my YouTube community page, I did a poll. And I asked, which moment of unity did you think was written better? The moment of unity in Injustice 2, or the moment of unity within Tekken 8? Most people, 78% of people voted for Tekken 8. They believe Tekken 8 was better written.
Really?
So, because I don't know how well-versed you are in Injustice storyline. What do you know about the story of Injustice 2, before I provide context?
Nothing, go ahead.
So essentially, what happens in Injustice 1, you know this bit. Joker tricks Superman with the Scarecrow's fear toxin laced with kryptonite, and he kills Lois Lane, and it causes a nuke to bomb Metropolis. And then over the course of 8 years, Superman becomes a dictator. He kills the Green Lantern Corps, he kills the Old Gods, he kills one of Darkseid's children, he kills the Green Arrow, he kills Black Canary, he burns... Yeah. He had a yellow lantern ring at one point, and he burned Martian Manhunter alive. And they killed Huntress and Batwoman. Yeah, and he trapped the Teen Titans in the Phantom Zone. Yeah, so yeah, Superman did a lot. Then in Injustice 1, Batman uses interdimensional technology, and he gets the Justice League from our Earth to put an end to the war. That's the simple terms. In Injustice 2, what happens is that Brainiac ends up taking all of Batman's tech, and so Batman can't contact the other Justice League for help, and his resources are split because the world is still putting itself back together after Superman had toppled the fucking universe. So what ends up happening is that in order to stop Brainiac, the regime and the insurgency come together to take Brainiac down. But the difference, there is one key difference as to why the moment of unity is acceptable within Injustice 2, and the reason why it's not in Tekken 8. Because in Injustice 2, the game doesn't give you the illusion that the characters have bonds with each other. They acknowledge that the regime is evil. They acknowledge that Superman put them through hell. They acknowledge that the characters do not forgive each other. They're just working with each other because they have no other resources. There's no other option. If they don't work together, Earth will be destroyed.
They die.
But the difference is, through the gameplay, this is also conveyed well, because when you play as Blue Beetle and Firestorm, the game, by fighting the regime and you're preventing them from freeing Superman, And ultimately, the chapter ends with Batman letting him out of the Red Sun prison. What the game is essentially, people complain, oh, this chapter is pretty much pointless. That's the point from a narrative standpoint. The point is, the characters fighting amongst themselves is not going to achieve anything. They need to put aside their differences if they want to stop Brainiac. Batman needs to learn to overcome his fear, and he needs to learn to trust people again. He needs to learn to forgive Green Lantern, even if he even if he became Yellow Lantern. He needs to work with the Flash. He needs to work with Superman, even if there's a massive risk. He needs to work with Wonder Woman, even if they killed all of his friends. And what the game is telling you through the characters working together, it's reminding you of what it's like, what happens when the Justice League works together. They become a force that no one in the universe can stop. It reminds you of what it was like when they worked together for a common enemy. Even Clark, by the end of the story, you see glimpses of his old self. There's a moment where he's about to sacrifice himself, and Batman's like, "This could kill you," and Superman says, "That sounds like a job for me."
It brings a smile to your face.
Exactly.
Because if you're a person that likes Justice League Unlimited
or just Justice League in general.
Yeah.
But look at how much I had to say for
these things have been built up. That's why you talk so much.
Exactly.
Built up.
Exactly.
It hasn't been built up.
Exactly. So I'm gonna say it. I think Injustice 2 has a better story than Tekken 8.
Sounds better.
They have better character writing. The gameplay is integrated well within the story. And the characters have their own motivations. Batman wants to return things to the status quo, and he wants to protect the Earth. Supergirl and Superman want to avenge Krypton because in this universe, Brainiac is the one who destroyed it. And Supergirl wants to restore the image of what the House of L used to mean before Superman corrupted it. Superman wants to restore the regime, but he also wants to save the Earth in his own messed up way. He thinks that we have to become dictators in order to save the Earth.
The very thing in the original Justice League that they were trying to prevent him from being in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Green Lantern wants to redeem himself after he fell into fear, which made sense thematically because in universe, the Yellow Lantern ring weakens the Green Lantern ring because fear is the enemy of will. Through willpower, Hal stays true to himself. He doesn't give into fear the same way that Clark has. He doesn't instill fear into people like Clark did during the regime. Because Superman literally says hope isn't enough to save the world. It's on character, it's on theme. And even if you don't like this as an adaptation of DC, which of course, as an adaptation, I fucking hate this.
From what I've seen, I haven't seen a lot of it.
Yeah, of course, yeah, I fucking hate this. Of course I prefer Superman to just be Superman. I don't like the evil Superman bullshit. But from a character standpoint, based off of what I know about this version of Superman and this version of Wonder Woman, they are behaving within character. Their actions still have consequences that carry over into this game.
It's almost like on the level of fucking like the 3D MK games where like we love our beloved characters, but it makes sense when things happen a certain way. Because like to me, MK, the 3D games,
yep,
best story of all time as far as fighting games are considered.
Let me go even further. Iron Man's arc in the MCU had consistent consequences. Ever since the first movie, Tony Stark warmongering caused people in Gulmira to die. And he started to think, is this my legacy? Is this my father's legacy? Is this what I want to do for the rest of my life? I finally know what I have to do. This is what makes it earned when he gets the gift. This is proof that Tony Stark has a heart. That's why it's earned in Avengers when Tony sacrifices himself to put the nuke through the wormhole. Because it's founded on the belief, as Steve said earlier in the film, the only thing that you fight for is yourself. Yet Tony's actions contradict that. And whenever Tony does make a mistake, he takes action. He takes action for it. He takes accountability. In Civil War, after Age of Ultron, Ultron nearly destroyed Sokovia and people died as a result. That's why Tony sacrifices himself to the Accords. He accepts oversight, and even then the film still criticizes him for it. He gets criticized on his ego and how it's driving his decisions. He gets criticized on his fear of Thanos and what's to come, and how it's driving his decisions. He gets criticized for his willingness to surrender to the government, and for imprisoning his allies. The story and the world of the MCU and the characters did not suddenly magically forget about what Tony's actions put them through, even if he ultimately meant well. Which is a defense I've seen for Jin in Tekken 8, that the characters apparently forgave Jin because they knew the threat of Azazel was correct. That doesn't suddenly mean they would forgive him.
It would be different if they said, hey, yo, no, we still got to talk about that after the fact.
But they didn't. That's what Injustice 2 did. That's why their character interactions are earned. There's even a moment that still establishes Batman and Superman's relationship. There's a moment where Superman has a fake-out death, and Kara's like, oh, I bet you're happy that Superman's dead now. And Batman says, he was a good friend once. I trusted him with my life. But the Joker got to him, and I wasn't there to save him. I lost my friend Clark, and I've missed him ever since.
Yeah, one of the few people he actually trusted.
But look at how much I had to say for that, for Naruto, and Dragon Ball, and the MCU and Iron Man, and how little I have to work with the characters of T8.
Even though Tekken 8 actually has 30 years of lore to work with. And
that's what I'm saying.
Manages to fuck it up.
Yeah, so like, you have 30 years worth of characters to work with. This is your own fault. Because you know, mainly Harada, but you chose to put Jin in this scenario to where you made him this fucking genocidal maniac, and now you have the hard job of making the audience like him again, and you're actively avoiding putting in the work to facilitate the payoff.
And here's the crazy thing, if he would have made it work, that would probably been one of the greatest comebacks in all of fighting game history.
Mm-hmm. Because really, I've yet to see a compelling argument as to why there shouldn't have been a conversation about Jin's war crimes. Literally, the story only benefits if you talk about it. The actions have consequences. You can use that as seen in the Eddie scene. You can use that to develop both characters.
You could have did that in the beginning of the fucking game when Kazuya confronted him.
Or even better, if we had to have all the characters forgive Jin, why didn't you have Devil Jin torment Jin throughout the story, reminding him of all the awful things that he's done? I actually remember I pitched that to somebody I pitched that to Gizou at one point, and then because Daredevil season 3 had did something similar, and Batman Arkham Knight did the same thing with the Joker, through the Scarecrow's fear toxin, and he said that it couldn't be done because Daredevil is a TV show, so therefore it has more freedoms, that the game is too constrained, it's too constricted.
Have you ever played Mortal Kombat Deception and Armageddon and Deadly Alliance?
Batman Arkham Knight. Literally all the Arkham games with the fear toxin.
Yeah, I have all of them.
It's like, so yeah, I really don't accept that argument. But even then, putting that aside, so it's like, hold on, the game had the freedom for all these shitty joke scenes that add nothing to this, that add nothing to the story mode. But Devil Jin being in the story more, that's where we draw the line.
Even though he was one of the main driving points in T6.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Excuses.
Yeah.
In my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it is copium. It's really bad cope.
But you want it to be great, though. I'm like.
Not only do you want it to be great, you claim that it is well written. A lot of people claim
like
it
I
is.
keep saying, and I will always say this. As much as I am mad about the story since I don't calm down, if Jin would have done Jin right, it would have not only, let's say they never make another Tekken, it would have been one of the greatest send-offs in history, but one of the greatest character reversals in history. How many characters do you know have committed World War III and came back from that? And it makes sense.
Because 9 times out of 10, like, that's one of the biggest issues we have with Sasuke's redemption arc. It all happened off screen. He didn't even, in the manga, he doesn't even go to jail.
Yeah, you know, you kind of had Naruto part in that. And he became Shadow Hokage. But the thing about it is, I know you don't watch Rurouni Kenshin like that, but it's one of my favorite animes. There's a character named Andre Destroyer, right? So his backstory is he was a Buddhist priest. He found some kids. He took care of these kids. And it was doing not the Meiji era, it was doing the shogunate, and or the Edo era, and they was trying to they were essentially getting rid of all the Buddhists. This is a real thing though. But they were trying to get rid of all the Buddhists, any kind of religion they affiliate. They was converted. You know, when they colonize something, they tend to change the religions and everything else. So during these Buddhist hunts, they found these kids and say, if you don't move out, well, we're gonna burn everything down, so on and so forth. So these people burnt down the village along with these kids, right? Pretty fucked up shit, man. And after that, he paint. What is sad? He paints his face with the ashes of the kids. It's really fucked up.
Hmm.
After that, he joins a crime syndicate ran by a guy named Makoto Shishio, which is another fucked up backstory, but it all makes sense. It all ties together, right? And he realized that he essentially did some really fucked up shit with this syndicate, kill people, murder, you
Hmm.
name it, he probably done did it, right? And you know what they did after that season ended? We got a send off for each character. The main guy, the syndicate, him and his wife and his loyalist follower, they went to hell. He
Yep.
died. Anji Destroyer, he went to prison. He said, "I'm gonna atone for my sins by going to prison." There's another guy named Joe. He says, I'm just gonna work as a government agent. Everybody went their separate ways. There's another kid. He actually, since he's a kid, he's a fucking kid. He don't know anybody. He said, "I'm gonna go live my life and find out my own meaning of life." Things like that. Good send-offs for a fucking crime syndicate that literally tried to overthrow and take over Japan. And then you have Jin.
Yep. I mean, not only does he not go to prison, this is one of the biggest issues of the story. The story just abruptly ends, and he's riding off into the sunset. Like you see, I can see that he would be given like a lighter prison sentence after saving the planet, but again, actions still need to have consequences.
And the fact that or he could just be a renegade. He'd say, I'm not going to prison, but I'm not going to commit any atrocities anymore.
Which is also a problem, because I don't know if you know, but there was an entire plot line that was dropped in Tekken 8 about the UN going against Yggdrasil because Lars had halted one of their operations to arrest Jin.
Nigga, what?
Yeah, so in Tekken 6, Jin had bought out the UN, which got retconned in Tekken 7. So the UN was...
How the fuck do you buy out the United Nations?
Yes, he was that fucking powerful. The Mishima Zaibatsu was that powerful. But anyway, the UN was trying to arrest Jin in Tekken 6 and Tekken 7 because of course, he started a war, yada yada yada. So Lars rescued Jin. He went against the UN, and in Devil Jin's arcade story, it actually follows that story up. It's not canon, but what it establishes is that the UN deemed Jin to be a high-risk target, and so they killed everybody in a satellite laser, with a satellite laser. This entire plot line was dropped in Tekken 8. Not only was it dropped in Tekken 8, they try to tell you that Jin and Victor have a bond, even though they don't talk to each other.
Why would they have a... Okay.
And this is something that the Tekken writers seriously don't seem to comprehend. You can write a scenario where characters don't agree with each other or they don't like each other, but they still work together. Literally, Goku and Vegeta on Namek, they weren't friends, but they recognized that Frieza getting immortality would be bad for them all.
And they all did. The thing about this, what made it so special, is they did it in their own unique way. Goku was on this whole let's not kill people shit, and let's try to find a way to work with these people. And Vegeta
or
said,
just
"No,
let them
fuck
go
that."
free. And once they're no longer a threat.
And then Vegeta was like, "Fuck that! I know these people better than you," and he was right 100% because he made the valid
Yep.
argument that challenges Goku ideas. He said, "If you would have showed up a second later,
Your kid would have died.
your kid and your friend would have been dead."
What good is all that power if you're not going to capitalize on it?
He's like, "These are warriors. They will do anything to win the game, and you're too soft." And it end up biting him in the ass because his own friend died because of his weakness.
And even then, at the end of the Frieza arc, he learns this lesson, and this is one of the things that pisses me off about Resurrection F, because in the Cell arc, when he meets Trunks for the first time, he was like, "I was way too soft on Frieza. I would have taken him out if he came back to Earth." But then, of course, character assassination. Thanks, Toriyama. Love you.
Can't say nothing bad about Toriyama, bro, even though he's gone. You can't say anything bad about him.
I mean,
It's not
disagree
even
with
that you're saying anything bad, you're just criticizing, what actually happened.
the writing decision. So, with all that in mind, now we can get to the actual defenses of Jin's redemption arc. So, what defenses have you seen? Because I have a bunch of them screenshotted. What defenses have you seen for Jin's arc?
I really haven't seen any. That's more on your side. I've really seen
Well, the main defense is that the reason why there can't be any conversation about Jin's war crimes is that people who want to see Jin be criticized by the other characters just want to see him be, quote-unquote, verbally abused by the Tekken cast.
What?
Yes.
World War Three. I done said it a lot during this stream, but World War fucking Three.
Hmm.
Millions of people have died.
At worst, at best, he's killed hundreds. In middle ground, thousands. At worst, millions.
And you don't left multiple economies in disastrous states. You betrayed your best friends. You literally turned into a worse version of your father and your grandfather, while still holding on to this belief that you're doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga, verbally abused. Nigga, he fucking physically abused the entire cast.
He's literally killed children. Remember the narrator? He had a son. He died in the war.
Not to mention, like, at that point in time in T6, who could physically oppose you?
Only Lars.
And then Lars almost got put on a fucking t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Only for it to come 2 games later, 2 iterations later, y'all dapping fist? It's not about verbally abusing people, it's about doing shit that make fucking sense. So what you mean to tell me is a nigga can, like, literally wage World War III, but me having a conversation with him like that's a bad thing to do is a problem?
Well, even then, setting that aside, let's, because he's technically correct, because the characters like Lily would absolutely berate him. So answer me this: why would this be a bad thing for the story?
Why would it be a bad thing for them in the story to berate Jin?
Because when Tony created Ultron in Age of Ultron and we went to Civil War, people were literally shitting on him.
As they should. Well,
In Iron Man 1, when he was creating weapons and terrorists in the Middle East and Obadiah were profiting off of it. Innocent people were dying as a result of Tony's actions. He was getting shed on by the media.
It's just like us getting mad at Waller for like getting on Batman's ass about the Justice League.
Yeah.
About how they're fearful of trying to protect themselves because we don't know if y'all niggas will ever go like rogue.
If you're gonna pull at fucking Justice Lords and overthrow the government.
Exactly.
And even then, with Waller, it was valid because 6 of them in the alternate universe managed to overthrow the entire fucking planet. Only 6. In Justice League, in the mainline universe, you had hundreds of superheroes, unregistered, had a literal death ray pointing to Earth, which got hacked at one point.
Not to mention, you had Batman that's on the middle ground. Like, I understand where they're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust y'all niggas like that either. But even with Batman resources, it'll be hard for you to make a contingency plan for hundreds of niggas. The main threat, sure, but hundreds of niggas? No.
But yeah, the main argument that is made for why the verbal abuse, quote unquote, would have been bad is that by all the characters babying Jin and with all of them forgiving him, it essentially makes Jin lose all of his negative character traits that started the war to begin with. So the argument that is essentially being made is that because it led to good payoffs, the process of how we got there doesn't matter.
This is crazy, like eating words, bro. The process actually matters way more than the result.
Than the actual result. The process is what lays the foundation for the result. As a result, and because we didn't build it up, when we get to that ending scene in Tekken 8, when Jin says, "I won't forget my comrades," we feel nothing.
Yeah, false flag.
I mean, we were literally gushing over Naruto earlier because of the build-up.
Like, nigga, what comrades, nigga? At this point, Heihachi of all people have more comrades than fucking Jin.
Yeah, so that's just one of the defenses one of the common defenses you see towards Jin. I got the rest on my hard drive, so let me go pull that thing up. I got my laptop in front of me.
Alright. I share carbon dioxide, oxygen, hydrogen with these people.
Dude, these people are allowed to vote. I think you said that at one point.
Yeah, I know. You got that from Kazuya saying you're allowed to vote, drive, and have children.
Yeah, fucking procreate. Jesus Christ.
And if they have an argument about something as simple about this, imagine them trying to have an argument about balancing issues within the game itself as far as core gameplay. Fucking disaster.
Well, the second defense, mainly relating to Jin being cheered on by the public, is that because people voted for Donald Trump, therefore it's fine that people are
What?
support. Yes, it's the exact same argument you see for Kingpin. It's the exact same argument you see for Homelander. Because people are stupid in real life, therefore it's fine that people were cheering for Jin and Kazuya and Tekken 8.
If anything, what we see in these anime should be a cautionary tale to not be fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, and I've been saying this for the longest, the media we consume is a reflection of ourselves. So by you saying you understand that people in masses are stupid and you're perfectly okay with that. That is scary.
Well, not only that, from a writing standpoint, it's fucking lazy.
You're allowed to be like I said before in the beginning of when we first started talking. You get what you paid for. You allow these people to be lazy because you don't hold them to any kind of standard.
Yeah, because literally in universe, Tekken 6 tells you this. People hated Jin to the point where Kazuya was able to make himself look out to be the world's savior. So what was the justification to have people cheer for Jin in Tekken 8?
And you can't say because of T6, because after T6 and T7 they realize he's the actual fucking devil. So that goes out the window.
Or also, not to mention, in Tekken 7, remember how the Zaibatsu was so unpopular because of the war that they believed Kazuya's tip to news outlets that the Zaibatsu downed their own satellite?
Mm-hmm.
So if you hated the Zaibatsu that much, you're telling me you're okay with the guy who used the Zaibatsu to put you all in a fucking war state to begin with? And even then, Jin and Trump are not guilty of identical crimes. At all. It's a false equivalence.
Straw man argument.
Yeah. And in the universe, things need to make sense. Again, like we were saying with the power scaling earlier, things need to make sense from a writing standpoint.
False equivalencies. It sounds like emotional arguments. Like it's one of those ones that think they have a smoking gun, but when you like really try to dissect
When
into
you
that
think about it, it
argument,
doesn't make any fucking
it
sense.
doesn't make any sense. Like you're comparing a fictional character to Donald Trump, and let's say you're right, okay? And like
Okay.
I just said before, and people are stupid, right? Just because people are stupid doesn't make it okay.
It
Because
doesn't make it
stupid
good writing
people
either.
have bad consequences. And it
Mm-hmm.
shows in Tekken's writing and it shows in the actions of a lot of fucking shows. But the only difference is they don't reward their characters for stupidity in other shows. They get punished for it.
Mm-hmm.
Goku's naivety gets him punished and gets him killed. Gohan's naivety ends up getting his father killed. Do people understand the difference between ignorance and stupidity? Stupidity is knowing better and choosing to do otherwise. That's stupidity. Ignorance is just
Ignorance
not
is not
knowing.
knowing better. Yep.
Gohan knew he should have killed Cell. He knew better, but chose not to out of his own arrogance and stupidity, and it cost him his father's life.
Which the story criticized him for.
And the story criticized him for it, and everybody else outside of that criticized Goku for giving him the sense of being in the first place because we all deemed it as stupid. But when it comes to Tekken 8, we cannot look at that objectively and say, this is fucking stupid.
Here we go. I mean, here's one of the defenses. I mean, if you want to be the one who wants to hate and lynch bad guys, that doesn't mean you should expect others and every human being to do the same. That's just projecting. Jin starting a war is a mistake, including real-life ones, to dehumanize bad guys as pure monsters, to eliminate separating them from normal humans. That just make one blind to the human issues and create birth of other harmful individuals. And there can be other humans that realize that too. Don't know if you think the same for people like Eddie, one of the many who participated in Jin's massacre, or that you think that they're blameless as it's Jin giving orders. But war isn't a one-man effort. It's multiple thousands willing to participate in it.
Are you fucking retarded?
It's whataboutism. It's literally whataboutism.
But it's not even whataboutism. I can explain that easily. Most times in war, when people do horrendous things that go against the conventions of war, they go to prison.
What
and
would
found him guilty,
satisfy? Go ahead.
they end up going to prison. Going to prison. Like these things actually happen. And even with second nature, defeat your own argument because they literally said, "Hey, I fucked up. I need
Yeah.
to atone for what I did." Now, for the thousands of other NPCs that are social, well, of course you're not going to get all of them, but it should happen. All it takes is a couple of sentences. Most of the Mishima Zaibatsu or the people who are in the war, they end up getting arrested, or at least on trial by the UN.
Mm-hmm.
Easy, done. But nobody's defending these people. He made a point that wasn't there. Another straw man argument. Nobody said that Eddie isn't guilty. Eddie himself says he's fucking
The
guilty.
story literally could. That's what I just said earlier. That's why that scene was good, because the best scenes in the game are when the game grows a pair and acknowledges that the characters have done these things. The world has meaning. By giving Jin no consequences, nothing in the world has meaning. So why should I be invested? And Tekken 8 commits my biggest crime, biggest sin. I've told you this before. My biggest pet peeves. I hate it when people bullshit me, and I hate having my time wasted.
It did both.
By not giving Jin any consequences, and by having me learn all this lore from the previous games to be invested in this story, not only are you lying to me, you're wasting my time, because I learned all this shit about the characters and their personalities for no reason. If they're just going to be different characters.
I'll give you one better. I feel disrespected. Like I always said, like this shit is just insulting my intelligence.
What would seemingly satisfy most people would only be if they made the entire cast all lynch or mobbed against Jin. Another straw man.
Nobody said that. I hate when people make straw man arguments. Attack what was actually said, not some random shit. When it comes out, no, we just want interactions that actually make him question. If the whole arc and progression of Jin is making him realize, waking up from a coma and realizing that, oh, I done left the world in a real fucked up position, and I really want to atone for what I did, I need to face these people, and they need to hold me accountable for what I did. If we really want to have this coming of, I want to say coming of age, but come to Jesus moment about what's going on, he needs to face these things if you want to make the whole impact necessary or make it feel anything. It doesn't. You don't feel shit because he doesn't really do anything. Like you said earlier, if the devil inside of him would have criticized him for his actions, and then the devil would have said, the only reason why I'm doing this, I am a part of you, but I need you to understand what you're doing and how it affects everyone else. That would have been some Chef Kiss's ass fucking lore.
With more build-up, because the game semi-did that, but it was, again, bare bones.
More build-up, kind of half-assed, and the only reason why they did it is because he was about to fucking die.
And even setting that aside, that scene reads like an outlier when Jin is the only one who's holding himself accountable.
But I'm talking about for him, himself first to come to the realization that, oh shit, I really did fuck up. Then everybody else hold him accountable. You like, yo, I've changed through my own actions. Let me show you. If he relinquished control of Mishima Zaibatsu or anything Mishima related, or all his finances and money and all this stuff, that's one step. I'm letting go of all this shit. But that's not what happened. That's not what we got. If I'm not mistaken, he still had full control of the Mishima Zaibatsu, even
in 8?
Even in 8.
Nope, not at all. No one was in control of the Zaibatsu.
Oh right, it was vacant.
You're thinking of 6 and 7. 7. Yeah, if in 7, if Nina had found him, then he would have just went back to ruling it. They did acknowledge Jin's war crime. One comment is saying they did acknowledge Jin's war crimes, but they did it as little as possible. Then what this person says is, what would be the utility to constantly bring that up? What can be done is to prevent him on going back on that war path, or others similar to that, or having other people go similar to that path. Any person has the capability to do so. So it's like breaking the cycle of hatred within that family. So he's created a false dichotomy.
But either we shit. He already broke the cycle of hatred in 4.
Yeah, no, but what this argument is saying is that there would be no utility from a writing standpoint. The story doesn't benefit if you have characters constantly criticize Jin for his actions.
That's the whole point. That's literally the whole point. That's the whole fucking point.
Yeah, like this is bullshit, obviously.
The thing about it is, like in other animes we've been talking about it, when they don't get criticized, direct bad consequences happen. When Sasuke didn't listen and he got criticized by most of the people that were surrounding him in Act 1, bad things fucking happened. fucking it was several people during Act One right before he left that side. Like, hey, bro, I don't think you want to do this. Kakashi
Kakashi.
was the first one, and
Uh,
he didn't listen. Go ahead.
Yep, and here's another comment. While talking about repercussions, I usually I see people complaining about victims, talking about his victims who seek revenge, like Miguel not being included. That sounds like wanting all of the cast to become extensions of Miguel, to have them constantly verbally abuse Jin, which would be seen as an actual consequence for him.
It's not about being like Miguel. You do realize he affected other people besides Miguel.
That's the main. That yeah. I mean, you've seen clips of my part 2 video. You've seen me post it in the Discord. When in my videos have I ever mentioned Miguel as the main reason as to why this character arc is bad ever?
You never have. I've mentioned him more than you have.
Even then, Miguel's lack of presence from the roster, it's not the whole issue. It's just a symptom of the larger issue.
But if they add Miguel to the roster, like now, like it's a big ass elephant in the room. Like, wait a minute.
Well, even then, I'd also argue it's a bit too late because, well, what's the fucking point now? The most interesting part of Jin's redemption arc is seeing how other people react to him now that he's trying to redeem himself.
It'd be better if some people was like, I'm not fucking with it, and then that'd be good if like it's not like I hate you, but I just don't want to be bothered with
It'd
you.
be on a character by character basis. This isn't even appealing to other franchises like Daredevil or whatever. This is just character writing. This is just common sense.
Careful now, using that word again.
Like, I hate that Tekken 8 punishes me for fucking thinking.
Thank you. Welcome to my world. That's why I don't take it seriously anymore. Or I didn't take it seriously when it came out, bro. I'm like, this game is stupid. I was done with 7. You knew how done I was with fucking 7. I'm like, this is fucking retarded.
Yeah, so now we can go to a different comment. So for context, this was under an unlisted video I made. It was responding to another YouTuber by the name of Leopold the Brave, who was trying to explain why he liked Jin's redemption arc. And because this is when I was a lot angrier about the story. So, I don't need to fucking lie. I had bad takes. I had bad criticisms towards the story, and I got on anybody's head who liked the story. I don't need to fucking lie. The video is still on my channel. I've drawn attention to it numerous times. It's just in an unlisted playlist, or it's just on a playlist of unlisted videos. Sorry, the playlist is public, so anybody can go and watch it. Let me find the fucking folder. I have so many fucking folders in this shit. Damn, I cannot find this thing.
Again, like it sounds like a lot of people are making emotional arguments because they like Jin.
Yes, absolutely.
And I like Jin, but I thought Jin was cooler in the older games. I really did. Like,
Well, if
Jin,
you really like Jin, surely you would want him to face consequences.
Of course. I mean, throughout the game, he's faced several consequences. Like, the first lesson he learned was betrayal by Heihachi. Like, niggas will betray you.
So hold on, give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. I'm going to use the washroom real quick.
Alright.
But then we will read this out. All right, I'm back.
Alright.
All right, let me get my shit set up. So to provide more context, mainly the crux of this discussion that I was having with this person at the time was mainly in regards to Jin's redemption arc, in that in comparison, because within Leopold's video he makes the comparison of Omni-Man, Vegeta, and Sasuke to excuse Jin. But at the time I didn't know anything about Omni-Man because I only had watched Invincible Season 1. I never read the comic. So I committed the biggest sin of talking about something that you knew nothing about. And rightfully so. I got criticized for it. So I'll be able to signpost the difference between when I'm one of my older arguments and or the person who's commenting. So here we go. This is from Mashudes. A lot of this video, he's talking about my response video. A lot of this video feels like just feels like you're saying Jin's redemption arc is bad because he isn't verbally abused by the cast 24/7. You just say that over and over in this video with different wordings each time, saying he can't be redeemed until everyone makes him feel like garbage, even though he's already doing that to himself. Nothing good ever happens to him again, and he dies. You just talk about how Jin should be kicked into the dirt more for his actions while offering nothing that resembles a quote-unquote better redemption. As for the whataboutisms, you're giving Vegeta, Omni-Man, and Sasuke way too much mercy for doing way worse because of how they grew up with their tragic backstories, but then neglect to mention anything about Jin pre-T6 aside from him putting Hwoarang in the hospital. Nothing about all the betrayal, losing his mother, being trained by Heihachi and before being stabbed in the back, struggling with the curse he can't control, or the family he's been trying to destroy since day one. Omni-Man and Vegeta specifically don't even really have that tragic of a backstory to excuse themselves. They were simply raised wrong. Vegeta just hated being Frieza's errand boy. The whole mourning his Saiyan race and Planet Vegeta thing is just dumb mumbo jumbo. Man's just thinking about himself since day one out of the womb. Jin has way more reason to turn out and stay evil than any of those guys, and yet he doesn't. Any comments you want to give?
Did that nigga just really say that Vegeto's story was mumbo jumbo?
He said no, because the a defense that I had made for Vegeta is that when he lost Trunks in the Cell arc, it was similar to how he lost his father against Frieza. That's the part he was calling mumbo jumbo, because Vegeta didn't. And he's not wrong in that Vegeta was mainly focused on himself as opposed to his family. He more so cared about the pride of his race as opposed to having that emotional connection to his father. And even then, his relationship with his father was just mainly filler. Didn't happen. So in that regard, he's not wrong. That part of my argument was bad. He's not wrong. As for Omni-Man, I'm not going to talk about Omni-Man because, again, I don't know anything about him.
Yeah, I know little or nothing about him.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not going to say anything about him, so we can stray for that. As for Sasuke, it is debatable between Jin and Sasuke as to who suffered more. I can see an argument being made for either one of the characters, but even then, it would be more accurate, I think, to say that they suffered an equal amount.
Hell no.
Why is that? Cook.
Nigga, the premise of fucking Sasuke, he got his whole fucking clan squad wiped as a child.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong that Kazuya had fucked up, not Kazuya, but Jin had fucked up parents, but that nigga was born into wealth.
And then he lost everything.
And then he lost everything. He abandoned a lot of it. He got betrayed by his grandfather, but imagine you get betrayed by your own brother who literally murders everybody you love and care about.
And then you come to learn about the village and how it ostracized your entire family.
Not only that, he cast the biggest genjutsu of all time by making you hate him, even though you should be hating the fucking village because they the one who sent him on a mission to do it in the first place.
Yeah, you should be trying to change the village from within. Yep.
Did he really? Is he really like up on that Naruto lore? Because like,
no, don't worry. The arguments get worse. Because so right now he's not totally wrong. As for the verbal abuse thing, bullshit. That's bullshit. No one is saying Jin had.
Jin and fucking Sasuke, they couldn't have a different storyline.
Outside of the baseline similarities of them losing everything, and them having Sasuke having the curse mark and Jin having the double gene.
But even so, like Sasuke got retribution. Not Sasuke. Jin got retribution at one point,
Yeah, he
and he
got to
still went
avenge
on the
his
one
mother.
path.
Yep.
Sasuke was left in the dark throughout 1 and 2.
Hmm.
They let that man. Here's the thing: the village knew when they let that man walk down the warpath. The village is the most evil shit in the fucking world. They knew better. They knew what was going on. They chose not to tell them.
Him or Naruto.
Matter of fact, the village could have stopped all that shit. Jin, on the other hand, yes, yeah, he went through some shit, and don't get me wrong, like he realized that he's a quarter
Demon, yeah.
demon, but he avenged his mother for what he assumed was dead, and killing true older. He beat up Heihachi in Tekken 4. He
Spared him.
disowned the Mishima Ryu fighting style and adopted Kyokushin karate.
Hmm.
He already had all his development from 3 and 4. The whole reason why people got with Jin, especially in 4, is like, hey man, he's cool. He want to be left alone. He just want to do his thing.
He chooses. He doesn't compromise his morality.
He doesn't compromise his morality. He had his glow up, and I think the problem is they didn't know where to take him after that.
Which is why they regressed him back in T5 and 6.
Like he already done everything he really strived to do. What else do I do with this nigga? The thing with Sasuke, it's been a constant burden since day one, and it only gets worse when you go to Act 2.
But even then, setting that aside, this was a stupid argument from me to begin with. Whoever suffers more doesn't automatically make your story better written. It's about what the strong references to the text itself, whose story made more sense. But Sasuke's, of course, had way more build-up. So he's not wrong in when he says that Sasuke was a worse person than Jin. You're not wrong. In part 2, Sasuke was a lot more malevolent, especially once he learns the truth about Itachi. But it was supported by the writing.
It was supported by the writing, but again, he declared war on the village. He didn't start World War III. He had a specific target.
Well, then the point from the defense then is that once he wanted to do his revolution and make himself essentially do the same thing Jin did, the defense that people use is that the difference is that it's not that Sasuke is a better person than Jin, it's just that Sasuke never got to be in that position of power to do his plan, otherwise he would have done the same thing Jin did. Which is not wrong, but again, if Jin, because later on he's going to say that Jin was pretending to be evil in Tekken 6. If Jin was pretending to be evil and he did worse than Sasuke, oh, fucking hell.
But he actually did have a chance at one point.
Yeah, T4. And that's the main...
Sasuke, don't talk about Sasuke. He had a chance to do it. He chose not to.
When did he have a chance?
He could have killed Naruto and Shippuden several times over.
Oh,
He
yeah.
just didn't do it. The only main obstacle in your way is really Naruto. After Naruto, who the fuck is gonna fuck with you?
Literally no one. I mean, even Sasuke himself said it.
Like, at one point, like, your only threat, no Hokage is fucking with you. Orochimaru is you absorb that nigga, he ain't shit to you no more.
And he was trying to manipulate you when you were a kid.
You already done killed you killed your weakened brother, but you killed your brother.
And then you learned the truth from Obito.
There's no one, and he was literally the strongest member of Akatsuki, because people forget that Madara was still, he was old and weak at that point. He needed, to get a reanimated body so he can become whole, and he reversed the whole jutsu. Nigga, who was fucking with you? He could have killed Sasuke when they first met him in Shippuden. I'm sorry, that scene was so fire, bro.
Yeah, I know.
He could have killed him right there. He just chose not to. Ironically similar to Jin. He had a chance to, he just chose not to.
Well, yeah, he did have to be convinced by Orochimaru and Kabuto to not kill Naruto. Because otherwise he was about to use Kirin right then and there.
But at the end of the day, you can say convinced all you want, so he still chose not to. He could have just said, fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway.
But it was
Yes,
beneficial to them because they took out the Akatsuki for them.
but Naruto got to live and breathe, and he don't even know it. He got to live and breathe due to Orochimaru's kindness, or the fact that he was so useful to Orochimaru
Hmm. Unintentionally, yeah.
unintentionally. But that's an argument for a whole another day. But no, he had the time to overthrow if he wanted to. He could have done it. Chose not to. Jin just did it. Regardless of how you want to slice it, he fucking did it.
Well, I mean, even then, there's a line he says to Lars. Remember, his justification is that the people who are in power have led to the current circumstances that the world are facing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he literally said, yes, who could possibly save such a twisted world? Now, there is a contradiction within that line, that being that Jin still wants the world to be saved, even if he doesn't believe in the people in it. But he does believe, for the most part, that we
But
have
your
to burn.
actions
Yeah, we have to
are
burn. You have
marvelous.
to rebuild the world from its ashes. And people, because
Essentially
he
a
had a god
biblical stance.
complex. Yeah, he had a god complex.
That nigga, he was saying we about to make New Jerusalem right now.
Hmm. Well, that's comment number one. So, not wrong for the most part. Aside from the verbal abuse thing, we already debunked that. No one's ever able to qualify why that would have been a bad thing. So, then I responded at the time. It's not just that Jin isn't quote-unquote verbally abused, as you put it, it's that the entire cast and the overall world are written inconsistently compared to the previous games to justify Jin's redemption. Not every character needs to hold it over his head, but most of the scenes feel undercooked. I'm fine with Alyssa encouraging Jin because it's in character for her to be forgiving, and it was actually a solid heart-to-heart scene. The Leroy scene was fine as well, even with the issues I pointed out, though I understand why you feel my arguments were a bit repetitive. A few of my issues and thoughts on C8 have shifted between then and now. Next comment. Second, I'm not one of those people who think that a villain having a tragic backstory justifies their actions. That's a lie, because that was literally the crux of my argument in the Leopold video, so you literally caught yourself in a lie. That's a poor argument that people make, but their backstories were laid out in order to provide context to why they turned out the way that they did and the consequences that the characters faced. Jin was betrayed by Heihachi one time, had the chance to kill him and Kazuya in T4, then refused, breaking the cycle of hatred only for him to be looped back into that cycle by the time T5 rolls around, and has a cynical outlook on the world. I don't blame this on the character though, as it's the fault of the writers. I appreciate this comment as pushback, but as this is good research for me. I will tell you that I have plans to deep dive on Jin's character with a better understanding of his story and his redemption in C8, which I eventually went on in my Jin analysis. He then responds, there's just a lot of stuff that I find inconsistent within this video. For example, you're saying that 6 months isn't enough time for Jin and Lars to hash stuff out, but then also saying later that it's too late for Jin to be redeemed. How is it too late and too soon for him at the same time? Any comment?
Say that one more time.
There's a lot of stuff I find inconsistent within this video. For example, you said that 6 months aren't enough time for Jin and Lars to hash stuff out, but then you also later say that it's too late for Jin to be redeemed. How is it too soon and too late for him at the same time?
The only way that makes sense is it's too soon, too late. It's just the fact that the pacing of the writing is just that bad. Um, with the events that happened in the storyline, it is too late. It's too late for it to make a meaningful impact, even if they do forgive him.
Even if they do write that scene where they
And
confront him and then forgive him, yeah.
And if you want to say it's too soon, it still is too soon because he hasn't actually faced anything for what he's actually done. So you're just skipping steps.
Which is what happened because if you read Lars's bio, it establishes that he and Jin hashed everything out, but we never got to see that. We never got to experience it. Which is a shame because Lars is one of the few characters who was well written in T8. Then claiming that Jin is more evil than Kazuya for causing harm as soon as he got his power, as if Kazuya didn't immediately start assassinating or kidnapping people and abusing animals immediately after overthrowing Heihachi. Kazuya also never sold his soul to the devil. That's a mistranslation from the old anime movie. The devil power is a complete mystery until Tekken 4 introduces the concept of the devil gene. Also, Lars was the head of the Tekken force for most of the series, silently aiding in all that evil until Tekken 6, until he goes, whoops, are we the bad guys? So, he's not wrong, And this is actually an issue with my Kazuya analysis. The Tekken 2 manual never says that Kazuya directly makes a deal with the devil. It's just that there are rumors, which he does point out. So he's not wrong. Where I was getting that from was the Tekken 2 art book and the Tekken 2 VHS video. To where they tell you that that Kazuya made a deal with the devil. So he's not wrong. He is not wrong in that. And
here's the thing, though. Here's the
Cook.
problem with that. He is wrong. Number one, because in those two games, the devil is his own separate entity.
Yeah, the devil gene wasn't mentioned.
The devil gene wasn't mentioned at all because it doesn't fucking exist.
Well, could you not throw the game a bone and argue? So it's not that it's a contradiction. This is just a lack of information to where there could be an explanation.
It could be, but everything leads to it. We gotta think about the time when they made those games. Those games made you think. They don't put everything in your fucking hand either. But no, if the devil is his own separate entity, right? Why would it not influence anybody else when it has the power to besides Kazuya? You wanna know why? He made a deal with the nigga. He didn't influence Heihachi. He actually fought Heihachi. He didn't influence anybody else but Kazuya Mishima. Because in the beginning of the game, he got thrown off a fucking cliff. He was on his fucking deathbed, about to die. He made the deal. It is what it is, and hence you get the ending of Tekken 2. He's in essentially a weakened state. The nigga has his fucking soul. The devil takes over. Hence the name of the goddamn song.
Be in the mirror, or Emotionless Passion.
Emotionless Passion.
And even then, I mean, I would say an argument you could be made is that Devil Kazuya was always conceptualized back in Tekken 1 because that was a secret outfit for him.
Like, so, I get what he's doing. He's arguing semantics. But everything points to that. At that point, it's just borderline being a contrarian.
Another argument that he does make in this comment is that he's not wrong when he says that it's not that Jin is less evil. It's not that Kazuya is less evil than Jin. It's just that Kazuya is honest about his evil. So he's not wrong.
No. Kazuya is less evil than Jin. And nigga, if you want to talk about feats in this regard, you talking about World War III versus the shit Kazuya done. Yes, he's done animal testing and all other crazy shit, but he ain't unleashed fucking hell on Earth. Yet.
He was planning to. He was going to.
Yet and did is not the same thing, though. But I'll throw a bone in that one. I'll throw a bone in that one.
Yeah, I mean, literally in Tekken 8, again, crippled the militaries of the planet. Because at the very least, the world had a bit of order in T6. It was hard, but you could fight back for it. In Tekken 8, Kazuya, even though he should have won, there's no. Then going back to the whataboutisms, mentioning how Omni-Man didn't want to destroy the Guardians but felt like he had to and then sacrificed himself. That is exactly, again, we're not going to talk about Invincible, I'll concede anything on that. That is exactly what Jin's whole thing is in T6. In the process of critiquing whataboutisms, you actually further validated it, to be honest. Also, Omni-Man wasn't even trying to end himself in the comics. That was a show-only thing. Meanwhile, Jin, without any hesitation, jumped in front of Kazuya's death ball, putting his own life on the line to protect everyone in Yakushima. He made a vow to his devil self to protect others from now on, even if it cost him his life, then immediately puts that vow into action. The original video has some flaws and forgets stuff, but your commentary is full of contradictions about what it takes for redemption, double standards about what makes characters in the in and out of Tekken more evil than each other, and not knowing anything about the source material you're talking about with Omni-Man and Vegeta's characters' actions. But then still trying to speak on stuff that ain't it either. It feels very biased and very much my headcanon or the story is bad. Also, that one part of using real-life war and tragedy to support your argument was kind of iffy. Please refrain from doing that in the future. So, to clear my throat, because my throat's getting dry. Where is it? So he's not wrong. The video was biased. The Leopold video I made. Yeah, he's not wrong. It was biased. Especially towards Sasuke, because, Sasuke is my favorite Naruto character. And he's not wrong when I say that when he says that the video was full of contradictions. Yeah, I'll take that on. Yeah, I'll take that. He's not wrong. In regarding to the whole real life thing that he's talking about, I showed this clip in my part 1 video when talking about the public reacting to Jin. A point that I make is something along the lines of, because the war only lasted a few months, therefore it's okay. So imagine if the war between Russia and Ukraine only lasted a few months. Would we then say that it's okay? So he's not wrong. It was a false equivalence. Yeah. When did I ever say that it's too late for Jin to be redeemed? I said that with how the current story was executed, it's too late to have Jin face his demons and to have characters criticize him for his actions. Second, yes, I don't agree with this point anymore. Yes, Jin was more evil than Kazuya. He both knew and was warned about what his actions with the war would cause if he continued, and he justified it by saying the world isn't worth saving. Then I tried to argue. Kazuya did sell his soul to the devil. Originally, the T2 manual, Devil and Angels T2 bios, and the trading cards for T1 and 2 and Tag 1 confirmed it. The motion picture added the explanation of Kazuya's mother and tied Jun and Kazuya's history together to help him overcome the devil by the end. The devil gene was the first of many retcons. 4. Go to my second part of my T8 two-parter. I critiqued how poorly Lars' story and characters were written. 5. I was referring to the animated version of On-Demand Story, not the comic. My error for not making that clear in the video. The point I was making is that even with these actions, he doubted himself and he knew what he was doing and felt guilt and remorse due to the lessons Mark and Debbie taught him. Jin stopping Kazuya's death ball was after he went through his development. It's not a bad moment, but it's the kind of thing I would expect Jin to do at this point. Jin fighting Kazuya off at the beginning of the game is superior because it's the last thing you would expect Jin to do after he was apathetic about death in T6. I get the real-life comparisons are iffy, but it's used to showcase how people would respond to the war. Again, false equivalence. I should not have made that argument.
The only thing you really fucked up with is on the Omni-Man thing. Yeah, that's one thing I just don't do. If I don't really know about the subject, I don't talk about it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done it. Yeah. But the thing is, someone's going to look at us pointing this out. It's like, see, so you admit that your video was bad. So it's like, yeah. And they're going to then...
Not that the video was bad, it's just it had errors in it. Which you can argue with anybody's video. There's errors in everything.
But therefore, because you know, people, you give them an inch, they take a mile. So because this video had errors and was bad, therefore the newer videos have to be bad.
I mean, both people can have convincing arguments, and one could be wrong. That doesn't make it a bad argument. It was just wrong. But as far as that is concerned, I'm like, no, it's just when it comes. My whole thing is the whole double gene thing and the whole soul to the devil. I'm like, let's just say it didn't happen, nigga. It's heavily implied. Because if you don't say that, then how the fuck did he survive T1? He wouldn't even have made it to the damn story to fight Heihachi in the first place. He would have died. The nigga was fatally wounded.
Devil gene. I mean, even with the devil gene, that still explains it.
If you really want to use the double gene that much, then fine. But it sounds like a person who only really played Tekken 7. And this is why I say people become a victim of what they know in the now without having the experience or the knowledge base of the shit that happened beforehand. If you're going based off of T4 on up, well, of course you're going to say double gene. But if you played 1 through 3, you're going to say fucking the devil itself, because again, the devil was its own entity. In order for it to from T1 to T3 for the double gene to get passed down, what the fuck, the devil having sex with people? Because Jin got branded. He wasn't born with it, he was branded with it. Kazuya Mishima, before Tekken 7, before we knew what all that shit was, and even you could say T4 because we didn't know
T4,
what
yeah.
it was really. He made a pact with the devil to get his power. The only real argument to be had here is it's a massive fucking retcon, which is the whole premise of your fucking video in the first place, is that it has a whole bunch of retcons and it just doesn't make any sense. So when it comes down to the character of Jin, yes, he fucked up and the writers didn't do him any favors. And when you say things of like, oh well, yeah, he redeemed himself here, I'm like, he's past the point of redemption. There's no story or lesson to be learned here if you're already forgiven before you even face the consequences.
Mm-hmm. If you avoid giving him consequences altogether, which is what T8 did.
And even when he said, well, it was good that he fought against
When he deflected Kazuya's death ball.
no, when in the beginning of the game when he fought Kazuya.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, he apathetic towards death. Nigga.
No, I said that. No, I said that. I was the one who said that.
Okay.
No, the argument he made was that Jin made a pact. The argument he made was that Jin made a deal with the devil that he would protect the people he cares about, and he honors that vow by protecting Xiaoyu and Lars at Yakushima through when Kazuya fires his death ball.
I'm talking about the beginning of the game. I'm not talking about no Yakushima.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what his argument was.
Oh. He didn't make a pact with the devil. They just united because, again, that's him.
No, I'm saying he made a deal that he would protect the people he cares about.
Oh, okay, yeah. But at that point in time, he's already fucking forgiven. They don't give a fuck about what this nigga doing. They just want to fucking get this nigga out of here. It's like when people have comments like this, I start to ask them, we play the same game.
Mm-hmm.
Not everything he's saying is wrong, and I'm not sitting to sit here and just like hate.
Of course, no, of course, because there are bad arguments that I made, and there are things he's just right about. Yeah, two things can be true at once.
Exactly, but there's a such thing as a bad faith argument too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And the verbal abuse, like we talked about, that's a bad faith argument. That's a straw man.
And that's why I asked: most people's opinions, are they emotionally charged, or are you actually doing it strictly off of the facts of what happened? Because if you like Jin, or even if you hate Jin, you can make an emotional argument about either way. If you really like Jin, you will defend his actions, whether it's bad or not. If you really hate Jin, you will never give this nigga grace, no matter what he fucking does.
Yeah, I mean, if you truly like Jin, you would just be honest. So you would defend his actions if they made sense for his character.
Yes, if you're being non-biased, but you like the character, you're like, yeah, I like the character, but he did some dumb shit.
And some of it didn't make sense.
By condoning the shit without making him face the actual consequences of his actions.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. It's the same thing with Kazoo. You know, he's my favorite character.
But you acknowledged that. I mean, you were literally earlier in the stream, we were calling him stupid for not using his devil powers to their max extent.
If I really want to get people out the way, and I have the power to do so, and I know ain't nobody can really stop me, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the path of least resistance. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck would I do this grandiose tournament when I don't need to? I just go to the source of what I want. I don't need to get Hwang and Paul and all these other people involved. They're irrelevant. I'm just here for what I need, and I'm done. Again, it's not like you're going to stop me. And even if I was Kazuya, why would I want to, knowing how things have went in the past for me, why would I want to make this grandiose statement where people know what I'm about to do and possibly fucking stop me? It's a comical villain thing. It'll be different if he had a trusted source that he confides to that would have leaked the information. That's one thing. Okay, that makes sense. Now we understand why. But the fact that your stupid ass with all this power would actually like say something knowing damn well you've been in a position before where you had all the power and it fumbled because you talk too fucking much, I'm gonna do it again.
And it's not like the story criticizes him for his arrogance. It doesn't. The story treats it like he's an intelligent villain.
No, that's just stupid. Heihachi, you're following your father's footsteps. Your father has always been braggadocious about how much power he has. And what ends up getting his ass kicked? The fact that he talks about it so fucking much.
Got beat up by you and Jin.
So no, Kazuya has many flaws, and the reason why I hate it so much is because they assassinated his character. Remember, Kazuya used to be cool, calm, and collected. The only time you saw him like really get crazy is when it came down to fucking
Heihachi.
Other than that, he was cool, calm, and collected.
But even then, he was only angry at him in 7. In Tekken 5, he treats his death as an inconvenience.
me like, oh, nigga, you still alive?
Yeah, he literally laughed it off and he just left. He didn't care.
But no, they made him a comical villain. I'm like, there's a way to write him if you're gonna write him to be a villain. I'll prefer him to be a villain over a good guy anyway, quite honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like Jin and Kazuya in tandem are perfect because you see one side that chose the bad side and you see one side that chose the right side. I love that. And they could have ran with that, but they chose not to. They really could have used the sins of the father thing when it came down to Jin and Kazuya.
Which is what they did initially.
They did initially, but they fucked it up. Because we saw how Heihachi got the Mishima Zaibatsu through illegitimate means. And it started all the bullshit. And then it transfers over to your son. And then Jin breaks the cycle. You see, he noticed it at a young age that this ain't right.
Yeah, if anything, he had the most emotional intelligence out of them.
He broke the cycle, and it explains different paths. Kazuya didn't have a choice. He was ignorant, and he couldn't do anything. Like the other guy said earlier, he didn't know any better. And then once he finally knew better, he finally at one point knew better. He's like, I'm gonna choose this anyway because this is what I know. Blah blah blah. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Like I explained in the Kazuya video. Yep.
Then you take Jin, a person that was raised differently than Kazuya. He was raised much more nurturing than until they got to Heihachi than Kazuya was. Kazuya since day one was raised harshly.
Mm-hmm.
So he has, like you just said, emotional intelligence that Kazuya just doesn't have.
No, he refuses to have.
That Kazuya doesn't have. Exactly. And now you have this dichotomy, and it works. And they had it, and they lost it. They lost the plot. And the thing, like I said earlier, the whole Mishima saga should have been wrapped up by 4. It should have been wrapped up. There's nothing else to discuss. It's done. They could have went the Street Fighter route and did like a Alex or whatever and add new characters to the series that are going to be the new main characters or new main protagonists, and you can still keep the old characters for the people who love them. They did the Dragon Ball Z pivot. They was too bitch made to actually let Gohan run the show, so they said we're gonna go back to Goku. And it ain't never been the same since.
Mm-hmm.
Goku had his time. He had Dragon Ball and half of Dragon Ball Z. It's somebody else's time. And then they tried to backpedal with the Busaka and give it back to Gohan and literally gave it right back to Goku again.
On top of that, they had made Gohan a joke character because Toriyama was more comfortable writing a gag manga. He literally admits it in interviews.
But they had a chance for there to be a successor to the King of Iron Fist tournament after 4, but they didn't do that. They didn't do that, and I don't know why. They had so many opportunities and other cool characters they made after 4. They could have used some of the characters they made in 4. But they chose not to for whatever. They could have actually made it where instead of okay, there's this overarching evil thing, there's no villain. It's literally characters coming together for this King of Iron Fist tournament 4 or 5 or whatever, based off of different circumstances. Like we said earlier, but that just did not happen. And through that, we can find a new storyline.
Yeah. So, going on to the next comment. So, Jin is more evil because he knew what he was doing. Pretty sure Kazuya knew what he was doing when he was evil too. Also, the manual for Tekken 2 doesn't even have bios for Angel and Devil. It merely states to beware of this tournament. There are rumors that Kazuya made a deal with the Devil. That's far as we get as the official material until T4 goes and introduces the Devil Gene. Just a rumor spawned on by the public way after Kazuya was thrown off the cliff, and the bad anime movie said he made a deal with the Devil. That same anime movie tells us Kazumi died during labor while also having a locket of her holding Kazuya as a key plot point. Laughing my ass off. Kazumi was foreshadowed via a carving in one of TK2's stages. The anime movie didn't invent that. Now on to Jin. He was more evil than Kazuya because he did mean things on top of his mean actions. Because he said mean things on top of his mean actions. For context, the mean things that he's downplaying is when Jin told Lars why he thought human genocide was acceptable. That being, who could possibly save such a twisted world? People, up until now, people have lived under those in power and been ruled underneath an iron fist. What have the governments, religions, and people of this world accomplished? That is what Jin said verbatim. But notice, again, notice the phrasing here. He said mean things, and on top of his mean actions, just keep in mind the phrasing, to try and justify them, or maybe, and stay with me on this one, he was continuing to be negative to bring out Azazel. Notice how he drops until the moment Azazel awakens, and none of his actions before or after that, after Tekken 6, reflect the words he said there. It's almost like those big, mean words were all an act of his plan or something, and that he didn't really mean them. The argument that he's making here is that Jin was pretending to be evil.
So we're fighting. We're using head canon.
Yes.
That's fine because a lot of us do that.
So I do want to compare this to the argument that I made in my Jin video, to where I said that Jin embraced both shadow and light, as evidenced by his outfit. He was wearing black and he was wearing white.
Oh, the karma setting.
Yeah. When I made my Jin video, in order for him to become light, he would have to embrace shadow, and while others view him as shadow, he would, in truth, he is embodying light. His existence bound by duality no longer. And then I use a quote from the Bible. Like a muddied spring or a polluted fountain is the righteous man who give way before the wicked. That was Jin's character in Tekken 6. He did awful things imagining a greater cause. That was his character.
I'll give you one better. It's old school.
Mm-hmm.
The path to hell is paved with
good intentions. Yep. And I think it's a really weak defense for T6 when you tell me that Jin is just pretending to be evil. And you do understand why he's doing that, right?
Yeah. Quote unquote, the whole theory, like he said, was supposed to awaken Azazel through evil energy and so forth and so forth.
No, not only that, because then it also because people seem to think that by pointing out that Jin is a better person than characters like Sasuke or Scorpion or Kratos, therefore it makes Jin automatically better written because he is a good person.
They were good people.
And not Kratos, he wasn't.
Well, no, you know, his origin story, but his redemption arc needs to be studied. That's legendary. But Scorpion was legit a good person.
Yes, Hanzo. Yeah, he didn't do anything bad up until he became up until he killed Bihan. Yeah, he wasn't a bad person.
Quan Chi, because remember the Lin Kuei was actually a faction of the Shiro Ryu.
Yep. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And then Quan Chi finessed Bihan to go out there and murder people.
Yeah, he told him to get the map of the elements during mythologies, and then he set the stage for their fight. And then through the MKX and MK9 retcon, because remember, Quan Chi wasn't a necromancer originally. He then revived Hanzo into his employ.
And then so yeah, like essentially, Scorpion was going through hell for a good minute.
For a majority of his life.
Yeah, his soul never got no reprieve. So now that's tragic. But
Jin pretending to be evil sounds like a joke retelling T6, quite honestly. Yep. And even then, let's say that Jin was pretending to be evil. The other characters don't know that. And even then, they wouldn't accept it.
Is everything. You might be joking, but somebody else is taking a dead ass.
Yeah, even if that was true, and even then, I don't buy it.
That still don't make sense. Who plays like that?
Like, genuinely.
Like, everything about Jin and T6, it made you hate his fucking guts. If
Yeah.
that's the job, if what they wanted you to do, they did a good job. Because in T3, he was one of the most likable. In T3, Tag 1, T4, he was one of the most likable characters, without question. Like, he was the rightful successor to Kazuya. To me, in my honest opinion.
Yeah. But even then,
he was cooler than Kazuya in every way, damn near.
In my Jin analysis, not once do I ever say that Jin was pretending to be evil. It's just that that was the entire thematic through line of Tekken 6. People will compromise their morals to do what they want if it benefits them.
Reasons. Yeah, they'll give bullshit reasons for why they did it. They try to justify it.
Yeah, exactly. That was the tragedy. And that's what makes Lars stand out. That's the difference between him and Jin. That's what made him a better person, the fact that Lars doesn't justify his actions. Now, granted, it was still a false equivalence. Say again?
No, I said it is what it is with Lars.
Yeah. And he stays true to himself despite the fact that he's witnessed the worst in humanity.
Damn, and you they was going hard for Jin, boy. You better
Oh
look
yeah,
out.
bro. I told you it's a well made, it's a well constructed character arc, man. You were just awful haters, nitpicks. Fucking hate that word. And oh man, your Omni-Man case is worse than I thought. You really are just going with the show. The show hasn't even the show version of Omni-Man hasn't even gotten his redemption yet. Omni-Man is only at the "oh, I'm really sorry," and instead of saying R SORRY, he's saying it with W's to emphasize it. Part, and that was enough for you because you know that at least he dies at some point. Not even knowing if he does that for the love of Mark and Debbie, just because he gets a slap on the wrist from everyone else, since they physically don't have the power to punish him. Again, valid. Yeah, that's a valid criticism. Yeah, that's fair. Then using real life for war for your argument. No, that's never good. Wars will always divide people in hatred, not unite them in sorrow like in Tekken 6. Do you even have any concept of how the real world works? The inconsistent back and forth behavior of the public in Tekken 7 and 8 is actually very accurate to real life.
It's not.
So hold
It is
on.
not.
But even then, setting that aside, so hold on. Before, you were saying that it's iffy that I was using real world, and I point this out in my part 1 video. Before, you said that it is wrong to use real world tragedy to criticize the story. Now you're defending it by saying that it's accurate to real life.
So which one is it?
How do you create limitations for your opposition but not yourself? Now here's the thing. He would have a point if he prefaced it by saying it is technically realistic because of this, and this, but ultimately that doesn't matter because we're assessing the story's internal consistency. And from that perspective, it is consistent because of this, and this that you missed. Then I would concede it to him. But as you and I have proven, it's inconsistent in universe, and even then, even if it's realistic out of universe, we don't care. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used real world arguments to criticize the story. Yeah, fair enough. But you don't get to sit here and moralize that to me and then use it yourself to defend the story. It's either one or the other. Don't white knight.
Making a good point. He absolutely he destroys his own point in the same sentence.
Yeah. Your double standard for Kazuya, purposeful misinterpretation of manuals and using unofficial sources, which you definitely have gotten from a fan wiki, ignoring the context of Jin's actual scary, mean words and what they actually meant, the whole Omni-Man fiasco of this debate, using real-world tragedy for your own personal benefit in the argument. It's all just yikes. Bro really thinks the guy who said, "As long as I still live, the body count will continue to rise," and then wipes out a street of men, women, and children is the less evil one. Character and story analysis ain't in your future, pal. Quit while you're behind.
Well, why he gotta make personal attacks over a video?
Yeah, ad hominem. I mean, even then, I'm not here to tone police. Do whatever you want.
But I'm just saying, though, I'm like, I say treat people how you want to be treated. If you disagree with the video and they're not making any derogatory statement towards you, and the tone is not like criticizing you as a person or criticizing a group of people harshly, then why do you need to come at the person itself harshly? Right? It's like Mr. Beast, right, for me. I don't like Mr. Beast at all.
But you're not gonna attack his character unless he gives you a reason to, because you don't know him.
I don't go watch Mr. Beast. I'm not interested in it because I know if I watch Mr. Beast, I'm not gonna like it. Just don't watch it. Or if I do watch a video in general that I don't like, if it's not like, if it's artistic investment, I just lost a couple minutes of my own. I just lost a couple minutes. It's fine. I don't need to be disrespectful or rude. But like, if let's say he just started calling everybody bitches and hoes and shit, I'm like, nigga, what are you doing? I don't need to come at you that kind of way. And I'm like, I say treat people how you want to be treated. If you don't want people coming at you that way, don't do that. Because I'm pretty sure if you would have called him all kind of names, he'll be like, well, you ain't got to come at me like that. I'm like, you don't get to say things to people and then get mad at how they come back at you. But I just thought, I'm not really a tone policer either. I just thought, like, listen, don't you think that's a bit uncalled for?
I mean, even then, listen to this. Your purposeful misinterpretation of manuals. Purposeful misinterpretation. Now, I admit, lack of research. Yeah, I'll admit that. Yeah, that's fair. Wasn't on purpose. It was just that the research was half-assed. I don't even disagree. And the whole thing with Kazuya, you know, it's simple. The reason we don't criticize Kazuya for doing bad things is because that's his fucking character.
He's evil.
Yeah.
He's actually evil.
Yeah. That's the main reason I don't get
it. It will be like criticizing the Joker for doing evil shit. That's what he does.
Or you know, do you want better criticizing Frieza?
If you expect Frieza, the whole archetype of Frieza in the first place is to show Goku that certain people are not going to change.
Yeah, that was the whole point of him, Raditz, and Captain Ginyu.
And it took three of those people to teach him, like, they're not changing. But he should have learned this with fucking King Piccolo, but he didn't. He just had to kill him.
Yep.
But he learned that as a kid, but he didn't do it in Z. And you know the reason why he really went after King Piccolo? Because he killed the same person.
Yeah, because he killed Krillin. Yeah, he killed Krillin. Or Tambourine killed Krillin.
His henchman killed Krillin.
Yeah.
And you killed him, but you spared Frieza, and he directly killed him. You sat there and watched him turn his body into...
Not only that, he also had Vegeta crying on his fucking deathbed, and he killed Piccolo's entire race.
I ain't gonna lie, that's the first time I seen Vegeta go out so sad. I ain't like it.
But yeah, it's like, I don't even disagree. I don't even disagree that, yeah, the video was bad. Like, well, what do you want me to say? Like, if you guys want me to refute this, and they're like, no, it's fair. Should have done more research. That's why I put my work in with my character analysis videos, and even then, those still had a few issues.
But my thing is that when you concede, that's one thing I don't like about debate channels or like debating with people. Like when you concede a point, people still want to go on. I'm like, I conceded, I lost the point.
Well, in fairness, and in this discussion, I didn't even concede, so you know, fair enough. It was warranted. Yeah, fair enough. Like, I had to learn the hard way. Do more fucking research. Don't talk about some shit you don't know about. Literally the same thing I criticized Burger Man for, and yet I did it myself. You know, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. It is what it is.
I mean, no, that's character development, showing that you can hold an L on a point. Like, I wish most of us could do that, but we can't. There's a lot of things that I've said.
Don't worry about it, Revan Knight. It's an inside joke, but continue.
That I had, like, I look back at some of my old, and I'm like, damn, I really said that. I gotta walk that one back. That was pretty bad. And then there's some other ones that may make me double down. I'm like, yeah, no, I was right. That was stupid. But there are some I like. Yeah, I have to back on that one. As I got older, I'm like, yeah, nah.
I don't agree with it. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
My points have changed. I'm like, yeah, it's like, okay, prime example, how I feel about T8 as a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's still bad. It's still a terrible game, right?
Yep.
But who am I to try to force other people to dislike the game because I don't like it?
Yep. Or even with the story. Yeah, we said this whole stream, you can still like the story. I mean, hell, this is the main thing. I still like the story, even though it's really bad.
I just think it's cheesy. But like let's say like rank match and all this other stuff. I'm like, why would? It's not necessarily about me leaving the FGC that's the issue. It's just the fact that I could play the game and not be a part of the community. I remember when I was younger, I used to say, like, you cannot play the game and not be in the community.
Yeah, they're intertwined. Yep.
You can absolutely do that. You could play a rank match and player match and not interact with these people. You don't have to do that. You're choosing to do that. And I realized that I'm like, yeah, I can make content and videos about games or things I like without being a part of the community. It's just like with anime, there are certain animes I really, really love, but I am not a part of the fandom.
So hold on, to address this in the chat, I can't tell if he's joking. Chris Cole, yes, I still like Tekken 8's story. Because I like it so much, I can rip it apart. I mean, I can give you an example right now. My favorite movie of all time is Spider-Man 3. That movie's really bad. But I grew up with it. Yeah. I grew up with it. I have a lot of emotional connections with that. I still have a bunch of marketing material from that film. And I remember the days of my uncle getting me into Spider-Man.
It's the same thing how I feel about Budokai 1. It's my favorite Dragon Ball Z game of all time, but objectively, it's bad. It aged poorly.
Yeah, I saw Spider-Man 3 in theaters too, Meta. I saw it in theaters. I still remember. I was like 3 years old.
But the more you love something, the more you can criticize it and still love it.
Does Anthony watch My Hero Academia?
I'm not touching that shit.
Yeah. I mean, even then, CW's The Flash. I still like season 1 and 2. They're both bad. mainly because of the power scaling, like we talked about, and the inconsistent use of Flash's speed. But I still like season 1 and 2. Zoom is my favorite villain on that show. I understand liking something despite its flaws, but when the flaws drastically outweigh the positives, I don't know. I mean, that's the whole thing of subjectivity versus objectivity, which I haven't even mentioned in my videos.
Another one I got is fucking Mortal Kombat Annihilation. That movie fucking sucks by every standard, but I love the fuck out that movie.
Yeah. I mean, the motion picture it has a shit ton of flaws.
Still love it.
Why are you so angry? Is it because your dad threw you off that cliff?
That terrible voice act. That
oh my fucking word!
That shit is great.
Yeah.
The lack of self-awareness is amazing in that movie.
Yeah. Or Spider-Man 3. Now take on this.
Oh my god, bro! Legendary.
If you want the shots, I'll take the staff job. Double the money. Just emo Peter Parker dancing through the streets. Yeah, and I'm supposed to be intimidated by this guy.
This is the guy that I'm losing to.
Yep. All right. Then I replied to that comment. What's with the smug attitude? Myself, Leopold, and everyone else who's taken part in this discussion has been incredibly respectful. I have no problem debating, but if you're going to act like a jackass, you can take your attitude somewhere elsewhere. Now for your points. Jin was more evil because he knew of what the consequences of his war would be and was warned about it by Zafina in the story, yet he did it anyway. After all the death and conflict, he gave a limp justification to Lars, which was a poor replication of the speech Heihachi gave in the motion picture and that speech that Kazuya gave at the beginning of T8. Devil's bio reads the following, and I read this out in my Kazuya analysis. Unbeknownst to Kazuya, something with mysterious intentions watches over him. Devil's appearance may be the embodiment of this mysterious intentions, blah blah blah. Now, to throw him a bone, because I don't even hold on to this belief anymore as much as I did, the mysterious intentions could have just been everything relating to Azazel, because we learned in T8 that the devils are just servants of Azazel, so this is kind of a self-defeating argument that I made right here. The difference between Kazuya and Jin is that Kazuya is pure evil and doesn't need to justify his actions. The motion picture said he made a deal with the devil because that was the original intent before introducing the gene in T4. That's why I said his mother was used for that movie, for Jun to remind Kazuya of his mother's kindness to help him break free of the hatred by the end. If you're going to justify Jin's actions with Azazel, I can do the same thing with other characters' actions. Kazuya is fine because of the devil's corruption. Sasuke's actions are fine because of Orochimaru and Itachi's manipulation, etc. It's interesting how you claim how I have a double standard for the other characters mentioned when it seems like the point... when it seems... For other characters mentioned, when it seems at this point... this point is made with your bias in mind for Jin. I don't believe Kazuya is a good person, but I've consistently said he had the potential to be more than what he suffered, but he doesn't because he's a weak-minded individual. A weak-willed individual, sorry. I literally said in the video that I haven't read the comics, so I didn't know how good or hollow Omni-Man's redemption is. His story will end in his death after doing years' worth of good and or evil. Jin's story ends with him riding into the sunset with Xiaoyu, and everyone else giving him a pat on the back. I also did mention how Mark gave Omni-Man flack for what he did in Season 1, and now he's currently locked up in Viltrumite custody after getting beaten up after watching millions of innocents die on his watch. Again, didn't do enough research on Invincible. You shouldn't be talking about it. That doesn't mean anything, because there could be context you're missing. 5. How are the trading cards and bios unofficial sources, yet Harada making changes to every aspect of the story with the wave of his hand on Twitter has more credibility? Are you shitting me? It's ironic how you claim that I shouldn't continue to analyze characters and stories, yet you give me this half-assed response to my arguments. If you like the story and want to have this debate, I'm fine with that, but for the love of God, keep it respectful. If you're one of Leopold's viewers, this makes him look bad in a vacuum because you're an example of what his kinds of viewers watch him. The kinds of viewers that watch him. I won't hold him accountable for this, as that's not fair to him, nor can he police the actions the other people have. Right, and then he replies, "Ah, so there it is. New story bad, old story good. Nostalgia bias." When did I ever say that?
Straw man argument, making an argument that wasn't presented.
Again, Jin did not try to justify his actions. He was spouting more negative nonsense to draw Azazel out. He clearly did not believe in his own justification. It was all a part of his evil act to awaken Azazel. Okay, so why would Jin being mean? Because that's the term he used. Why would Jin being mean? Why would that awaken Azazel? He was already in physical form. Lars just took him out. And even then, Jin literally says that you can't kill Azazel unless you have the devil gene. That argument doesn't even make any sense.
Well, you gotta think about it. I as a content creator myself,
Mm-hmm.
I've dealt with this several times where people won't watch the entirety of the video, and they'll say they'll hear one thing they don't like, and they'll hone it on that specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you could literally say the thing that they're trying to hear are really right after that, and because they're not listening anymore and they're honing in on that one thing, and now they're only focusing on the thing they don't want to hear anymore,
Mm-hmm.
they tend to get lost in translation, or they get lost in the sauce in the video. It happens to me all the time when I get certain comments. I'm like, one, I never said that, and two, if you just kept watching, you would have heard me say this. That actually proves your point that I said already. We're on the same page here.
Yep. We both agree on the same point.
It happens. It happens a lot. It happens a lot more than it should, but it just goes down to human nature sometimes. Like, and I check myself with this, and I ask myself, like, am I really about to make an emotionally charged argument? Am I going to make
a logical argument?
Or a logical argument on what this person actually said, not how I feel, what he actually said.
Mm-hmm. Even if you don't agree with it.
Even if I don't agree with it. And the last thing I want is to make an emotionally charged argument, and then he already answered my argument in the video, and I end up getting the comment. If you would have just kept listening, you would have already had your answer. But then I hate making straw man arguments too, because I don't want to argue points that were not stated.
That were not made, exactly.
I don't want to think for you, and the whole premise of a straw man argument is a person who's thinking for you, making an argument that you think you're presenting, or they think that you're implying.
Or dumbing down your argument, or exaggerating your argument.
Now, the way he would say that is, for clarification, do you mean such and such and such? But then again, I'm asking too much now. I'm asking way too much.
Yep. You were consistently and purposefully ignoring this point, and because it crumbles your entire argument of who is more evil between Kazuya and Jin. Not once does Jin defend what he did or said afterwards. Not once in Tekken 8 does he go, well, I was trying to, or the reason I did this is because. He just beats himself up over it for the whole game, saying his hands are too tainted and stained to deserve forgiveness, and he calls himself out on his own arrogance about how he went about things. Even makes peace with his devil self. He still doesn't trust his own judgment and asks Jin if he has a desire to live. Kazuya... Go ahead.
But him killing himself, which he realizes is the easy way out.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you said Kazuya?
I mean, but even then, at the beginning of the game, Jin does try to justify himself to Kazuya, because remember, initially Kazuya says, bullshit, you're the one who started this war, and Jin's immediate response is, and this was to the scene's benefit, was, this is all to awaken, to expunge the devil's blood, which is the exact same argument he gave to Lars.
He's still believing his own bullshit.
Yeah, which is the whole point, but I'm not saying that as a criticism of the character. If anything, I'm saying that to the story's benefit, because the point is he still hasn't accepted himself, which is the path that he goes on in T8. But in fairness, you know, I'll throw him a bone because I didn't make that clear in this comment. So yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'll take that. I learned my lesson from that. Kazuya is 1,000 times more evil. He's been doing rotten deeds for decades. He absolutely knows they're rotten, and he continues to do them when he's no longer under the Devil Gene's influence and taking full control in T4. He happily participates in his war, in Jin's world war, and he keeps going out and keeps going even when Jin's out of the picture. And he's somehow less evil in your eyes because he doesn't try to justify it at any point and is true to his evil self. What is even your logic? Your logic implies that a guy who shoplifts and tries to justify it is more evil than someone who burns an orphanage and is proud of it. That is a false equivalence of Jin's actions right there. Shoplifting with war.
Shoplifting, really?
Yeah, because his logic is that Jin is the guy who shoplifted and tries to justify it. And he's saying that I'm saying that he is more evil than the guy who burns an orphanage down and is proud of it. So, again, he's not wrong. Yeah, Kazuya is more evil than Jin. It's just that Kazuya is honest about his evil. So yeah, fair enough.
Doesn't that make a person more sinister if they can't even come to realize what they're doing is really fucked up?
Yeah, that argument could absolutely be made. Yeah.
That actually terrifies me more. I'm more scared of a person who doesn't.
A narcissist. You're a narcissist.
A person who does.
Literally, Burger Man. Yeah, you're a narcissist.
No, I believe like here's the thing with Burger Man. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that he really believes that he's doing the right thing, which is scary.
Yeah,
See, a narcissist, some narcissists can realize how they are about themselves. They
Riddler.
realize it, self-realization. But when a person goes blissfully ignorant about what the shit they do, and they actually think they're doing the right thing, that is actually way more terrifying, way more evil. Like I said before, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Way more evil than a person who flats out does it because you understand their motives and where they're coming from. You don't understand the other person. He really thinks he's doing the right thing, and he will fight twice as hard than the other guy would.
Mm.
He's doing it out of the convictions that he's doing the right thing. The other person knows what he's doing is wrong. That's why I say that Jin is more evil. Like, the fact that you believe your own nonsense. Even if he doesn't believe it, the fact that you could delude yourself into doing that.
Yep. And you thought that it was the right thing to do.
When y'all ready?
Yep. Also, way to prove that Kazuya sold his soul by citing a source that literally doesn't say or confirm that at all. Laughing my ass off. That bio for Devil is not in the Tekken 2 manual. I literally have the manual in my hand. You're reading the bio you're reading is from the Japanese site from T2, which is like the terrible anime LVA, was never professionally translated. You literally don't know your sources of what you're researching, and you're just copying and finding stuff you found from the Tekken wiki without even knowing, sorry, if it's legit or not. Yeah, fair enough. I don't blame him. That pics or that didn't happen. Burger Man laughing. The anime movie also meshes Tekken 1 and 2 together, which makes zero sense because it doesn't feature any of the writers or producers from the Tekken team. There's absolutely no reason to take it as canon. Same with the trading cards, as the writing depends on whatever the manufacturer decides to put on them, not anyone by the Tekken team. There's an official Tekken art book that came out not too long ago and is full of typos and inconsistencies. That would also not be a reliable place to attain lore. You keep the real world comparisons minimum because it's wrong, you goober. As for my smug attitude, it's because this exchange has literally absolutely proven to me you have zero clue what you're talking about. I don't represent anyone but me. Leopold's video has flaws. Your video has flaws. I'm just on the team of Jin's redemption wasn't perfect, but it's good enough to be acceptable.
I disagree, but that's fine.
I mean, low standards are called that for a reason. Your little whine about Harada at the end really solidifies that you're 100% upset that the story isn't matching your headcanon. The story isn't bad. It's just not going the way that you want it to go. And anyone who disagrees with you is wrong from what I get from your video. You're inconsistent and double standard filled debates here.
What you get is not what actually is. Perception is not reality.
Mm-hmm.
But people like this are gonna make it seem so. But I hate talking like that because I'm doing what I hate when other people do. I don't like to assume for people.
Yep. I mean, but essentially people like him, I mean, even if, as we've gone through these comments, yeah, he's not completely wrong, but the thing is, the defenses he makes for the story, you deserve the current state of Tekken. You earned the DLC because you looked at the base game and you told him it was acceptable. So why should they even try? I don't blame the DLC being that bad. Y'all earned it. Go ahead.
It's a life thing. I don't know. You teach people how to treat you, and that doesn't just go for like day-to-day interactions. It goes for everything. The way you spend your money, you're teaching them what you're spend your money on. If you're spending your money on slot, that's what you're going to keep producing. This is what it is. It's just like right now, they're complaining about season 3. But here's where people hate me right now because I'm giving like the Tekken devs a break. I'm like, there's nothing that they can do to make y'all people happy. Nothing. They could literally like take away heat and all that, and y'all will still find a way to be upset. They can nerf characters. They can nerf characters. You'll still find a way to be upset. You'll still find a way to be pissed off. There's no way to satisfy you people. So what they're going to do is they're going to say fuck y'all and just do what they want to do. They realize y'all gonna buy it anyway.
Yeah, so they don't need to try.
And like other people, y'all don't know how to talk to people without being emotionally charged and angry. When two people are talking and another person's emotionally charged and talking angry and being disrespectful, the other person is not going to listen to what you have to say. You could be
Literally
right.
this convo.
You
Literally
could
the
be right.
convo, yeah.
You could be right. They're not going to listen to you because you sound like a fucking asshole. And then people be like, you shouldn't get caught up on delivery. Nobody wants to be talked to like that. You could say I'm soft or whatever, but I'm like, you don't go around talking to people like that.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
want them
that
to
is the
listen.
argument that he does make here, because he does later say, why don't you just get thicker skin? Well, I understand this, the red argument.
If I really want a person to listen to me, I'm not saying I have to kiss your ass, but just basic respect, like you actually talk to people in real life, is more than sufficient. I can get my point across without calling you a dumbass. Now, early I'm being facetious, of course, but with you, I built that rapport.
Mm-hmm.
But to a person I've never met before, I'm not going to do that because I don't know you like that. And just because I'm cool with it doesn't mean that you are. People want to scream emotional intelligence or just intelligence in general. Situational awareness is definitely intelligence, and a lot of people don't have that because we're in the sanctity of our own home. We can just say what we want, and for the most part, there's no real ramifications for what we do.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, when you start doing that all the time, you start building habits of doing that, and then you start doing that outside in the real world, and people ain't going for that. Like, people like to do this, like, you disrespect somebody but still want to take the moral high ground. You don't get to do that. If he simply say, I disagree with your video for XYZ reason, okay, cool, whatever. He can either be playful, I think it's a little bit stupid, or I think it's a little bit dumb, or whatever. That's fine. Okay, we all got thick skin. I'm like, of course. But the ad hominem attacks, so these personal attacks, like, you know this person, no, we can't do that now. Excuse me.
Oh, Jesus bless you, yeah.
But
This converse, go ahead.
No, that was my point.
Yeah. So then I replied, this conversation, and this is kind of where it's kind of cemented that you lost the argument because you're not willing to fight for your points. Your points don't make any sense. So, yeah, again, I take the L on this. This conversation is going nowhere. I've been respectful the entire time, and you keep complaining because I had issues with Jin's redemption. I love how you act like the arc couldn't have worked at all. I like how you think that I love how you act like I think the arc couldn't have worked at all, when I literally said multiple times that there were nice moments, but it's incredibly flawed as a whole package. I also said that the motion picture changed details such as Kazuya and Jun's history, and never referred to it as canon. Yeah, so that was an issue on my part, because I didn't specify hard enough that I was speaking mainly versus whether I'm speaking mainly for the motion picture or mainly speaking from the mainline games. Did the motion picture add this specifically for the context of that film, which is something I made sure to rectify in my Kazuya analysis. I state that Tekken the motion picture is a loose adaptation of T1 and 2. So I'll throw him a bone there. Fair enough. You seriously think that my issue with T8 is that it's not what we've gotten before, when I've literally criticized the repetitive nature of the story? I want something new that's executed well. The quote-unquote whining about Harada is how he changed details on a whim without thinking about the implications of what he changed. Retcons. But sure, I'm upset that the story didn't go where I wanted it to, even though any suggestion I made to address certain issues was just expanding on the ideas presented within the game already. I even said in my first reply that I want to take a harder look on Jin's character to understand him better in T8. I don't agree with everything I said in my two-parter. That's the same way my stances and arguments shifted for my T7 videos, and the same way my arguments on Kazuya have shifted. I think that Kazuya's character progression to T2 to 4 is natural. This is from this time frame. This was before I made the Kazuya analysis. I think the concept of Jin turning evil and his redemption is fine. It would still be an issue due to T4, how it ended, and with how T6 went, but if T8 told Jin's redemption effectively, then it would have made his story in T6 better in a vacuum. Love your limp justification for coming at me for no reason. By the way, again, critiquing me is fine. I need feedback on do's and don'ts for the future. Think about how you come at other people for you acting like a douche. If I lambasted anyone who disagreed with me, the tone of this video would have been a lot more aggressive. Anyways, I'm done with this back and forth. Kick rocks. Blah, 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 blah.
So essentially what I just said, like, you know how to talk to people.
Mhm.
But that's mainly an online thing. That the
Yeah.
older I get, the more or less tolerant I am about that. I'm like, chill. Like I think we have to start humanizing people that we talk to online. I'm like, you do realize it's like we know it, but we don't like consciously like accept this is a whole nother human being that we're talking to on the other side of the planet.
Hmm.
Let's not do that. Let's not be a complete dickhead. But sometimes it's easier said than done. And sometimes I've been practicing myself. If a person says something that I just completely disagree with and I think is stupid, and I feel myself getting emotionally charged by it, I just leave it
You
alone,
take
just
a
drop it.
breather before you reply. Yep.
Just drop it. But the thing about it is, though, like as you keep saying these times, I'm like, he doesn't realize that he's being a dick, and that's the worst kind of asshole. Like when you don't realize that you're being an asshole, that's the worst. Cause I have this habit now when people do shit, I'm like, I want you to repeat what you just said and tell me does that sound okay? Because when you're saying it in the moment, a lot of times we're on autopilot, we're not really paying attention. But when you say it out loud again, and all attention's on you, you're like, oh, that actually sounds very bad.
But even then, fuck the ad hominems, because I don't disagree with what you're saying. Fuck the ad hominems for a second. The core of these arguments, do they even hold up under scrutiny when it
No.
comes to defending the story? I'm not talking about the points that he's debunking, because at that point, yeah, I'm just wrong. I got shit wrong. But the defenses he makes for the story, such as Jin's redemption was fine, it is acceptable, and it is
No,
good,
that's trash. That's trash. I'm sorry, that's
or
trash.
Jin was pretending to be evil.
Trash.
The
I
only
don't.
back and forth here is you going back and forth on your own inconsistent arguments and logic. You've been trying to include outside, non-canon sources like the anime OVA and random merch as evidence for your argument over actual in-game material in this debate. And then when I irrefutably prove you wrong, oh, I never claimed those were canon. You're referring to the motion picture, which I never said was canon, but I poorly worded it. The only thing I said was canon was the trading cards, which is like, yeah, fair enough, not canon. And that's an issue with my Kazuya analysis, that I used the trading cards to refer to Devil and Angel's characterization. I should have just focused on what they represented thematically. Yeah, I'll take that. Once again, you avoid to address the whole Jin trying to justify his actions was just a part of his act plan, and he very clearly, obviously, didn't really mean them, which dismisses your entire pillar thinking he's more evil than Kazuya. Also, the story isn't being changed by Harada on a whim. Not only are there multiple people on the story and writers team, but Harada has had an ending in mind since in these games since Tekken 3 and 4, but he's only been super open to other members on the dev team, from balance adjustments to animators, all chipping into these ideas too, which he finds fun. Which is why it's gone on for how long as it has. You know this if you actually knew how game development worked, or watch interviews about Harada or the series that you apparently quote-unquote love so much. Thinking the actual in-game lore and story relies on Harada's Twitter or solely on Harada himself is actually insane. Any comments you want to make on that?
I mean, he kind of is right
Mm-hmm.
about the whole like there's a giant storyboard and essentially a whole bunch of people throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks.
Well, then at that
But
point, then it's
but
not then at that point it's not just Harada who's stupid. The writers
yeah,
themselves
no,
are just stupid.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's
But
like you're technically right. Like, yeah, fair enough.
but my thing is though, like I said beforehand, about an hour ago, I'm like, so you mean to tell me y'all sat here and looked at this
And no one thought it was wrong.
and y'all played this back, the entire storyline, and y'all like, this is what they want to see. And I noticed why he's saying that he's shifting blame away from the consumers itself. I blame both.
Mm-hmm.
It's a combination of both. It's a combination of lazy ass story writers, people with personal interest, and people that don't want to keep the integrity of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And the consumers are at fault for just mind slop in the first place.
A perfect example of this would be Ryan Johnson towards Luke Skywalker's characterization in The Last Jedi.
No matter how much you protest. And I still hold you in high regard for doing this, by the way, by not buying Tekken 8.
Hmm.
By no matter what you say, no matter how much you protest, if you've already bought the product, you've already spoken.
Yeah, they've already won.
It's like talking to a woman. For all the people that are still watching, no matter what she says to you, she could say you have the smallest dick on the planet. She could say your breath stinks, that you ain't got no money, all that. But you already hit. You already got what you wanted. So whatever she does after that doesn't really matter. Same way, same concept here. They already have your money, and they already have you hooked. They already have you hooked. They already know that you're a fan of the IP. You're not a fan of Harada. You're not a fan of Nakatsu. You're not a fan of Michael Murray. You're a fan of the IP.
You're a fan in Tekken. Yep. You love these
Regardless
characters
of
and you
who,
want to see them change.
regardless of who holds that IP, you are a fan of of the IP itself. So it might not be Harada stream. We don't know because that's it's what's what about it is we're not in the room with them. We're not in these executive meetings with these shareholders and so forth, making these calls. We're
On
not
top
here.
of that, there's barely any interview. As far as I know, there's barely any interviews talking about the thought process for Tekken 8 story mode.
No, it's little to none. So to make that declaration, I'm like, that's a bad faith argument because we're not here. That's all I say. What do you know about game development? Okay, let's say for you do know more about game development than I do. Are you in the room with these people when they're having these discussions about what's going to happen in Tekken 8 story mode? No. So what I'm saying for both of us, so we don't sound like sound idiotic, is we both don't know. So let's not use that as an argument and just use what we have that is actually presented. And what we have presented is a terrible fucking story that really doesn't justify Jin's fucking moral arc. It just doesn't. It's just not enough meat on the bone for us to say that, oh, this is a great arc for his redemption. It just doesn't.
Well,
If you
even
look
then,
at the pacing, it just looks rushed.
yeah. And even then, a question I didn't even ask to him. Okay, so if all these things are wrong, what is good about Jin's redemption from a writing standpoint? Its cause and effect, its character work, etc. The world building makes no sense. The characters' motivations make no sense. They're all regressed or assassinated in several different ways.
It's all over the place. That's the whole thing. I don't hate Tekken 8.
Mm-hmm.
Quite honestly, I don't. I don't like it online wise and gameplay design wise, but it's an aesthetically good looking game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. To be
But
expected.
with all things being said, I can like I could say it's alright and admit that it's ass. I love Tekken as an IP. But this shit is actually ass. I don't hate it, but it's ass. It's a rush story. Matter of fact, instead of like doing, they could have really did the DLC with the story. They really could have. But then again, that's a whole other can of worms when it comes to microtransactions and DLC that I don't want to go into.
Well, in fairness, the DLC story was free, so
Yeah, free ass. Excuse my language, but
yeah,
it
no, it's
was
fine.
still ass. It's still ass. And this is a topic for another day, but I'm just gonna like say something briefly. They're pimping us.
Mm-hmm.
Like arguments about like what we're having right now that you're having with this guy.
Or had with this guy, past tense.
Had past tense. You've had with this guy. All it does is bring more traffic towards Tekken in general. That's all it does. And you would think that the bad press, no, people are going to buy this game to figure out why it's so bad. Or why it's so good. So either way, it's a win-win. If they can get another person to spend $70, probably more like 120 once you add all the season passes, then they win. But in the context of what we're talking about right now, in the argument is like, how is if he can't justify, and most people when they can't justify, just say that you like it, whether it's cheesy or not. Just say you like it, and let that be it. I can't justify it; it's bad, but I like it. You make a valid point that I can't go against, but I like it, and it just is what it is.
Well, yeah, we've heard people try to justify it, and their arguments don't make any sense. So, for example, like one person said, the reason that the characters forgave and have bonds with Jin is because they recognized that the threat of Azazel was real. Therefore, they forgave him for the war because he was quote unquote right.
It's missing a link. The cause and effect doesn't match. Just because, uh, just because Azazel, they're trying to stop Azazel, whatever the fuck, doesn't mean that
Or Kazuya.
we need to stop. We're trying to stop Kazuya. Doesn't mean that we need to forgive you for you literally causing damn near the end of the world.
Again, Iron Man, Sark, and the MCU, they never did that. The characters still criticize Tony, so I don't even accept that. Injustice 2, they still criticize Superman, so that's not an argument. That's just an excuse.
In the anime that I presented to you earlier, the protagonist still gets criticized throughout the entirety of the show for him being a manslayer. He was a hired gun for the government.
Mm.
They criticized him throughout the entire show. It's bullshit.
I can be as mean as I want. Doesn't invalidate my arguments. Is all laughing out loud. Grow some thicker skin. Just like you getting all angry and huffy and including the snarky rolling eyes and upside down face emotes doesn't invalidate your arguments. It's a good thing that we're done though. Your inconsistency and backpedaling was exhausting and I'm much too busy to keep replying as you do. Again though, stay away from character... Exactly, and not to mention writing Bible scriptures. Again, though, stay away from story and character analysis. Try Let's Plays or reaction videos. Thinking ain't your strong suit, and you don't got to think for those later. Then I replied, "What's your Discord? Let's VC on this." Right, so put in his feet to the fire. I don't have a Discord. I got a job. Either way, I know you terrible debate types. Secretly record and edit down my responses that totally obliterate your points to make yourself look good. Got tired of getting demolished here, so you're trying to hide it away in audio and manipulate the video. Well, I mean, this entire stream
There's a lot to unpack in that statement.
kind of deep. I mean, this stream kind of debunks that already. I'm literally exposing myself and saying that I'm wrong. So
It's not only that, it's just the psychology of a person that's making that comment. You're projecting a lot.
Yep.
You're projecting a lot. Number one, you can have a Discord and have a job. That exists.
Oh, don't wait for it. He's going to say that he was just joking when he said that, so we'll get to that in the next comment.
Number
Of
two,
course.
When you say things like I'm used to these types that manipulate the audio and video, things of these natures to make their point across, I'm like, so this isn't your first rodeo. So that means you often go around antagonizing people with the way you talk, in a way where they will either want to manipulate it or you perceive that it's manipulating. They're just literally stating what you actually said, and when you hear it out loud, it just doesn't mesh with what you think that you said. Because there's many of times that I've gone through life where I thought I said something, I thought it sounded a certain way, but when I hear it out loud, it doesn't sound that way. Or when I hear it played back to me, it doesn't sound the way I intended it to. Matter of fact, a prime example of this is me and my girlfriend. Like, my girlfriend has always told me I have a very aggressive tone. And I didn't really believe that. I'm not really aggressive. Then I hear myself back, I'm like, I can see it now. I can hear it. I can like, oh, I sound aggressive or I look a certain way. I'm like, just because you believe you are a certain way doesn't mean it's necessarily true. And I think a lot of people need to get their head out their ass about that. Your perception is not the actual reality.
Yep.
A lot of the times you might think you're a good person, but deep down you might be shitty.
I mean, it can literally be summarized in a meme. You know, the meme of the guy with the black do-rag with the earphones. You know, I can, my face can look like this, and I can still be happy as fuck.
And the opposite might be true. You might be looking happy as hell and damn near on your 13th reason.
Yep.
So, but neither that's a little deep. But like essentially, what he's being a quintessential jackass, and I mean that in every form. Like, dude.
Well, I mean, if you're so confident in your arguments, you know, you can hop in a PSN, you know, an offer that still stands, mind you, because he's been ducking, as you see in this comment, he's been ducking this debate for a year. You know, anyone who likes the story mode.
Is, though, like when you're being a jackass like that, and a person calls you out, you can no longer hide under the anonymity of the internet. people can now, they don't might not be able to put a face to it, but they can put a voice to it.
Mm.
And now you have to face this person as not only as a person clicking on the internet, now you have to actually talk and interact with this person. And when you're hearing their tone, you can hear how they're sounding, inflections in their voice and things like that. It's all different. And most people, especially internet warriors, don't want to cross that barrier.
I mean, setting all that aside, is like, if you were truly that confident in your arguments, you believe you can easily dismantle me. Now that you've given me practically 2 years to better prepare and refine my arguments, you know, you can join a Discord. Like, we can do a big Discord stream for the people who think the story is well written.
Not only that, with a person with an ego like that, you would think. But a lot of, in that last statement, it is a lot of projecting. And I'm like, you're projecting very heavy because of the things that you mentioned, and you didn't even go that far. I'm like, you like, hey, man, I just know you want. I'm like, I didn't say none of that. I didn't say none of that.
I know you're
It's
purposefully
like
misinterpreting the story. I know you're purposefully misinterpreting the story. I know you're misinterpreting my arguments. I know that you're arguing in bad faith.
Of course.
Then I replied, quotations, I don't have a Discord, I have a job. That's implying that it's impossible to have a job and Discord at the same time. You want to record and edit my responses that make your points look good. No, I don't have any software to screen record audio as I'm speaking live to someone. A VC would save us both time and going back and forth typing responses. It would also be easier for us to understand each other's viewpoints and correct each other if we make a mistake. You know, I mean, again, these streams are evident. I know there are stupid people like Red who think that I have a PS5 or I have upgraded streaming equipment. I don't. That's why I stream from the fucking PS4.
Yeah, that nigga Red is still like I'm telling you, like, he's in a constant state of like agonizing psychosis.
Now, not niggas in the Tsukiyomi, but let's continue. Yeah, let's continue on. Quotations. Got tired of getting demolished, so you're trying to hide it away. Sure, I guess. Even though I said that getting this kind of feedback is good outside of how it's delivered because it helps me improve in the future. I've shown nothing but the willingness to discuss this with you, and you only stopped when it was clear you didn't want to have a healthy discussion. You refused to humble yourself. The easy way out would be just to remove you from the channel. The learning curve comes from the process of engaging with this discussion. I'm glad people care enough about Tekken story to want to debate it after years of fighting games don't matter arguments. Also, if I had the software to record our conversation to upload it later, how would that be hiding? I would still be sharing my arguments with the public, and they would call me out for any blatant contradictions or a failure to properly explain how my viewpoints have shifted and what led to the current shift. As it currently stands, your shitty attitude is tiresome. We both have lives outside of this, and yet you choose to act this way unprovoked over a video game story. I don't even need to point out stuff like I don't even need to point out that stuff like this doesn't fly in real life. People would humble you over less. We're on a platform where neither party will suffer any consequence for poor behavior. So
everything I just said.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's do a quick poll, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think he's going to address what I actually said, or do you think he's going to make a stupid ad hominem attack? You make the call. But moving from that, let's continue. Ain't no way bro took the Discord equals unemployed joke seriously. No wonder why your story and character analysis is so bad. Yep. You take everything at face value. You look at everything on its own self-contained little bubble. You don't see any bigger pictures. You're too blind to see content, nuance, and subtleties completely invisible to you. No wonder you struggled so hard to argue against the Jin's Mead words point I made, just deciding to ignore it because it would mean that all the bad words. It would mean words alone. Yeah, that it's bad. Laughing my ass off. But if you actually knew and understand Tekken 6's story alone, not even the whole series, just Tekken 6, you know those big, mean words were just nothing, just a bluff, and you couldn't even comprehend having that pointed out to you without shallow surface level and your analysis is. And not the preaching about humbling yourself here when you're making videos longer than TV episodes over how someone else is wrong for having a different view of a story than you. The whole takes on Twitter comment at the start definitely solidifies that. So don't even try to argue it with me. Trust me, my way of talking absolutely flies in real life. Life is rough, goober. Sometimes aggressiveness is the only way to get somewhere. When you hold yourself back and pretend you're nicer than you actually are, like you're doing, you come off as smug and make all kinds of terrible, hypocritical contradictions and flaws trying to keep yourself proper and polite image. You type so elegantly and well spoken, but the actual thoughts those words conveyed were just plain goofy and said. Meanwhile, I came out here shamelessly being myself and dismantle every single argument you've tried to make in seconds. All you can come up with are double standards or flat out ignoring points. And now you tried to get me in a voice call away from this public comment section, so either nobody can either see you getting washed further, and so you can record and edit it and hide it, and where I can catch you slipping and failing, which would likely be 90% of the audio. And don't play dumb. You have somewhat basic editing skills. You absolutely have the software to know how to record and edit off of your own computer, lol. But again, clearly he's in my house. He knows how my equipment works better than I do. Clearly.
The amount of deflecting and projecting.
Just a non-argument.
Level of gaslighting needs to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know your subscribers aren't. I know YouTube subscribers aren't real life, but look, I've got no videos and nothing. Just double the subs you have because I had 100 subs at the time. Meanwhile, you're here trying to sound also sophisticated with Lego Marvel in the background. And what have you got to show for it? A little echo chamber of maybe 7-8 people. Old story Tekken good, new story bad, people who agree with you, that's all. Again, let's plays and reaction videos. Then I just said yapping. So Discord or PSN, we can live debate, no response.
We have to break that. Well, we don't have to break it down. I heard all of it.
Also, not to mention, now I have, I mean, this point is absolutely dog shit, but whatever, since you want to round it up. I now have 321 subscribers. He has 288 subscribers, so make of that what you will.
The thing about it is, I wasn't going to edit that last point. It's just, talking to people like that is exhausting. Again, he keeps bringing up a whole bunch of straw man arguments about what you may or may not have, or your intent, or what your intent is, or
my equipment, or my attitude and how I treat other people. This, that, and the fucking third.
He's insinuating that you're being disingenuous and you're trying to be intellectually
dishonest. Yeah.
When you're in the way that you're talking, like, or maybe. You just don't go around talking to people like a fucking jackass. And here's the thing, he realized mid-conversation that he sounds like a jackass because the first thing he started doing is backpedaling. When you didn't match the exact same energy that he did, he had to backpedal because he knows that he's going to look like a dickhead. Most people are, what he's doing is his typical rage bait. Like, and I hate saying that term.
Yeah, it's poor rage bait. I mean, even setting that aside, again, I don't give a shit about tone policing. Do whatever you want. Doesn't invalidate my points. And like he pointed out, it doesn't invalidate or prove either one of our points.
Again, you can be right, but with the wrong attitude. And I've had to learn that. That's one of my hardest life lessons I had to learn in my early 20s. You can be right. You can be 100% right. And be wrong as hell because of the way you deliver and the way you talk to people.
Or at the very least, people won't listen to you. Not that you're wrong. It's just that people won't listen to you.
Nobody want to hear that shit.
Yeah, but so but to throw him a bone, we can say, yeah, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It just means you're sensitive. Okay, sure, whatever. You're not wrong. Yeah, fair enough.
It's not about it's ad hominem. It's not about being sensitive, dude. It's just like, think about it. That's why I say put yourself in other people's shoes. If a person if you made a video and you spent hours on this video, rather be good or bad, and you tried your best, right, and you made
You made a bunch of bad points. Yeah.
You made some errors. And you're looking for constructive criticism, right? Now, you could crack a joke here like a LOL or a smile or a laughing face.
Laughing my ass off, emoji, whatever, because I got something wrong.
Give some context of where your headspace is at instead of being all dry. But to just simply make ad hominem attacks, and then when a person responds to you and say, well, how are my arguments bad, or how are my arguments flawed, or if a person concedes a point, you just keep on going. I'm like, you're just being a dickhead. But a lot of the things he said in there, I'm like, I know for a fact that you don't have a lot of friends. Because I look at it, if I had to date a woman that talked like that, I would be ripping my hair out of my head. You automatically assume without knowing,
Mhm.
and then you project those assumptions onto me without asking for clarification. Then on top of that, you make ad hominem attacks and personal attacks towards me, and then you deflect anytime I make a counter argument or a counter statement to what you just said, or even when I try to get to the bottom of it with the best of intentions, you automatically assume that I'm being disingenuous by
Mhm.
default. A person like that would suck to be around. He would literally suck the fun out of any environment. But then again, I don't know this person personally, so he probably is just doing this online. He probably a nice person to hang around offline. But from what I gathered here, this nigga's a dickhead. And I'm pretty sure if you look through some of my videos, people can say the exact same thing about me, especially in my older
I
videos. I
mean,
was unhinged as hell.
people literally have said the same thing about you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm unhinged in my videos, but like I was very passionate about my points. But the main thing with my videos, the only time I ever go off like that is if provoked. But a lot of the time when it comes down to arguments online, a lot of people like to jump in without proper context.
Hmm.
But in this guy's case, yeah, man, I'll concede to you. Your point is right. If you are wrong indeed about the whole Omni-Man thing, but you still haven't answered this question about what makes Jin's redemption arc so fucking good. If you really believe that it's good, and nobody's faulting you for that, if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But why is it good?
I mean, for Gizou, for all the issues we have with his argument, he did try to explain why it's well executed.
At this point, we're past the point of agreeing with each other. We're at the point of understanding.
Hmm.
But that's neither here nor there. That guy needs some. You know what?
Go ahead and say it.
Bless him. Bless him. Bless his heart. He needs some friends, dude. People like that.
I thought
He
you were gonna
needs
say
some
he needs
friends.
pussy.
I don't think pussy will fix him. He needs some friends, bro. Like for you to again automatically assume that a person is just being distant. That speaks to you. That's projection. You're speaking towards yourself
I mean,
because you are
he's not
probably in the
completely
same.
wrong. He wasn't
Huh?
completely wrong. I said he wasn't
Oh,
completely wrong. Yeah, the video was disingenuous. Yeah, fair enough.
disingenuous means that you're saying these things with the intent of making bad faith arguments. What you did was just out of ignorance. It's not disingenuous. You just didn't know. And again, like when you used to kept criticizing yourself about the information that you got, yeah, you still should have just stuck to the source material, but you try to get as much information as possible. And that's okay. It's just a mistake that happens. But to say it's disingenuous, no, a disingenuous person knows better and they choose otherwise. That's just ignorance. And we all have been ignorant to some degree when it comes down to certain topics. I know I have. I thought I knew and I just didn't. So I thought I was arguing out of good faith, but I just didn't know. And when somebody presented this little more information, I'm like, oh, well, I have to retract my statement. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's been plenty of times where I have to change my fucking mind. The only problem is when you can't change your mind and you still want to die on that hill, even though you've been proven wrong.
But setting that aside, because now that we've gone through this entire comment, and we can mainly focus on the defenses for Jin's arc. The main defense, of course, is that verbal abuse. We just wanted Jin to be verbally abused.
That's stupid. You don't have to verbally abuse them. It's just asking questions on why did you think this shit was okay? And two, what was in your headspace while you was doing this shit?
I mean, even setting that aside, because there are characters who would, quote unquote, verbally abuse him, but why would that be bad for the story? If a character like Lily, she's very petty, why wouldn't she berate him?
It's a natural reaction in a human conversation. Talk about tone police, and that's ironic.
Yeah.
Verbal abuse, tone police.
Literally. And I mean, even then, Miguel, one of the best scenes in Tekken 7 was when Miguel confronted Jin.
Yeah, he said, I'll wait on the day that you find happiness, and then I'll be there to take it away from you.
Yeah, and that scene was good, so I don't even accept this as a premise. Again, the Kazuya scene in the beginning of the game, most people credit it as the best moment in the story mode. And Kazuya...
It's the rules for thee and not for me ass mentality. As long as I kept saying this earlier, as long as I like it, it's okay. But the moment I don't like it, or it's a character that I don't like, it's not okay anymore. We see it in balancing all the time, where a certain character
A
will
character
have
shouldn't
advantage.
have this. Yep.
But when your character has it, it's okay and it needs it. But when another character has it, it's a problem. It's not based in the objectivity, it's just based in subjectivity. But most arguments are. This whole thing is based off of subjectivity. But the problem is that we don't have the I don't think we have the capacity to let subjective opinions just fly. And I also hate this thing that I've been saying a lot lately. I'm like, we have to stop stating our subjective opinion as fact.
Hmm.
We have to stop doing that. And I've been telling myself this for years now. Just because I feel a certain way
Doesn't
does
mean
not
it's
make
true.
it true. And God has that helped me out of some dumb shit that I was about to do. Rank match, prime example, Tekken 7. Just because you lost to a player doesn't mean that
They're bad.
he's ass. Just because you lost doesn't make you ass. Just because you lost doesn't make you better than him. Just because you beat him doesn't make you better than him. It, Now, if you want to say like a first to 10 set, that's a whole different ballgame because now you have time to adapt, you have time to prepare, things of that nature. But when you're like a one-on-one thing, it's too many random variables to
Yep.
account for who's better than who. I might be having a bad day, you might be having a great day, or vice versa. I might be stressed out, you might not be stressed out. It's so many variables outside of actual gameplay that that can't determine it. Now, if you want to talk about just core things, like okay, one person might be lagging, the other person might not be. Somebody might be playing on superior equipment, the other person might be playing on a TV and using Wi-Fi. Who knows?
Maybe
These
you
are
don't know the
all
matchup.
maybe you don't know the fucking matchup. And this person just happens to know your character like the back of their hand. All these things contribute. Maybe let's like Tekken 8 for me, for example. Tekken 8 for a person like it nerfs a person like me. I had to get out my own head and realize for me to actually play this game, I have to adapt to the way it is. Tekken 7 doesn't work for T8. It doesn't. If you try to play it that way, you're going to lose. And even here, I can admit that I have to adapt to the way the story is. I don't like the premise that we have the double gene. I've said this the last time we streamed. I like the premise that we had the double as its own separate entity that can influence you, and that's up to you whether you make these impulsive decisions or not. Not up to some random genetic phenomena that just happens to a select group of people. I like the old premise better. So in a certain way, he is kind of right, but I could get my head out my own ass and accept the new premise for what it is with the double G. But that doesn't mean it makes sense. No.
Or that you don't, or that you like it. I mean, literally in my part one video, I said that I don't hate the double gene anymore. I also said that it enhances Kazuya's story.
And that's where we had to agree to disagree on that one. In my personal opinion, I just thought that it was
Yeah.
just better that he chose it instead of like it's
Yeah.
just something that's naturally innate into him.
But then you also recognize that, yeah, it makes sense mechanically.
Well, yeah, for the story, in order for the story to actually work, yeah, it cannot be the devil is his own separate entity anymore. But I told you the story broke at T4 for me.
Yeah.
Even though T4 to me has the best storyline, it still broke. It
Yeah.
broke the traditional 1, 2, and 3.
But even then, I mean, that alone, because remember, he says that that my channel is an echo chamber where everybody agrees with me. But even then, literally earlier, we had a disagreement about power scaling. I mean, Sky Slasher literally said to me that he doesn't like power scaling in a story because it creates limits on the storytelling. I
And we
disagree.
went on for like 30 minutes about it.
It was a whole hour, and even then, I disagree. Power scaling is important.
No, I agree that power scaling is important because nothing has relevance. And that's the problem with Dragon Ball Z. Everything is power scaled to such a certain
It's so
level,
bad, yeah.
nothing means anything. Huh?
No, that the power scaling is so bad, yeah.
And people like now, you did agree, you did mention that there are people that do take the power scaling to extremes to the point where like, do you even like the fucking show? But
That
that's
doesn't
neither
make the
here nor
concept
there.
worthless, yeah.
Exactly.
So, next defense for Jin's art. Oh, for the story mode. This was under a different Twitter thread. Now that we've moved on from that. Somebody asked, wasn't the only good part of Tekken 8's about Tekken 8's story the ending, and every other character besides Jin and Kazuya are just actively there to promote Jin's devil powers? Somebody then replied by saying, if you're boring, then yes. They said, I dare you to elaborate. This person then said, the entire story is good. Not much else needs to be said. Then I said, go ahead.
I wouldn't even. When a person comments like that, I already know it's a dead end. And I'm not
Boring
going to
is
insult
subjective.
that individual, but I already have an idea where this conversation is going to go. It's not going to be fruitful for me or the other person.
Yeah, boring is subjective, not to mention. That's a subjective metric. And his entire standard, as you'll hear throughout the rest of this convo, is that he doesn't judge the story for its actual writing. He judges it based off of if he was entertained or not. That's one of his arguments against the newer God of War. If you go through his Twitter like I have, he said new God of War is bad because it's boring.
Going back to what I originally said, Dragon Ball Z fans.
Casual DBZ fans.
Casual DBZ fans.
Then I said the fight, because I had mentioned that a list of issues were the choreography of the fight scenes, such as Xiaoyu beating up Jack Sevens. Then he said that's wrong. And then I said, the fights drive the plot forward. Yes, this is a legit issue and inconsistency within the story. Xiaoyu can somehow destroy multiple Jack 7s while Heihachi was incapacitated by inferior models in T5. Kazuya's laser can destroy multiple satellites, yet Lars can tank a stronger laser. Then he said, in all of his infinite wisdom, Heihachi was destroying the Jacks until Kazuya threw him down and they self-destructed. Heihachi took the same laser in T7. In T6, Lars was stronger than Heihachi and Jin. Lars has Mishima blood, and it's not surprising that he took the laser.
What?
Do you think that debunks anything I actually said?
Not really, no.
Well, to bring up the point I made earlier, Heihachi was getting tired as the fight went on, and if he was by himself, he would not have. He would not have survived.
The thing about it is, though, number one, those are still Jack 4s that essentially did the equivalent of a nuclear blast.
And they still incapacitated Heihachi for months until T6.
And you take 3 iterations of that same model that have better everything, stronger everything, and you have Xiaoyu. So what you're saying is, if power scaling is correct by his logic, that
Xiaoyu stronger than Heihachi and Kazuya combined.
T8 Xiaoyu would obliterate T5 Heihachi
and Kazuya.
And Kazuya. And as we was talking to the other guy, I just beg to differ on that.
Because why hasn't she played a bigger role in the story if she's that powerful?
I literally said that. I'm like, well, if that's the case, that means T6 shouldn't have happened. T4 shouldn't have happened.
Even setting that aside, you didn't even have to write the scene that way. So an easy comparison to make would be Sakura during the tuning exams when she had to protect Naruto, Sasuke, and Lee against the Sound Ninja. But if power scaling doesn't matter, and if the power scaling is consistent, then there would be no issue if Sakura soloed the Sound Ninja by herself after the series told us that she isn't that strong. Sasuke literally says to her at the beginning of the arc, you need to freshen up on new jutsu. You're weaker than Naruto.
And they emphasize that point and drive that nail home with the prelims.
Yep. When they were in the Forest of Death. Yep.
Yeah.
And that was the whole point.
Yes, that she's weaker, and she said, I need to get stronger, and she was like, I can't, rely on these 2 people to do everything for me.
And I don't want to be a burden.
Dead weight.
Yeah, I don't want to be a burden. And that was the entire point of that scene. It was the whole will of fire. The strength of the Sakura scene, which Tekken 8 completely misses, is that the strength of Sakura's character is that it's not that she's physically strong, it's that she has the will to be inspired by her other allies to protect them when there's no other option.
And not only that, it's not like the way she essentially held them off until Sasuke eventually woke up. It's through brute strength. She didn't do that. She just outsmarted the one-on-one.
And even then, she barely survived. She only survived because Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were there.
Well, she beat one. If the other 2 would have just truly jumped in, it would have been over with a long time ago.
Yeah, of course.
But that's the way you set up. I mean, logically, if they were real ninjas, they would have just jumped them and got it over with, and that would have been that. But that
In
aside,
universe, it made
for
sense. Yeah.
plot purposes, that makes sense. For to be a one-on-one on a fight, test. It's her test essentially. That's her test.
Yeah, that's her. It's essentially her equivalent to Naruto and Sasuke banding together to fight Zabuza to free Kakashi from the prison. But again,
That's her coming up story right
yeah.
there. That's the beginning of her coming
But
up.
that's the strength of the scene. It's the fact that she's not strong and that she doesn't win, but she still had the will to fight.
And
The
if
issue with
you
the Xiaoyu scene is that while it has a similar premise, where you're the only, again, it's founded on the contrivance that Panda gets blipped out of existence.
The thing about it is, I would be more lenient towards Xiaoyu if she's shown these feats and strength
Mm-hmm.
over and over and over again. Because at that point, I was like, oh, this is just Xiaoyu shit. Like that's just what she does. But this is a problem in Tekken versus me. We never really see any feats from any other characters out. It suffers from Saiyan syndrome. We don't see any feats outside of them. We have never seen Zhao Yu like do something to that regard. So when we see it for the first time, of course we're gonna look back like Zhao Yu. Again, what would be saying is I'm not saying that Zhao Yu is a weak character,
Or that it's impossible.
or that it's impossible, but it just seems highly unlikely from a character like Zhao Yu without any help. Especially if we take a character like Kazuya and Heihachi, which are known to be two of the strongest people in that verse, and they struggle with
Jack
three generations, Jack 4s, and they damn near died. What does that say for one singular Zhao Yu? Now, if it would have been Zhao Yu Lily or Zhao Yu Asuka,
And
which would
Panda.
make more sense, and not Panda, or even if he would have had Panda, because still a fucking bear that has learned martial arts and that has been genetically modified through the Mishima Zaibatsu, that makes sense.
It would have justified the scene. If they were both battle damaged afterwards, that would explain why they didn't help Lars against Kazuya.
Yeah, that would make more sense because they're trying to make sure that Jin doesn't fucking die because they're trying to get rid of this nigga. But that's neither here or there. But like that's not what happened. What happened is she soloed. Like that was a girl power scene if I've ever seen it.
And then he also brings up Heihachi tanking the laser in Tekken 7, as if that's not another issue. So the scene that he's referring to, go ahead.
No, you shouldn't be tanking no fucking laser.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's a warrior instinct or not. That's a fucking laser.
Yeah, the scene he's referring to is when Kazuya hit him with his quadruple laser, which was also a problem.
That should have sent his ass to the afterlife. That's a more concentrated laser than anything he's ever shot.
Again, got knocked out by a force push by a weakened devil, but somehow tanks a laser that is capable of destroying a satellite and traveling at light speed from a powered-up devil Kazuya.
And that game that doesn't make sense because he was like, well, I've just been waiting for you to get stronger. So you mean to tell me as he got older, he got stronger? That genetically just doesn't make sense for him.
What training did he... First up, and I brought this up in my Tekken 7 video, when did Heihachi obtain his Super Saiyan form?
Yo, you talking about that warrior instinct shit?
Yeah, because, well, no, that's Warrior's Instinct is from, the Tekken Monks, because he got his Ascended form. When did he achieve that, ever?
He never done that outside of Tekken 7.
Yeah. And if he had access to this form, why didn't he use it in Tekken 4 when he fought Jin?
Didn't we call it like Omen form or some shit?
Yeah,
like
Omen, whatever the fuck. If he had this form, why didn't he use it in T4? Why didn't he use it in T1? Why not use it in T3 and kill Ogre yourself? Why'd you even bother with Jin?
That doesn't make sense. And again, going back to the point, is I'm like, so Akuma's train of thought is I was waiting for you to get stronger.
Even though he was there to fucking prevent Kazuya and Heihachi from tearing the world apart, because that was his deal with Kizumi.
Not to mention, I always thought, like, in most lores, when it comes down to the older characters, they don't get stronger brute strength-wise. They have more techniques to compensate for the weakness in physical strength.
I mean, we can throw Tekken a bone and say it's consistent with this universe, that he can get stronger, but to this degree is fucking ridiculous.
He's stronger than damn near. He is stronger than damn near everybody in the fucking cast.
Yeah, he is.
Young Heihachi would have never been able to stop a fucking asteroid and then headbutt the damn thing. And that's going back to the whole power scaling argument and the power creep. I'm like, so as they get older, they get much more stronger. But you didn't do that with Wang Jinwei, or you didn't do that with Baek San. They got
Or
progressively
Jinpachi.
weaker as the or Jinpachi. They got progressively weaker as the story went on. Wang got weaker. He didn't get stronger. He was still formidable, but he wasn't as strong as he was in his prime.
He also points out that Lars having Mishima blood somehow justifies Lars tanking a laser from True Devil Kazuya.
That doesn't make sense.
And even then, the issue with that scene isn't just that Lars survived that. Why didn't Kazuya just use his telekinesis and throw Lars out of the way if he has access to it? Because he was just there to kill Jin. Why didn't he kill Lars with his spirit bomb? What was Lars gonna do?
Lars is, don't get me wrong, Lars is formidable. Don't get it twisted.
Of course, but he's not tanking the spirit bomb.
He ain't taking the fucking laser either.
He shouldn't have, yeah.
But
it would have eviscerated his body, now that I think about it. It would have disintegrated him.
And that's what I'm saying, and that's what I don't like it, but I can't really argue them because like well, it happened on screen, so that's not the argument that we're making. We're making that we saw what we saw. We're saying
and it shouldn't have happened. I mean, by that logic, Frieza, therefore, there's nothing wrong with Frieza getting stronger than Super Saiyan God. Despite not having God Ki.
Not having God Ki. At one point, it didn't know how to sense Ki. And all of the training was
off screen.
Off screen. And not only that, even in the Daizenshuu books, they don't really say... They say that they are stronger than Saiyans by default. It's not called the Freeze Race. What is it called? Ice Demon Race or some shit like that?
Well, whatever. Frieza's race of people, yeah.
They are stronger than Saiyans, but it doesn't explain by like how much or anything like that. To where they get exponentially strong. Like, Frieza's games make Gohan look like he's a dumbass. But the thing, it's just, I guess we kind of have to just take it for what it is, because people are going to say, they just going to go about what they see, and it kind of scares me. I'm like, so you see this and you don't think it's okay, but I think about life and how people just see things on a day-to-day basis and they don't question it and think it's perfectly fine. There's so many ways I can go with this. It's like the consumer economy. I'm just gonna stick with gaming on this. Again, you get what you pay for, and if you never vote with your wallet to get better things, you won't, and you're gonna keep getting slop. That's why every fighting game is no longer a fighting game. Every fighting game is now a live service, and nobody wants to talk about that. Street Fighter 6 is a live service game. Tekken 8 is a live service game.
MK1.
MK1 is a live service. These are not actual games. We don't physically own them. They are not our property. They are live, so all the money you have drained into these games, the moment that they shut the servers off online, all that money goes down the drain.
Yep. So the crux of this guy's argument, sorry to cut in, but to summarize this guy's argument is that if you use logic to criticize the story, you're wrong, but he's using logic within the story to defend it. And he also says that you're boring, as if it's objective criticism.
It's just rage bait. That's all I'm gonna just sum it up to. It has to be rage bait. But seriously, like, we really have to start voting with our wallets. The fact that, because I looked at Tekken 7, which is still live service. People don't remember that.
Yep.
Tekken 7 is a live service.
It was the first, it's the second one, because Tekken Revolution was the first live service.
If they decide to cut the servers off like immediately, like, you really can't do anything. And that's actually high-key kind of ass. But they finesse us this way. And I don't like it. But again, going back to the point with the dude, you just go with it. And I'm like, it's all good until it's not. And all the signs are showing themselves, but nobody wants to pay attention. And the person that's being the whistleblower will always be the one that needs the most scrutiny. if you are the whistleblower and say, hey, I don't really like where this is going, I think it's going in a bad direction.
You
And
get
I called
ostracized.
this out a decade ago. I'm like, this is going to be an issue. I remember when I bought Tekken 7 when it first came out, and I got the game, and I was happy. I remember it was 12 a.m., June 17th, release
Hmm.
date for America. And I played it, and I'm like, where is the rest of the game?
Hmm.
There's has to be more than this
I
because
remember
all
that
I see
story.
is arcade, ranked, practice, and
Treasure battle.
quick match and treasure battle. And I'm like, well, surely there is more to the game than this because I just paid a whopping $60 for this. There has to be more. There wasn't more. And I remember like not playing it for like a month because I'm like, this is a lie. And as the game progressed through the years, I'm like, this is bullshit. Because I broke down the cost analysis to the average Tekken player and they got mad at me. I'm like, think
Yep.
about it. Each one of these seasons are like $25 and there's 4 seasons in total. And that's $100 plus the initial 60 that you just paid the game for and a 5 on DLC. Dude, you just spent $165
For the rest
on
of the
one
game.
game.
We already dropped seven in my case because I'm down here in Canada. So the $60 for y'all is 70 to 80 for me. So that's $70 for the base game, then $25 for every single season. There's 4 seasons
You just
plus
wasted
the frame data.
almost $200. And we're at the tail end of this game. And like I said earlier, if you don't like Tekken 7, you're not going to like Tekken 8. And I've been saying that lately with Tekken 8. I'm like, this game is essentially Tekken Revolution 2.0. The Tekken 7 was the precursor. Actually, Tekken Revolution was, and then they realized that how profitable Tekken Revolution was. They started with Tekken 7. Like this is where the microtransactions are really going to start hitting, and this is just going to be a test to see if like they're really going to go for it. And a streamlined product because people don't. Tekken 8 is actually the third live service game. Um, and now with Tekken 8, they really rolled in the Tekken store and they
Yep.
rolled in more of this and more of that. I'm like, and you don't bat an eyelash with it. I'm like, you're saying that this is okay. Not only did they have the audacity to do season passes, they have season passes, battle passes, and Tekken store.
And Tekken coins, yeah. And it was actually people were actually defending the Tekken shop when it first came out. I remember.
It's only to for me. It's only going to be one or the other. Either A, you can give me the season pass in the Tekken store, or B, give me the battle pass and the season pass. But you can't have all three of these things. My God, that's greedy.
On top of that, they hid the existence of the Tekken shop until the game came out and got positive reviews.
I don't want people to understand what they're doing to you. They're putting incentives where no matter every time you cut on this game, you're getting hit with an ad to buy more stuff. Buy the premium pass, buy the regular pass, buy the season pass. Because if you don't get the season pass, you can't lab the characters. If you can't lab the characters, you're going to be behind on rank. But here's the thing about rank: we're going to criticize you whether you get the rank or not anyway.
Hmm.
Then you got the Tekken store. You want the cosmetics and you want to dress your character the way you actually want to because all the good items are hidden behind money.
The paywall.
That is such a sleazy business practice. And people are not looking and they're saying it's okay because I'm bringing it back to the story. I'm like, if they're saying okay to this, of course they're going to say okay to a garbage story. Why wouldn't they? They have already accepted themselves to the way that things are now, and they're not going to change it. If anything, I will look at that comment of that guy. I'm like, you are a microcosm of what's going on right now.
Hmm.
And it's people like you that are going to be the reason why everything is going to remain sour. I don't hate you personally, but just think about it for a
You're a part
second.
of the problem.
You are a part of the problem. And then the worst people that's worse than him, at least he accepts that he's, well, we don't know, but we're assuming that he accepts that he's a part of the problem. It's the people that are shilling for the game and knowing that these people are sending these people down a detrimental path. I'm like, think about it. Why does This game costs more than my groceries.
Absolutely. And even then, groceries have already gone up in price.
They already going up in price. So you have to pick. Why is it a situation where I have to pick between groceries and a little leisurely activity? Why does that make sense? And the thing about it is another problem with fighting games is you have to dedicate so much fucking time to them. You
They
really
get
don't
good.
have
Yep.
time to play anything else. And all for the idea of that other people are going to acknowledge you for being good at a fighting game when they're not. I'm not saying that to be a doom and gloom kind of guy, like you cannot make friends along the way and make worthwhile friends. Most of the people that I even associated with to this day, I've met them from that game. But that is not the everyday person.
Yep.
So going back to the story mode, I'm like, you can't even give me a good story mode. You want me to pay for a season pass, you want me to pay for a premium pass, you want me to pay for Tekken coins, but you can't even give me a decent story. Let's just look at the cost analysis real quick. Let's just say up until now you have bought every season pass. That means you spent $70 on the base game, plus three season passes, which are about $30 a pop. So that's already $160 that you done spent. You're already at season four Tekken 7 prices
Yep.
already.
We're
And
just now
we're
getting
only
season
into
3.
season three. And we're only into season three. Not to mention, let's say you bought each one of those passes, which is like $19, one of those let's say $10 for like the regular pass, right? The battle pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
That comes with extra items. So that's another $10. And they come out with each new season, I'm assuming. So that's another $30 that you done already spent. So now you're at 190. And now you want your cosmetics. So let's say you're one of those people who are an avid fan. You done spent $200+ on this game already, and it's only been out 2 years. Now, granted, for you to spend $160 in Tekken, $65 in Tekken 7, that was within the 5 year span. So
Yep.
you already done spent double the money or the same amount of money in 2 years
Into
that you
the
done
series. Yep.
spent in 5 years in Tekken 7. Let that let that marinate real quick about how crazy that is when you really think about it.
Not to mention the cost of buying a PlayStation 5 or upgrading your PC.
And the cost, well, it doesn't actually, believe it or not, Tekken 8 is not really PC extensive. It's really not that much on it.
Hmm.
But even so, let's say you want to upgrade. Just Jesus Christ, the amount of money for the upgrade PC parts right now with the way the economy is, good luck. But with all that being said, I'm like, you can do all this, but you cannot give me a coherent story. But you can charge me for things that were already in the previous games. Remember, they're charging you for default costumes that were in Tekken 7.
Yep.
And they're making it seem like this is perfectly valid and okay. I'm like, this is not okay. I looked at the pricing for these Tekken coins. It's like $5 for 400 Tekken coins. No, sir, that is robbery. But you get what you paid for. And I'm like, it's only going to get worse from here. It's going to get to a point where you're going to have to spend actual money just to get on the fucking game.
Yeah.
Outside of PSN if you're a PlayStation user.
Yeah. I mean, we joke about that meme a lot about how yeah, but it's true. I mean, that is the direction we're going in at this point.
Like, it's so fucking sad. It's not a bad enough that they couldn't, like, oh, it was like the old model doesn't work because we can only charge you one time. But if we do this live service model like Fortnite and all these other games, we can just keep charging you. But the problem is with the old live service games, they were already free.
Yep.
This game ain't free and it's still live service.
The half-assed story mode, half-assed offline mode.
Half-ass offline mode, and you still don't have a Tekken Force. You don't have a Ghost Battle. Well, you have Ghost Battle. You don't have
Yeah, even they upgraded the shit on
Time
Ghost Battle.
Attack. You don't have Time Attack. You don't have campaign mode like you did in Tekken 6. A lot of these modes that would make the game more fun, they don't have them. And I can't get mad because as much as I know this is not an online topic, but it hinders the story because people only want to play ranked.
Yep. But even then, you're not
Most
even giving them
people,
an incentive to go to the story because it's so shit.
exactly. And I'm like, the only people why people just consistently go to rank is because they have these. I wouldn't even say FGC dreams, but they watch the content creators and they want to emulate that. And I'm like, this is not what it's all about. A lot of people will be like, well, why do you pick this character and this character sucks? And because I like the character. I know what the character used to stand for. Like, let's say King, for example, in Tekken, we all know that King is cheap.
Hmm.
But even if he got nerfed tomorrow and he was trash, I would still play him. I've built a rapport with these characters over the years, and I'm like, this character's fucking cool. But not even now, if you look at the average consumer base, they don't know nothing about the character they're playing. They're playing based off a tier list and pro players' opinion versus, oh, I actually like this character, so I'm going to go play them. The anime world has taken over Tekken. It's one thing to be influenced by it, but another to copy the entirety of it. That's a whole nother ball game. It has happened, and it takes the worst elements out of all the animes that we described so far and puts it into one thing, and it's
Yep.
half-assed, and you can run through that story mode in an hour and a half if you're fast enough. And I'm being generous with an hour and a half. So you paid $70 to play ranked mode in an hour and 30 minutes worth of story. I'm not trying to get upset, but when I think about it, this is just
It's frustrating.
this should this has to be some kind of business malpractice. I don't believe that companies are getting away with this in mass and people are just so oblivious to it. I don't believe that. I don't want to believe that.
Yep.
And with the sentiments of the people that are arguing today, and I'm like, we're missing the point here. We can sit here and argue about how bad the story mode is until the cows come home, but what are we actually going to do about it so it doesn't happen again?
Especially considering that no one can even agree if the story's bad.
We can't even agree on, despite our differences of like how we feel, like we can't objectively look at this story and say this is actually pretty bad. All things considered, yes, I like Gen. I love the Tekken cast. I understand. I've been rocking with Tekken since 1994, since the year I was born. Me and Tekken are the exact same age.
Yep.
But with that being said, I cannot keep holding on to this parasocial relationship with something that will not respect me as a individual or my intelligence.
Yep. Well,
Just because I used to like it doesn't mean it's the same way it was. It's no longer what it used to be.
well, careful because the immediate response to that is nostalgia bias.
I'm addressing my own nostalgia bias by saying it's not what it used to be. It isn't. It has changed, and that's fine. I'm not saying it needs to be the way it was. I'm not arguing for that. I'm just saying if you're going to go in a different direction, at least give it some fucking effort. At least care about the consumers who are paying for your product. Before we even started the stream, the first thing I talked about is retention. You
Yep.
want to retain people. That's one of the biggest problems with fighting games over the years that they cannot retain anyone. And the best way to retain somebody is just give them what the fuck they asked for. It ain't that damn hard to make a good story mode. It's not that hard to make a competent online mode. People can get over the heat system if you try to balance the fucking game. People can get over the inconsistencies in the story to some degree if you actually try to make an effort to fix it. Or at least add some fucking patches or some kind of DLC content to, plug in the plot holes. In a way that makes sense.
Well, on that topic, you do know that there are people out there who think that plot holes are fine within the story as long as it's emotional, right?
What?
Yes. Matter of fact, I have the tweet in my bookmarks because I play it in my video. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Here we go. So the initial tweet was, "What is your most controversial movie opinion?" This person said, "Plot holes are fine. Quote unquote, plot holes are fine. Movies need to make emotional sense before they do logical. If you don't notice a plot hole until way after the movie ends, then the writer did their job of keeping you emotionally invested in the characters and story. Most plot holes are nitpicking and pedantry." Most things that people consider plot holes are not, in fact, plot holes. Also, movies with bad plots aren't movies with bad plots aren't in themselves plot holes.
What?
They then muted the tweet because people started disagreeing with them.
Bruh. Okay, there's this thing growing up. I don't know if they do it anymore. It's called proofreading before submitting. Right? We used to do that growing up when I was a kid.
Yep.
And our teachers used to really get on our ass about that. And a lot of people would say what I'm saying is censoring myself. I'm like, no, it's not really good to, especially online where you have a digital footprint, is to say the first thing that came to mind. Because you might think you cooking, but you're not
You're not.
cooking with that one.
Think before you speak. Yep.
Think before you speak. But in this essence, so you're not really speaking, you're texting. So I'll just say proofread. Um, Proofread what the fuck you type, because there's definitely some fucking head slappers that I have on my old Twitter that got hacked. Um, and I'll be like, I actually said that, and I'm like, dude, why did you say that? And I really can't even get mad for them getting on my head. Like, there was one specific situation where, again, with age to some degree comes wisdom.
Mm.
And I know I really don't get along with a lot of the Tekken fan base like that for obvious reasons, if you know who I am. And they was having discourse about something. Now, logically, you would say, well, they don't like you, and you don't really care for them.
Don't engage.
So don't engage. Just keep your comments to yourself. But me being stupid, I won't even say stupid, being emotionally charged and not understanding how Twitter works, I indulge and say, you know, I'm going to speak my mind. Stupid. Um, and I had to realize quickly they don't give a fuck about logic whatsoever. It's more of a popularity contest, and if they don't like you, well, your point means, you know. So another person could say the exact same thing I said, and that person will get 1,000 likes. But I say it's an issue. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do
Mm-hmm.
it. And if I was thinking in my right mind, I could have saved myself a lot of stress that day by just simply not saying anything at all. Because the first thing they could say is, well, why did you feel the need to say something in the first place? If you know we don't like you, and you know, and yeah, we know that you don't like us, well, why did you feel the need to post? In the incidents with this guy, I'm like, I won't get mad at him for muting the tweet because harassment is harassment no matter how you slice it.
Mm-hmm. But it was a
Uh,
stupid
but
tweet.
but at the same time, that was stupid. And I just encourage and implore all of us as adults to, you know, just think before we say it. You know, I know it sounds good in the moment, but probably later on you're gonna look back at it and slap your forehead and be like, yeah, that wasn't it. Prime example, my red video when we did that first to five. That video, every time I see it, I cringe.
Which one? The season 2 one?
The first to five one season when I called him a booster.
Yeah.
Every
When he
time
boosted
I
Emperor, yep.
see that video, I fucking cringe. And I look at myself throughout the, what am I doing? He knows he's a cheater. I know he's a cheater. And anybody in their right mind knows he's a cheater. And it's crazy for me to say it. He was right. Why do I feel the need to say something about it? What does me telling him that he's a cheater, what does that accomplish? Nothing. He kept doing it anyway.
And he got away with it.
and he got away with it. It's not like he got banned. People are going to believe who they want to believe. So if they really think he's legit, they're going to think he's legit. So what does it do for me to expose him? It's my ego. I'm honest about it. I'm like, bro, it's my fucking ego. I felt as though he needed to be put down a peg because he got something that he didn't earn. And that even though that is true, why do I care? So what? And the same thing goes with like topics like this. Like, for you, this is more so of a passion project, right?
Mm,
You
yeah,
care about
absolutely.
it. This is why you're talking about it. But in other instances, like when it comes down to talking to other people, certain things I'm just not going to address anymore. Like something like I'm not going to indulge with that. Oh, it's
Burgerman,
just not worth
obviously,
it.
none of us have engaged with that idiot.
Say what now?
I said, like, Burgerman's the easiest example. None of us have engaged with him.
No, he has engaged with me recently, but I just ignored it.
Of course. Yeah, but yeah,
But
that's what I mean.
I was playing T8, and again, according to him, I have a million accounts. I'm like, I only play on 2 accounts. I got one PS5 account that I'm hardly ever on, and then I got my PC account, which I play regularly because that's what I play now. I don't really
Yep.
play PS5. And I happened to run into him on Tekken 8. I was playing Jen, he was playing with me, and he swore I was trying to stream snipe, and I'm like, do you seriously think at 8 o'clock in the morning on my off day, the first thing I want to do is run into you? And then it divulged into the same thing as you know how it goes. Well, the ironic thing is I didn't run the set with him. I just didn't want to. I'm like,
Yep.
I'm good. I would, of course, but I
Obviously.
just don't want to. I'm
Didn't
good.
want to deal with it.
Yeah. And he still, I'm telling you, that Tsukuyomi is fire. But it's just, I don't really feel to indulge in needless conversations with people anymore. I don't feel the need to do that.
Yep.
I like my head to not hurt by conversing with certain people. And it's not like I'm a smart ass or anything like that. It's just that,
It's not worth the
as I
energy
said before,
sometimes.
as I
Yep.
said before, like when you talk to a certain person and you realize that they are set in their mindset on, I'm not gonna try to change that shit. I'm not doing that. It's too much work.
Yep.
Even with my Reddit posts, I'm not gonna keep engaging. Like if they feel a certain way, that's fine. One dude said, "Oh, you hit God of Destruction too, and you're just here to post your rank." I'm like, in a forum where people post their successes
Every
every
day.
single day, this is the one you decide to get mad at because the premise of it was saying that if does rank really matter or not? Because if it when y'all say it matters when you want to validate your argument if you're a higher rank than another person,
Yep.
but rank doesn't matter if you can't get there. But rank is supposed to be easy at the same time.
Or if you want to sell some of the bullshit narratives and not give up on themselves.
You say rank doesn't matter and you can easily achieve it, but yet you don't have it. And I'm not gonna say it and act like rank is the most funnest thing in the world to play. It's very monotonous if you really think about it. But I wouldn't go on a limit. I used to say it was easy. To get to the highest or the highest rank, you're going to struggle. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Unless you're like a part of the 1% of the player base, you're going to struggle.
And of course, you and I and Seven, you, me, and Tenez and Sand we all went for like the highest rank we can get, and we all
No, I
struggled.
told myself after True Tekken God, I'm good, bro. I don't want it.
And then you got TGP.
I saw the struggle. It's remember when you start at True Tekken God, you start off at a third of a bar. You normally start
Yeah.
off at a half, you start off at a third of a bar. And then the grind for CGP.
I don't know how Zilla got this shit to this day.
To TGO, I'm like, I'm good because the bar starts off at nothing. And you have to fill it all the way up. And I'm like, you're going against the highest competition. Don't get me wrong, it's fun, but it's exhausting. It's mentally taxing. And I'm like, I'm good. But the whole argument, not one argument, the whole discussion that I'm trying to get to, I'm like, well, why do y'all put rank on such a high pedestal if you say it doesn't matter? Because if I say my rank isn't high enough, anything that I say is now invalid.
I mean, we literally dealt with that a few months ago, if you remember.
We did.
Yeah, it was somebody in Foxy's party. Remember? The guy who fought him on 7, and in comparison
Oh
to 8.
yeah, I beat him up. Yeah, I beat him up on
Yeah,
8.
but
Oh,
you
7.
Ancinez beat him up.
But yeah, I'm like, so it's an argument where you cover both bases without actually proving a point. And I'm like, so you again, if I'm not high enough, it doesn't matter. And another thing that's great is if you can't achieve the rank, but I'm not the highest rank, you would demand for me to get the highest rank in order for you to listen to anything I have to
Yep.
say, which I think is utterly fucking stupid. How could
Moving
you
the
tell me
goalpost.
what to get when you don't even have what I have?
Moving the goalpost.
Goalpost shifting, of course. And I'm like, why do y'all do that? And then if I am the highest rank, well, I'm not performing well in tournaments, so therefore what I'm saying is invalid.
Yep. I remember that one too.
And it's mind-boggling to me that they do this. And I was supposed to make a video on this today, but I just didn't because you're more important. Tekken is a hobby. Um, Fighting games is for fun. I play this shit for fun. I don't play this shit to be competitive or anything like that. If I do like tutorials and guides and shit like that, that's just for the love of the game. I'm not trying to be in the NPC. That's not my thing.
Yep.
But no, I look at it and I'm like, people are literally like the other dude, they're projecting. I'm like, you just did this just to show off your rank, so we see you. I'm like, no, I did this as a matter of fact, so you can see where I'm at and you can judge for yourself whether my opinion is valid or not, because that's the whole premise of the discussion in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I'm still fishing for compliments. I'm like, but everybody on this Reddit post their ranks day to day, and it could be less than mine. It's like they could be Fujin or regular Tekken God or whatever rank have you. And guess what I don't do? I don't sit there and say you're fishing for compliments. I'm like,
Cool.
okay, be proud. Good. And
Good for
another
you.
thing that's been humbling for me, I had to realize that I am privileged. Not in that I'm like super good or anything, but I've gone through the struggles that these new players are going through. So like when I look at red ranks or orange ranks or whatever rank they are at, and I'm like, that's easy. It's easy for me. And I think a lot of us, we take into account the skill level and we forget that at one point we was down.
We were
too.
there. Yep.
And then we like to use the excuse, well, tag 2 was just as hard. I'm like, no, actually I've gotten incrementally better over the last 10 years. If I went back and played tag 2 right now, I would definitely be a lot higher than I was when I started tag 2. And another thing that I realized that I love about this community is you cannot be happy with your accomplishment because some asshole somewhere is going to diminish it.
Yep. I mean, literally happens to SNES all the time.
Y'all ready? All right, I'm about to wrap this up in a minute. But yeah, like it's crazy how people just cannot be happy for people whatsoever, and I'm like, you know, you make it hard for people to enjoy the game. Because going back to the topic, because I don't want to digress too far away. If you can't enjoy the online features that you promote as the core mechanics or the core part of the game,
The most important part of the game.
and what is the escape that they're going to go to? Offline modes, and you don't have that, and the ones you do have suck. So what incentive do I have to stay on this shit? I'm looking at it from a new player's perspective, not my perspective, a new player's perspective. I got all these other great games like Elden Ring and Harry Potter and
Arkham.
Dark Souls or Batman or Spider-Man or whatever game have you. I don't have to play this game. I don't. Every time I log on to Steam and click Tekken 8, that is by choice. I don't have to play it. And I hope everybody who's listening to me, when it comes out to this entire stream, I want you to take this away from this. Story mode, online, what have you, I want you to hear this. the attitude that you have in the community, and I used to take it for granted too until I'm saying that people are soft. I'm like, the attitude you have will make or break will people stay or not. People don't just play online games or just games in general for the sake of playing them anymore. They play them for a connection. And if you're a fucking dickhead, they don't need to be here for this shit. They can go to work for that and get paid.
Yep. It'll literally mean a few hours.
So why the fuck would I want to put up with your shit after dealing with somebody else's shit for 8-9 hours? Be nicer. I'm not saying be fake. I don't know why people think being nice equals being fake. But just be nicer, be kinder. If you want to have arguments, don't argue out of emotion. Try to, and if you're going to argue out of emotion, at least try to understand the other person's point of view before you just write them off if they don't know what they're talking about and they're stupid. Myself included, even though I was
of course
today, I don't think the Sky guy was stupid. He's just saying how he feels about the game. That's up to him.
Of course.
But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean that pretty much covers all of our bases. Yeah, we went over the world building, character writing, motivations compared it to other franchises. All I'll say is because the production of part 2 has been slow, the video is almost done. It's still fucking coming out. Yeah, I'm still gonna get part 2. I'm still gonna get this whole series out. I can't give y'all a date because I'm getting bullshit hours at work, so it comes out when it comes out. I'm gonna try to get it out before fucking August and July, and then knock the shit out of the Jin video.
Well, I already know how that goes, man. That's why I'm not rushing you, man. It'll get there when we get there. It's not like you have the incentive. You're not getting paid for the shit yet.
No, I'm really not. I'm not. Dude, I'm not joking when I tell you part 2, it's going to be 2 hours. It's going to be I think 2 hours and 30 minutes is what I'm estimating. That's nearly 3 hours.
So I'll make sure I'm off that day so I can, sink into it.
And watch the whole video, yeah. But, yeah. Once again, thank you for the collaboration. Always nice to bounce ideas off of you. Always nice to have a collaborator. And yeah, I'll see y'all next time.